Welcome to Hall of Fame Friday from historic Saratoga Racecourse just across Union Avenue. Inductions took place earlier today with 2004 Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner Smarty Jones immortalized in the sport. We'll look back at his incredible Triple Crown bid in the Hall of Fame Stakes. Zulu Kingdom looks imposing. He seeks a fourth straight stakes win. Trainer Chad Brown, an 8th victory in that race. And speaking of the reigning Eclipse Award-winning barn, can last year's Classic winner finally break through as a 4-year-old? It's a rematch for the ages. Sierra Leone gets reunited with fierceness in a battle of former champions. All that and more ahead on a special Friday afternoon of Whitney Week here in Saratoga Springs, New York. Could not ask for more gorgeous weather on this Friday afternoon. We're just 10 minutes away from the opener on the card. Good to be with you here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Terrific crowd on hand. They've all made their way over from across the street. Those were on hand for that Smarty Jones induction. Several others as well inducted into the Hall of Fame. Thanks for being with us on our coverage today. And our feature, that Hall of Fame, Zulu Kingdom on an incredible roll right now for Chad Brown. 7 wins for the barn in this race, and going to be tough to stop him from winning an 8th with one who was trying to win a 4th in a row and just a race away from perfection. That was in last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Take a look at that race in just a little bit as we take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. 1 through 10, bringing you the entire card this afternoon. We're fast and firm. And the start of the late pick 5, that's in race 6. That Hall of Fame happening in race 7. Who's with me? Former champion jockey Richie Migliori, good to have you here. Megan Burgess, we have someone joining us in just a little bit as well. Catching a flight, got here late. We'll be here soon. Michelle Yu, good to see you both. Love this Friday. Hall of Fame Friday, always special here in Saratoga.
Well, and you could feel the energy coming in. The crowd is really filled up early, and a lot of it has to do with the carryover from the induction ceremony right down the street at the Fasig-Tipton Pavilion. And that's the beauty of Saratoga. Not only do you have incredible racing going on right now, but the history that's been written here, documented here, and lives here. Saratoga is a very special place.
Yeah, we'll talk plenty about Smarty Jones in a little bit. As for the race, that Hall of Fame, how good is Zulu Kingdom?
I think he is the goods, but I do believe he kind of has more advantageous setup than what he experienced last time out. But there's a European horse in there by the name of Luther that I do believe is going to be strong on the cutback, and he's going to be a short price. Chad Brown, of course, knows how to win this race, and he has every opportunity, of course, to do so again. But the energy is palpable here. I came in a bit early this morning, and people strolling in, the energy, you just feel it here, Whitney weekend. It's second to none, and people say this is the August place to be. Well, it's August 1st, and this is the place to be.
Absolutely. Nowhere else in the world, yeah, if you were a horse racing fan that you would want to be, then right here, especially this weekend, as we take a look at the field that will line up against Zulu Kingdom. 6 to 5 morning line. Let's take a look at him in action against Tiz Dashing last time out in the Grade 3 Manila. And Mig Pratt will be back aboard, and a horse can be so tactical, can put himself wherever he wants.
He's so tactical, although I thought he was hustled maybe a bit more than he really wanted to suit the course conditions and the race shape. And he's just best. He also gives me the impression, Megan, that he's a horse that kind of knows his job, does what he needs to do, and maybe he was waiting on horses just a touch late.
You're exactly right. He always just gets right there. And you might think that it's not impressive, but it is. And like I had mentioned, he's going to get a better setup. He's got a lot of pace to deal with in this race as well.
What a list of stars who have won this race for Chad Brown. Bricks and Mortar became a horse of the year. Carl Spackler had a breakthrough win for him the next year, winning his first ever 4-star Dave for Chad Brown. Here's a look at our field to kick off the card. 35 maiden claiming, 6 furlong sprint, 1 more Freud, Tom Amos.
Taking all the money, that's usually a tell that a horse has been training well. The mare has produced one other horse to run, and that horse won on debut on 4.5 furlongs.
Amelia Green with a win, finally, to break through her first ever this week at Saratoga. Has Moneybags Milton.
You're right here again. There, Amelia Green with very special win yesterday. Attracts IRAD here as well.
With experience, start number 3. What are we doing?
Decidedly lopsided. The horses, 2-year-olds with experience winning up here, so you can't discount that. Horse ran well at Delaware last time.
Caitlin Clark fan?
Oh, for sure. Some things to like on paper here with the number 5 and a run-happy colt out of a black-type dam who won sprinting.
See if they play rough with her out of the gate. Joe G, 23, second-time starter from the outside, drops in class.
Debut at Aqueduct was an okay effort. Got tired as horses do on debut, but looking to bounce back here at a healthy price up there at 6 to 1.
Approaching $400,000 in the pick 5 as we get set to kick off this Hall of Fame Friday afternoon card. From this historic race course, there's Manny Franco, and this one with those 2 races under the belt, and is going to get a fast track make for the first time.
Fast track for the first time, 2 races under her belt. And that's one thing here. She's a filly taking on colts, so she does get a little bit of a break in weights, 3 pounds. I don't put much stock fillies against colts, particularly when they're this young. A lot of times the fillies are more precocious than the boys at this age, much like human beings.
Some quick works from this debuter on the rail for our colleague Tom Amos. That is a 6-5 favorite. With more on this group, let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale.
It is an absolutely gorgeous day, and while we have fantastic racing throughout the weekend here, the nice weather, it always brings the crowds, as I was kind of late getting here today. I had to fight through some traffic, but I love that. It's the only time I like traffic. As we'll take a look here at some of the unraced horses, beginning with your 6-5 favorite, One More Freud. It seems wrong that he's a Kentucky bred because most horses with Freud in their name are New York breds, but he does come in here from Kentucky, in which I watched his last work here at Saratoga. Blinkers were on. He was outside of an experienced mate, Time to Strike, who was 4th in an open maiden special weight. He did have to be encouraged. He finished about 3/4 of a length back. Then he really fell back on the gallop out, but that could be apples and to oranges, as this is a pretty easy field. And I will say that watching his bullet work at Churchill before shipping up here, he was going better than an unraced mate. He did get really washy in that workout. That's not the case today, and I noticed that Tom Amos had earplugs in him, and they're the earplugs which are basically little pom-poms that are put in the horse's ear but are attached with a string in between, so the jockey can reach up and easily pull them out. And Tom said that once he got out on track that Jose Ortiz was going to take them out. He's been so professional, and there's a lot of size to him. He's a nice mover overall. He's been preparing with those blinkers on, so that doesn't necessarily bother me. I do think that he is one that is going to be formidable in this spot. As we'll move on to another first-time starter, number 2, Moneybags Milton, son of Central Banker. He is a New York bred. In his last breeze, which was a pedestrian 49-3, Amelia was up on him herself, and he was going better than an unraced mate around the outside, and going much better late. But with that in mind and looking at the size and scope of this horse, he gives the impression that this 6 furlongs might just be a starting point for him. He definitely looks as though more ground might be to his preference. So we'll see. He is well prepared mentally and physically, as we are trying to find a shot of him, I promise. But I think I'll take the wait and see approach with him. But another of the fillies, there are 2 fillies in here facing the boys, as Caitlin's 3s. I like what I'm seeing from her. I know she's not taking that much money, but she just looks fast. She has a massive hind end on her, really well-developed hindquarters, which I love to see. And watching her breeze quite a while ago, back on June 15th, she was outside of Waiting on a Sunny Day, who we saw run very well here at first, asking behind a very fast horse whom had experience Waiting on a Sunny Day for John Kimmel, and she held her own. She was a little bit green in that work, but held her own nicely. I wouldn't be surprised if this gal has some speed, and we do see her sticking around late. As far as experience is concerned, and speaking of speed, I think that will come from number 3, What Are We Doing? I like that name, as she was upset by a 9-1 shot at Delaware for 25. Now, granted, this is the first time that she'll set foot on a fast main track, and maybe that will be to her liking here for Brittany Russell. She looks incredibly fit, as one would hope, this being her 3rd start. I think there's distance limitations. Is she going to get better at 6, as she has been unable to see things out going 4.5 and 5? So will be a pace presence, Greg, but I'm not sure if we'll see her late.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Even money on this first-time starter for our colleague Tom Amos. And we say it all the time, especially these 2-year-old races, horses debuting. Pay attention to races like this to the toe board.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an indication of how the horse has been training in the morning. Obviously, One More Freud, the one, has caught people's attention in the morning. You see a couple of nice 5-furlong workouts. I like to see that, Megan. It speaks about overall fitness when they have a series of 5-furlong workouts.
And particularly the 5 furlong sub-minute. At Churchill Downs back there on July the 2nd, especially at this level, debuting for the tag in this way, you're not really going to find those kinds of moves. So that's very enticing and honestly representative of the even money that you see up there on the tote board.
Well, this one here, Caitlin's threes. Rob Falcone Jr., Dylan Davis. Maggie said looks fast. We will see. Right now, 5-1.
She kind of changed my mind there in the paddock. It was one of those that I didn't quite have a grasp on as far as physical, but when they get out there and we have a top class analyst in Maggie, I really do like the way this horse has been looking, and the works kind of inspired me as well. They're now drifting up to 6-1.
You know, one of the things that Maggie points out in that paddock pointer she does, which I think is just tremendous, what an aid, a tool for people to learn what to look for in horses. She talked about this filly's hind end, and we could see it there. You know, she just really has that engine, that power behind. And horses don't pull themselves, they propel themselves. Usually that does correlate to a horse having natural speed.
Even money favorite in the gates for trainer Tom Amos. Jose Ortiz in the irons from the rails. We get set to kick off this Hall of Fame Friday card from Saratoga Racecourse. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you, Greg. One of the two fillies is What Are We Doing going in. And then Caitlin's threes, daughter of Run Happy, one of the two fillies taking on the three colts. Last one to load, Joe G, 23. They're in the gate. And they're off. What Are We Doing? Blasts out, opens up. One more Freud, hard-ridden second, asks for a little bit more speed in the early going. As Caitlin's threes takes that second spot, Joe G, 23, fourth, already 6 off the pace, and Moneybags Milton at the back. So Manny Franco and What Are We Doing? The controlling speed into the far turn, and the opening quarter mile went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. What Are We Doing? Leads it by 2. Caitlin's threes second, one more Freud along the rail third. It is a distance to Joe G, 23, and Moneybags Milton. What Are We Doing? Comes to the quarter pole with a 3-length lead. One more Freud, the heavy favorite, tries to close the gap at the top of the stretch and is doing so. They come to the 8th pole, and here's one more Freud with a smart move to the front. Good night. It was fun knowing you. One more Freud is going to win by many, many lengths. Jose Ortiz, and one more Freud by double digits. What Are We Doing second? Caitlin's threes finish third.
One more Freud rolls to victory in the debut, and you're supposed to win like that when you're that price.
No doubt. I mean, the 3-horse, What Are We Doing? She left the gate like it was a false start, was cruising along on the lead. One more Freud, I think, was running a little bit, Megan, with the emergency brake on from the kickback. Once he got in the clear, he really found his stride, dropped his head, and kicked off. One is much the best. Much
the best here. And one of those, as you mentioned, kind of in the early stages, we got amused on set that he worked a bit green as well. And now is a horse that it wins like he's supposed to, but Tom Amos debuted for the tag and worked for him.
Thinking Tom might be hoping this one did not get claimed, I'm not sure that's going to be the case.
When a horse wins like this for maiden 35, I'm sure you're holding your breath until you see it, but claim tag is snapped on the bridle because this horse won like 35,000 would be a bargain.
And I told Meg earlier, I don't think Tom Amos has debuted a 2-year-old in a maiden claiming race, at least in the past 5 years, so this is new for him.
There is Tom. This one impressive. First time out. Jose Ortiz, his 24th winner of the meet. Alone in second and trying to close that gap with his brother.
Yeah, he's not going to go quietly into that good night. And this is something riders do nowadays that wasn't prevalent when I was riding. They look to infield matrix board to kind of see where the rest of the field's at. They use it as almost like a rear view mirror. I wouldn't even have the presence of mind to look in the infield when I was riding.
Well, you did a full turn, didn't you?
Well, until I broke my neck a few times, and I couldn't turn. But
there is Tom Amos. Good for him. Jose Ortiz, Highlander Training Center, and a son of Tonalist, who is so good here in New York. 2-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winner.
Yeah.
Belmont Stakes win.
You know, tonalist, people think about him, the Belmont Stakes comes to mind, a mile and a half, but he also had some big wins going a mile, the Cigar Mile. You know, it's a horse that's good enough to have speed going a mile and stamina enough to stay a mile and a half.
One more Freud, odds on to kick off this card. And a formful beginning to this Hall of Fame Friday afternoon as the son of Tonalist kicks off the pick 5 at odds on. Again, 1, 3, 5 to finish in the opener. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Early pick 4 when we return. Prices from the opener. It's all one more Freud dominance in this opener on the card.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on a gorgeous Friday from Saratoga Springs. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. One more Freud dominant in the debut to kick off the action. For trainer Tom Amos, Jose Ortiz, 24th winner of the meet. Let's go to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined by Jeff Hooper of Highlander Training Center, who owns this and bred this horse, I should say. A homebred, it kind of gives you options when you're entering a horse. Obviously, he got claimed, but still, you walk away with a win here at the spa.
Absolutely. We're very happy with the performance of the horse. Tom Amos did a great job with him, and being a homebred for Larry Hirsch and Highlander Training Center, that's always a thrill when you can see him grow up and see him through the breaking and early training process and then see him perform like this at Saratoga. It's really special.
You guys have quite an operation, though. I mean, you have your homebreds, you prep horses, you rehab horses. Talk a little bit about Highlander Training Center.
We're based in Sulphur Springs, Texas, and we are a full-service facility for breaking and training. We have a fitness and therapy center for rehab of horses, and also take consignments to all the major sales as well. We have 11 here at the New York bred sale in Saratoga this year, as well as at Keeneland September and the Texas sale. So we try to do a little bit of everything and do it all well.
That you do. Talk a little bit about, as the New York bred sale, we obviously have the open, the big sale this Monday and Tuesday, but next weekend it's the New York bred sale. Any horses that you like?
Well, we're bringing 11 to the sale, and we're proud of all of them. Some by some freshman sires that we think have a lot of promise, and out of some good female families. And obviously, when they can come here and run at Saratoga for these kind of purses, we think they carry a lot of value.
You know, it always pays to have a New York bred. Well, Jeff, congratulations here, and enjoy Saratoga.
Thanks, Maggie. Thanks very much.
All right, Jeff Hooper of Highlander Training Center, and they really do, Greg. They do it all. And like you said, they do it well.
Certainly did things well with this one. Unfortunately for them, this one moving on to a new barn. One and done, winning in the debut, 111 flat. First time out with Jose Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, he just dominated this field. The 3-horse, What Are We Doing, popped out of the gate. He found himself in a good stalking position. Thought he was resenting the kickback a little, but when he got in the clear, it was all over.
It was those full cup not cheaters. Those were full blinkers, obviously. Really carried him there and managed to finish well.
Look at Wayne's winners. D. Wayne Lucas was such an incredible ambassador to this sport and always used to bring young ones into the winner's circle and create new fans for life. We've carried on that tradition here in Wayne's passing. Hello, everyone. Hello as well to Michelle Yu, who joins us. You were just getting around in at Augusta, I heard.
Oh, Augusta was a very interesting place. I've never been there before. I don't think I really want to go back. But at least I did make it here on time. Not for the first guys, but for the next couple at least.
Rerouted on our flight. We appreciate all you did to get here in time. Obviously an incredible weekend. Smarty Jones, we'll talk about later, inducted into the Hall of Fame. And that race today, the Hall of Fame, Zulu Kingdom, your thoughts on how good he is?
I just think he's spectacular, right? He's shown he is the best in his class right now. I mean, we obviously had to see him bypass a race or two here and there, but overall, he's been ultra consistent, and I think it's a really good race shaping up for him.
Get to that later on. The next crew will have that one for you, but we're going to move on to the early pick 4, race 2. Mile and 3/16 on the lawn, allowance optional claiming field, and Mig Wolfie's Dynaghost. He was good last start, leading every step of the way in a stake at Laurel.
He was very good. He came back with a sensational workout on the turf here on July 25th. There is a fly in the ointment, though, and Megan and I were talking about it. Does the 1-horse prevent Wolfie's Dynaghost from getting the lead? Because it does look like Wolfie's Dynaghost does his best work when he's able to control things on the front end.
Exactly. He's one of those horses that have always assumed control on the lead, and I do think, especially with Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard, that he's not going to let him walk the dog on the front end.
Gotta try and go, you would think, from that inside post as well. We'll talk more about it coming up in a moment. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Former champions meeting for the 5th time in their careers. What a field lined up for the Whitney. 2-year-old champion Fierceness, last year's Travers winner. Breeders' Cup Classic winner and 3-year-old champion Sierra Leone go at it again. We'll meet the field when we come back.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic. Jackie's Warrior so back.
Win in your end, federal judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet. Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These two juveniles going at it. Logan's at 14th.
Journalism has won the Break the Stakes.
The Saratoga Sale, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales. Ranked number 1 by percentage of Grade 1 winners, with an honor roll of graduates that includes the past 3 Preakness Stakes winners. National Treasure.
Oh, what a Preakness!
Seize the Gray.
Wade Lucas has done it!
And Journalism.
Oh my goodness!
The 104th Saratoga Sale, August 4th and 5th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Back with you on Hall of Fame Friday from Saratoga. Race 2, about 19 minutes away, where Wolfie's Dynaghost 8-5 favorite. We'll talk more about that field momentarily. Our ABR race of the week actually had quite a few choices, but what else could it be? It is Whitney Week. That is one of the great weeks here at this historic race course, and what a battle we have coming up. One of the most highly anticipated Whitneys probably ever in a race with so much history. Let's meet the field that will line up Saturday at 5:41 Eastern when the gates break. The rematch of a couple former champions. White Barrio had a major case to be a champion after a Whitney and Classic double to end his year a couple of years ago. Here's Skippy. Well, Mindframe not going to go in this race unless something absolutely crazy happens with Fierceness.
Yeah, Mindframe was entered almost as a safety net in case something happened to Fierceness. He couldn't run. Mindframe will probably wait till the Jockey Cup Gold Cup. Very talented horse.
Skippy Longstocking, 1 of 2 in here for Saffy Joseph Jr.
He's that grade 3, grade 2 dweller, in my opinion, that really hasn't been able to break through in grade 1 company, but ultra talented, and his trainer has put him in the right spots to win.
Highland Falls, he tried the Classic last year. It was no match for the top 2. He'll have to meet again.
Yeah, but he is a perfect 1-for-1 here at Saratoga. He took the Grade 1 Jockey Cup Gold Cup back in September of 2024. He's been lightly raced as of late, but he came back to the races in a big way. He's got the pedigree to be a champ.
The speed of the field. This is a big ask for Mama's Gold.
Yeah, I don't like Mama's Gold as a win candidate, but he certainly kind of holds the key to the race because he has a lot of speed and he has one way to go. He's bred by Buck Butler, last year's leading New York Thoroughbred breeder.
Here is the Classic winner from last year. Heartbreaking defeat in the Kentucky Derby. He has not won this year.
I've been on his bandwagon, though, throughout his entire career. He's got immense ability, and he is obviously a very highly publicized closer that gets plenty of pace here.
Steve Asmussen showing up with Joel Rosario Disarm.
You know, Disarm was actually entered today as a main track only entrant. Obviously doesn't get in here, and they have him in an allowance race and in a grade 1. So I don't know how to read that. He's not the most consistent performer.
Former Whitney winner, and that was probably the best race of his life back in 2023. He backed that up with a Classic victory.
And he's going to need to replicate that victory in the Whitney from a few years ago. I will say this, White Barrio is training extremely well. He's been eye-catching in the mornings.
Recent purchase in here as a rabbit for Sierra Leone, contrary thinking.
You said it. He's a rabbit. He's largely outmatched in this field. He's got some nice efforts, but like he is going to be the rabbit for his stablemate on behalf of Chad Brown and Peter Brandt.
Fierceness, here he is, coming off that runner-up in the Met Mile.
He's got a fantastic pattern of 3 starts off a layoff, which is one of my favorite angles. I still thought his Met Mile race was a fine effort in the slop. He gets back to a longer distance here at Saratoga, which I think he should enjoy.
And runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, such a fun horse. He's so consistent post-time, and he did prove he could win at 1 1/8, although it wasn't against this kind of company.
No, this is a much taller order, but I like my people the way I like my horses, honest and hardworking, post-time.
I thought you were going to say very naughty. This
Well,
horse is so naughty.
He's very naughty. He knows how to have a good time, but he knows when it's business, it's time to get serious, and he does.
Not an easy one to ride, but his pilot knows him well. Let's go back to the Breeders' Cup Classic last year, and in defeat, this was maybe the best race Fierceness has had in his career. Why was it so good?
Well, because they went a sub 45 half a mile, going a mile and a quarter, and he was right up on top of that pace. I thought this might have been his finest effort in defeat. Sometimes horses' reputations build when they lose because of the effort they gave. I think he was the best horse in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Hard to imagine, Megan, Sierra Leone's going to get that kind of setup on Saturday. If he does not, can he still win?
He's an interesting horse. I know a lot of people are either on him or they don't like him at all. And he's one of those horses that he's kind of been a little bit more aggressive. Flavian's kind of been trying to manage him along a little bit more, making a little bit more earlier moves through the back stretches of his races to kind of put him in contention a bit more. I think he has plenty of pace to work with. He's obviously going to have a setup that he enjoys, and he looks a bit obvious on paper, but I really like him here, and I think it's going to be tough to get around him in this race if it sets up his way.
And Michelle, with the fact this barn brings in a rabbit to help speed up that pace a little bit, could that do the trick for him?
it could do the trick for him because they're going to set up as fast as they want to go, which might be as fast as they went in the Breeders' Cup Classic, which set it up for him to be able to close. But also, you have to take into consideration, like when Fierceness did all those fractions, he didn't go backwards. Sierra Leone did catch him, but he's a fitter horse now. He's an older horse now, and if he lays off the lead and he's not on the lead, he might have something left to kick with too. So I don't think it's a walk in the park just because you have a rabbit. We saw that this week over in the UK with Querat beating all of his stablemate as the rabbit, right?
Yeah, went gate to wire. I think the post helps Fierceness a great deal. Just what Michelle's alluding to. Even if they go inside of him, he's shown the ability to lay second or third in the clear. I think being clear is the key to him. I don't think he wants to be inside of horses. He gets the perfect setup, I believe.
Always been so much more comfortable, too, being on the outside, and that's what he's going to get in race 11 on Saturday afternoon. What a showdown we have to come in the Whitney. We can't wait for it. Fox Saratoga Saturday. We're going to bring it all to you tomorrow with not just the Whitney. What an incredible lineup ahead. It all starts at 3 Eastern on Big Fox. Of course, the Whitney, the main event, the test for 3-year-old fillies every single year. One of the great races we have. And it is a loaded group this year. And the 4-star Dave as well. Incredible. Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer the following weekend. Alabama, that's shaping up to be incredible. Nitrogen for Marcassi and Lacara, for that matter. Be lined up there. And, of course, the DraftKings Travers to close it all out August 23rd. Pick 4 coming up next, race 2. And there is Signator, but there's no question this race goes through the 1 to the inside of the 5 here. Wolfie's Dyna Ghost. Let's go to Maggie for more.
I know, Greg, it's a compact field, but it's a really intriguing one, as we'll start with the favorite. That is number 4, Wolfie's Dyna Ghost. And I remember when this horse debuted back at Aqueduct in a 7-furlong dirt race for former trainer Tom Albatrani, and he's always been an extremely good-looking sort. But I think that Mig and Meg, and I mean, we have Mag on the show. We're really hitting the trifecta there. But what they brought up is pertinent to the situation of pace here in this race, because Prevent on the inside could mess with Wolfie's Dyna Ghost, because I think Wolfie might be a bit faster, but he's definitely a need the lead type. But you could not ask a horse to look any better than what he does here. He is dappled head to toe. He has the right mind frame too. You know, a horse that is projected to be the speed in a race. You want them to be forward, but you don't want them to be expending too much energy, and he is doing just that as he'll look to travel this 1 3/16, a little bit further maybe than his best, but honestly, he looks as though he should be able to handle it, just depending on how much pressure he does receive. Moving on to the outside with number 5, Signator. You know, he is 2 for 4 in his turf races, and honestly, he looks incredibly turf meant. I mean, this guy has a turf hoof. He has that kind of angular hind end, not much of a hind quarter to him. So going long on the turf seems to be ideal. But in his last 2, he has caught fairly boggy courses. There at Monmouth, in both of those races, it received a lot of rain. And I know on June 14th, in fact, I was there, it rained all day long. So he finally gets back to a pretty firm course. I know we had a lot of rain yesterday, but judging by here in the paddock, and it's labeled as firm, and considering we haven't had that much rain over the summer, I think it is more of a true firm course. And I think if things develop on the front end, as they may, though we never see fast paces around here, it could set things up favorably for Signator, whom I was impressed with his first 2 efforts on the turf. We'll see if he can get a setup today, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Even last time out, very wide trip against a good one in redistricting, and obviously a huge jockey switch with Flavian Pratt, reigning Eclipse Award winning rider, hopping aboard. But that is the one everybody's got to beat, likely the one to catch as well. We'll see if the horse from the inside chooses to pressure him up front. We'll be back with a second next.
Eclipse champion Blame
standing at Cleburne Farm.
Whitney weekend and a battle of the ages coming up on Saturday. Last year, Arthur's ride, so impressive for Bill Mott in that race. He came back just the other week. A little disappointing, but excited to see him return, see if he can get back to some of his better races when he returns. Here's our post break for race 2, Prevent. Can this horse pressure Wolfie's Dynaghost?
Well, the inside kind of simplifies things. Irad Ortiz needs to protect the inside position, and this horse runs his best when he's on the lead.
Incredible start to this meet for trainer Joe Sharp. He sends out Money Supply.
Lone entrant in for the tag, of course, for that red hot barn, and will be a late pace factor if things develop up front.
Golden Eye coming in sharp form for Ken McPeak.
Going to be stretching out in distance here off an allowance victory last time out. Third start off a layoff for this horse who has found a spot over on the East Coast.
We'll see him last. Sorry, that was my mistake. Wolfie's Dynaghost. Here's the speed of the field.
You mentioned it, speed of the field, and seems to be the class of it as well. But as we mentioned, that big X factor is going to be the pressure he faces potentially up front.
There's Golden Eye with Jose Ortiz.
Oh, well, we already talked about him, but he came out last from the rest of the field over here. He looks very relaxed. Not sure why they did that, but it's working.
So 6-5 on Wolfie's Dynaghost in here. Third back off over a year away. He's been very good. Mig, he's very good when he gets to do his thing on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, he has won from just off a horse, but I agree. I think he's better when he gets to make the running. His strong suit is his stamina, as his pedigree would suggest. He's brother to Sadler's Joy, earner of over $2.6 million, and loved the marathon distances. It just depends, I think, on how much it affects him if the inside horse goes Prevent and keeps things a little bit heated on the front end.
And he's a 7-year-old, and he's one of those horses where as they get older, he's just last time out ran that 99 Beyer speed figure, and that's near his Beyer top. So for him to come back off of some time away, I thought was extremely interesting and always something that you want to see, as mentioned, with those horses as they get older.
He's reunited here with Johnny Velasquez, who hasn't ridden him since 2023, but he did steer him to a victory way back in the day. Maybe having someone different on him that kind of knows who he used to be can help him out in this scenario where there's that speed inside.
Download free Equibase past performances. Get the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys, and play along. NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs. 5 minutes away from race 2 coming up, and now that price starting to come down on Wolfie's Dynaghost. Let's go back to Goldeneye for McPeak and Jose Ortiz looking for this early double, maybe.
Yeah, he's in good form. He comes off a big effort, and he's tactical. He's a horse that can put himself in a good stalking or that pocket position that's so coveted in turf racing where you're saving ground, you're covered up, and he'd love to see a little bit of pace go on here, and he'd be the one to get first run.
Here's my problem with Goldeneye. He doesn't have any turn of foot at all. He is if you look up the word grinder in the dictionary, you're going to see a video of Goldeneye. And, you know, we saw a lot of them in California. They went relatively quick in a lot of his races, and he's just kind of puts in this mild effort, this mild bit. I think that's why Colonial worked out so well for him, just because it's a little bit more of a scopy turf course, and he was able to utilize all of that stretch run there to be able to get by. I don't know what he's going to do here because they're going to go quick, but I don't necessarily think they're going to stop in front of him, allowing them to reel him in. And if he's not close enough, he's not going to have enough turn of foot to get the win.
Let's go to Maggie.
You know, the distance and the configuration as to which they run this mile and 3/16 I think is worth bringing up, considering we have two likely pace horses in here, because it starts on the outer turf course on the Mellon at the very top of the stretch. So they have an extremely long straight, and what that can do is allow a pace to speed up. Also, it does allow any outside horses, granted this is only a 5-horse field, so you're not worried about being caught wide, but I think it's more of a, you know, significant thing when you're looking at pace, because they're not going to hit that turn for a while, so it can allow them to go quite quickly for the first quarter of a mile, and so with that set it up for a closer. That's what I'm hoping for a little bit here. While I love the way that Wolfie's Dynaghost looks, I just thought Signator on form, and too, I think he looks better than he normally does, is primed to take advantage of what may play out here in a fairer turf course, a firmer turf course is what he has shown to prefer as well. But taking a look at number 3, Goldeneye, I know he came out last. That was nothing to do with him. It was just the tack coming out late, them having to put the blinkers on him. So they just got a little late, and they had to tack on at the back of the field. He's really calm, cool, collected. He's like a laid-back California dude is what he comes from. I do agree with Michelle. He is a grinding type. That's the way that he's put together. He's just kind of long and lanky. Will that be effective here? We'll find out. There's others that I thought looked better than he. So I was interested in him, Greg, on form. And then once I saw him, I was kind of moved to some others.
Well, we'll see if the dude abides and can put in a big performance here. 7-2. 4-5, back to the morning line, Wolfie's Dynaghost. And really, I mean, the key to this race early is if Prevent can put pressure and decides to go with this 4 up front.
It's not really put pressure, right, because he's on the inside. So Wolfie's going to have to put pressure on him. He's just going to keep the pace more honest and not allow Wolfie to loaf around is more what I feel like the case is going to be.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to frame it. As we were talking, though, guys, it kind of came very crystal clear to me. You've got Wolfie's Dynaghost, who might be at his best form of his career at 7. You got Johnny Velasquez, who is now the elder statesman in the jockey room, might be in as good a form in his career as he's ever been. So I'm going to go with the 2 senior citizens, if you will.
Incredible form for this horse who had a long time away, this 7-year-old. Third back off the bench. What about that? Huge effort last time out, that 99 buyer in that performance. Is that something that could take something out of you now?
We always worry about that, the big effort. Do horses regress off it? I've watched this horse train here. His last work on the turf, I was trackside. The way he trains, I don't think it took anything out of him. It might even made him go forward.
Huge work, according to the DRF Clocker report. So it would seem, at least in the morning, things going pretty good coming out of that performance for the favorite.
Also, if you look at him, he's not a horse that regresses when he comes off the layoff. He usually improves, if not stays the same. So I wouldn't be too concerned with the bounce scenario. The horse I'm concerned with, though, Wolfie, is the 5. We've been watching Signator since he was in the paddock. I don't think he has shut his mouth since he got his tongue tie on. So the tongue tie is what we use, and it's just a soft nylon that we wrap around the tongue, and then we tie it under the mandible. So it's to keep a couple of things. Keep the tongue down in place so you can't put it over the bit so the horse can't swallow it or obstruct their airway, and they want to keep that breathing clear. Since they have put his on, see, you can see him right here, actually, if we switch screens. Okay, you can see him with his mouth wide open. That's obviously not good because the horse is being perturbed by it, whether it means it's too tight or it's too low and it's just in the way. I don't know if he always does this or not, but I don't love it.
Let's go to Maggie.
Well, this is, I talk about trainers and their uniforms for horses. This is a typical uniform for Shug McGahee. They don't wear any noseband, they don't wear a figure eight, they don't wear anything other than a tongue tie and generally a loose ring snaffle. So this is typical equipment. I know he's messing with his mouth, but once adrenaline kicks in, he generally stops.
Odds on this one right here. Wolfie's Dynaghost coming off a dominant effort at 1 1/8 on the lawn. See if he can wire this group again. John Velasquez aboard. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Here's Signator and Flavien Prat. They're in the gate. And they're off. Golden Eyes stumbled pretty badly at the start and is last. Prevent is first out of the gate and opens up 1.5 lengths. Wolfie's Dynaghost comes away in second. Then it's Money Supply racing on the inside of Signator. Those two stride for stride. And Golden Eye is 7 lengths off the pace being set by Prevent. So it will be Prevent into the clubhouse turn with Wolfie's Dynaghost in second. Money Supply hugs the hedge in third. The gray is Signator, 4 lengths off the lead and 4 clear of Golden Eye. The quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. Arad Ortiz Jr. and Prevent controlling speed by 2. Wolfie's Dynaghost races in the second spot. 1.5 lengths in front of Money Supply, who's right next to Signator in fourth. 4 lengths off the lead and another 3 back to Golden Eye. The half in 48-1 for the long shot Prevent, who is chased intently by Wolfie's Dynaghost with a half mile to travel. 1.5 lengths still to Money Supply, who's in third. Signator still 4 lengths off the lead, getting a little bit of motivation now. And another 1.5 lengths back to the horse who has trailed throughout, Golden Eye. 6 furlongs, 1:12 2. Wolfie's Dynaghost has Prevent and puts his head in front, wants to go further, but he leads by just a neck as Signator tries to get into it on the outside. Wolfie's Dynaghost turns for home. On the outside, Signator running a good race into second with 1 furlong to go. Hall of Famer John Velasquez sets Wolfie's Dynaghost down for the drive. And here's Golden Eye. Golden Eye's coming with a dangerous bid. He's coming fast from last to first. Jose Ortiz was patient after the rough start, sitting on much the best. Golden Eye. Wolfie's Dynaghost second. Signator finished third. A sweep of the early double for Jose Ortiz.
Early double indeed to Jose Ortiz, and Golden Eye now back-to-back wins. He has come back very good as a 6-year-old.
He has come back very good. He had a compromised beginning. He stumbled pretty significantly at the break, and this is why Jose Ortiz is riding so well. Once he had that stumble, he said, okay, this is the hand I'm dealt. Just going to put my hands down, let my horse get in a good rhythm, come with the last run. And guys, I think this really kind of underscores that Wolfie's Dynaghost is best when he's on the lead, because he had a perfect trip, made the lead, and didn't finish the deal. I just think he wants to control.
This is the best turn of foot I've ever seen from Golden Eye. He must have heard me talking about him in the paddock, and he was like, oh, you think I'm a grinder?
This.
Watch this.
No, but and also Signature, we mentioned as well, he was kind of having those, not issues in the paddock, but those little notes that we described of his tongue tie and didn't seem comfortable. He didn't look comfortable on the early beginnings of this race. I thought he ran on well.
3-4-5-2 finish. Big upset here as a 3-5 favorite defeated. Golden Eye goes off at 9-2. There is Ken McPeak. He has some big things to come later this month. Reigning Horse of the Year, we're expecting to see line up in the personal ensign. Torpedo Anna making a return trip to Saratoga.
Yes, she's been here now for quite a while. Her and both Mystic Dan as well. Yeah.
Well, Golden Eye, we're going to go back to, in a moment, the beginning of the race, I believe. Golden Eye with a win here, 9-2. And yeah, as you said, with Wolfie's Dynagos, just not as comfortable when he's not in front.
I mean, he got great position. We'll watch the start, though. Keep your eye on the 3-horse, and he just kind of loses his footing, bellies down at the break. And he's starting to act up is why his feet weren't planted properly, and then you see how he kind of knuckled over. If that was on the dirt, that would have been a much more significant stumble. The turf enabled him to kind of catch his feet right away. But Jose goes, okay, wasn't exactly how I wanted it, but I'll put my hands down, just give him an opportunity, play the hand I'm dealt. He was good. He was best. But again, Wolfie's Dynagos had a perfect trip, set up shop second in the clear. And I just think he's better when he dominates.
I think, yeah, he had an unhindered trip, but maybe it wasn't perfect for him because he does like to be out there and free running. And I appreciate what Johnny did. He tried to keep him off of that one, knowing that that horse was going to send. But you got a little bit of race riding there because when the one rider, who was Irad? When Irad noticed it, he was floating out like, oh, come on, Johnny, come on. I'm going to be right here in your way a little bit.
Goldeneye picks up the 5th win of his career on the lawn. And this man having a resurgent Saratoga early double, 25 wins now, 4 back of his brother, Arad, who's leading the way after an incredibly hot start, but he is not far behind. Goldeneye takes race 2 in a big upset, beating an odds-on favorite. Prices when we come back. Stay with us. We'll move on to the 3rd when we return here on Hall of Fame Friday from Saratoga.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
This is my oak lawn.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Goldeneye with the win and upset score. Jose Ortiz, the early double. Ken McPeak, the winning trainer. We were going to sing We Will Spare the Viewers as we go to Maggie.
Here with Kenny McPeak and his daughter Jenna, who I was just learning about. I know you said you didn't want to talk, but come on. You're here anyway, but getting your PhD in equine research.
Yes, veterinary science.
Epic. That's nice to have in the family.
The brains of the outfit came from the mayor.
No doubt, usually does. Talk a little bit about Goldeneye, Kenny. I thought he overcame a lot to get this win.
You know, we've been fortunate that the conditions have really suited him the last 2 races. Now we're going to really ask him what he's made of in the next few, but, you know, just really proud of him. I mean, he came to us. We didn't know a lot about him. We seem to have figured him out pretty quickly here, and just a horse that I think, you know, there's more limit to him there. I think we can go on up from here.
You always tend to dream big. And what I like too about him today is the stumble, he overcame that, but he also showed a turn of foot where he just ran by the entire field.
That didn't surprise me. I'm glad Jose didn't panic, and that it wouldn't be his style to panic anyway. And he was very patient. Now, honestly, didn't give him a lot of instructions. You never do with guys that ride at his level. And glad to get back in the winner's circle with him. He won in Alabama for me a few years ago with Eskimo Kisses, and fine young man.
Eskimo Kisses. I was looking her up today. That was a really fun win.
We went to see her in Japan last week, or a couple weeks ago. Yeah, she's over there with the Yoshidas. She's with Shadai, and she looks fantastic. Look like you could tack her up tomorrow.
That's amazing. Is there a sale that you haven't been to yet in the world?
Well, that was a bucket list of mine. I said I want to go to the Japanese sale. I didn't go over there with any intentions of buying because their markets are so strong, but it's really a fantastic experience. The timing of it was unusual because I was able to work the Phasig sale, which is my bread and butter, then go to Japan, and then Annie got to see Swiss Skydiver, which was the most important part.
Excellent. Well, I'm sure it was nice catching up with some old friends over there.
The young daughter.
Yeah, the young daughter. It's lovely to see you, Jenna. The elder, the brains of the family.
I'm going back to the Phasig sale.
There's your advertisement, Phasig. Greg.
And I mentioned we were going to do some singing. We passed happy birthday, Ken McPeak. Birthday tomorrow. And a nice early birthday present here with Goldeneye.
Yeah, Kenny, not only a terrific horse trainer, but a great scout of young talent, has done really well at the sales over the years, buying horses for not the most amount of money, and a lot of really good ones in there.
Not only that, but the South American horses he picks up. Kenny's got a great eye for a horse.
Yes.
Curlin was pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yep.
Two-time horse of the year. Swiss Skydiver, I believe, sold for over $4 million.
Yeah, and what was her purchase price? $40,000?
I think it was $35,000.
35,
yeah, 35.
Race 3 out of the Wilson chute. Starter allowance, Phillies mares, 3 and up. Bobby and Pratt, Yokai Cantor Machi Barn, gone and forgotten right now. Opens as the favorite, Megan.
And deservedly so. I mean, coming off of 2 wins and right back at a level where she absolutely belongs and is going to be able to hopefully negotiate position coming out of the Wilson chute from the inside is going to be key for this horse as well. But this is kind of one of those races on paper where I was a little bit worried about pace and potentially a speed duel up front, but the bettors are exactly right as far as this horse is concerned.
More on this race when we come back. It is Whitney week, a time to remember the massive contributions of the Whitney family. And that lady right there, the queen of Saratoga, Mary Lou Whitney. When we come back, stay with us.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Saratoga sale's a phenomenal sale. Boyd and his whole team just do a tremendous job of getting athletes. They work hard at getting physical. We have a lot of offerings there that appeal to us. We're fortunate enough to buy Tapan Street there in 2023.
Hip 208 is next. This is a Bay Colt by Into Mischief.
$1,050,000 and $1 million, thank you.
$1 million yearling, Into Mischief, sent him to Brad Cox. Won the Florida Derby, made himself a home in the WinStar Stallion barn. Obviously his form has held up well with Sovereignty winning the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont. We're super excited about the prospects of Tapan Street, not only in 2026, but also as a stallion down the road.
Mary Lou did wonderful things when no one was looking. Once Mary Lou set her mind to doing something, there was no stopping her.
She was a beacon of light in the community, not only in Saratoga, but I'm telling you, her power of being a champion and supporting those always in need, it speaks out around the world.
I mean, really and truly, we owe Saratoga, as we know it today, to Mary Lou Whitney. The hospital, the dance museum, SPAC. Think of all the things that she has meant to this area. There was no reason why she had to do that, except that that was who she was, that was her nature.
Our backstretch workers, they are the sports unsung heroes. These wonderful people work long hours in dangerous situations while often living in poor conditions. All of us should try more to improve their lives and advance their dignity.
She means a lot to the backstretch. From her smile, from her genuine giving back. They will miss her coming into the backstretch appreciation dinners when she had to do bingo and she would just show up from the tent and everything that she sponsored through the backstretch programs.
It's been 26 years. It's just one furlong away. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes.
I'm sorry that Smarty Jones couldn't win. We kept saying to Prado be second.
In victory, and a lot of times you get defeated, but she was so great in victory, and she felt sorry. And she really did, which is amazing. It shows you the spirit she had. She fought. I mean, that's a good example for everybody. Don't give up. She just kept at it, you know, and she never wavered. So, great inspiration for all, especially me.
The way she told everyone, these are our horses. It's our responsibility to take care of them, not just when they're racing, but afterward. I have never had a friend like Mary Lou before in my entire life, and I know I'll never have another friend like her.
It didn't matter whether you were a millionaire or you were a guy walking down the street in sneakers, shorts, and a t-shirt. Everybody was a somebody to Mary Lou.
Knowing these people and riding for them is an honor, a privilege, and something that I will never forget. I was very proud when I rode for her stable. It was to me like I conquered the mountain that I was trying to get up to.
Every once in a while, somebody comes along that makes a difference, and then somebody comes along that makes a huge difference. A tribute to her should last forever.
To all Saratoga, thank you for my wonderful life. May God bless you. And may God shine His love on Saratoga and on this track.
Such a special lady who was so important to this town. I mentioned on the show the other day, too. Pretty interesting that Smarty Jones inducted across the street in the Hall of Fame. It was her Birdstone who ended that Triple Crown bid. You heard her in that piece so apologetic about it, probably smiling from up above saying, I may have stopped your Triple Crown, but you still got your accolades in the end. If not for her, we wouldn't be here at Saratoga.
You know, a lot of people don't realize, because of the success of the Saratoga race meeting now and the town itself, the shape it was in the late 70s. You'd come up here on Union Avenue, there were houses, so these stately, beautiful homes boarded up, abandoned, people not living in them. And she recognized that this town needed to become a year-round destination. So you think about what she did with SPAC, what she did with the Museum of Dance, on and on. You could just continue to list the things that she did for this town and made it a destination town. Saratoga Springs, because of Mary Lou Whitney, is a 12-month-of-the-year town. And obviously the races. There was a point a lot of trainers would go to Monmouth, Delaware, stay at Belmont and ship up when needed. This became a premier race meeting because of Mary Lou Whitney and her efforts. And then
not to mention what she did for the backstretch workers.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Her and John Hendrickson continuing on, having the bingo and the dinner nights and really understanding the hard work, recognizing the hard work of the women and men on the backstretch. They really have been a lifeline for this town and a godsend to the backstretch workers.
Incredible legacy in this sport, the Whitney family, and of course, Mary Lou forevermore will be the queen, the grand dame of Saratoga, and we all appreciate what she contributed to this play. Hard to believe that this was not always what it is today.
Yeah, I mean, this is the destination to be for summer. So the fact that it was derelict and you could have picked up a place and had a vision, I think, is absolutely incredible. There was a horse once named Thank You, Mary Lou. I think it's just very apt that we should always remember that.
Yeah,
we're gonna move on.
Oh wait, before we move on, I have a question.
Yeah.
Meg, I heard a story about you and Mary Lou and a teepee. True?
Story's true. Mary Lou Whitney lived life to the fullest. She knew how to have fun, and her parties were legendary.
We'll leave it at that.
She was always the life of the party. We're going to get into race 3. Still get tickets. Want to remind everyone for Whitney Day. I think we have a promo coming up. There it is. It's tomorrow, if you didn't know. It is going to be packed.
Yes.
On Saturday.
I mean, what a tremendous,
get here early.
Tremendous card. I mean, the racing office did some job. We got full fields, competitive fields.
It's one of the great race cards of the entire year anywhere in the world. Third race, again, out of the Wilson chute. And this starter allowance, Acacia Clement joins us from the paddock. Let's go to Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start down to the inside with the now horse, one of 2 for the Cantor Massey barn here, Gone and Forgotten, who is looking to win 3 in a row. Also one that had been a reclaim for Ilkay Cantor Massey, always something that I pay attention to, especially with very sharp claiming outfits that dip back in for a horse, and they were immediately rewarded. I do love to see that Flavian Pratt stays. Last time out, finishing in time and finishing best, kept grinding in there. This 7-year-old mare in very good form once again. Certainly no problems with her getting back out to the mile. She's won it this distance before. She does have a little bit of length to her frame and just looking like she's doing well off the back of those back-to-back victories. We'll see if she can make it 3 in a row. The number 3, April Antics, I thought was a little bit intriguing, especially with the presence of Altered Shot and Mercy Warren. There could be a bit of pace, and it takes heart as well. April Antics is one that often leaves herself with a lot to do. She drops very far back out of the race, but she always comes running, and I just have a lot of respect for her with that. Not quite enough kick last time out when finishing 3rd behind Gone and Forgotten. That was her first time off the claim for Eddie Barker. She's been very popular in the claim box over the years. You do see that equipment. She wears that hood with the blinkers attached. She has worn a hood with pretty much every barn I have seen her in, and she's been in quite a few. And from the very beginning, I can't ever remember her racing without that equipment. So it does keep her calm, but it's very normal for her. And as an older horse, she has settled a lot. She's never one that carries a lot of conditioning from race to race, but for her standards, she looks like she's doing pretty well right now, which I appreciate. And she will be happy if there is a little bit of movement up front as far as that pace is concerned. Speaking of pace, the number 4, Speak Softly, could be one to contribute to it, as this is a horse that I'm seeing for the first time. Of course, she's coming in from out of town, but an interesting new face as she's one of 2 for Joe Sharp, who of course is 2 away from that milestone of 1,000 victories. As you can see, she's on her toes. She's been bouncing here in the paddock since she first came in, but not over the top, not doing too much, which I appreciate. And she stretched out to the mile last time, getting the win at Lone Star when she had some company on the front end, and it seemed that David Cabrera was kind of floating off the turns and trying to give a little bit of race riding there, but she was game. She should have some company again today. We'll see how her form does stack up. From a physical perspective, Greg, though, she stacks up beautifully. In fact, she is the physical standout here in the paddock.
Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. Mandatory pay pick 5 begins here. Races 3 through 7 coming up. So if you got knocked out in that last race, you can start again coming up with 7 minutes to post, and we'll see if that man can keep things rolling. Jose Ortiz on quite a roll to kick off this Friday card.
Yeah, listen, his brother Irad's riding in fantastic form, but so is he, and he's got a lot of ammunition. That move, riding at the fairgrounds for the winter, Kentucky in the spring, really broadened his base of business. So he has existing relationships in New York, and he's created new relationships. So he's got a lot of ammunition coming up.
Also, I feel like when you go and you change your riding circuit, you really are able to kind of develop your trade a bit more because you'll pick up different things. I mean, the Flavian that we saw in California came over here and learned some things, and when he comes back, he's even more dominating because he's picked up, these different tricks and tips that he can do. So I think that anytime you can broaden your horizons from where you ride, it's really beneficial.
He's been a huge story, obviously, with how great he has been. It used to be, we go back a few summers ago, and it was Arad and Jose battling head-to-head every neck of the way all meet long. And with the exception, the last decade, it's been those two, except for one year when Luis Saez won it. He's been a big surprise. And Ricardo Santana Jr., the other name up there.
That's exactly what I was going to say. He's been riding lights out, but
going to kick off the post parade here with Gone and Forgotten. 5-2 now, has settled for second choice in the betting, but he's first for me, Wolfie. I like this horse, not just because she brings in back-to-back wins, but also the fact that this is a great level for her looking at the condition.
Linda Rice, second off the claim. It takes heart.
Speed, that's her game, and she's going to have to manage it as well with many others in this field looking with the same tactics.
Dylan Davis, April Antics at 9-2.
The gray is looking for, trying to break a trend where she's run third in her last 4 outs. She's been beaten by several of these. I don't know if she has what it takes to best them, but she should pick up a check.
Speak softly.
We'll speak loudly about her a bit, but strong Texas circuit form puts her right in the mix here, but trainer switches for Joe Sharp on the dirt, 5 for 45, 11%, though. He's doing excellent here this meet.
Here's Mercy Warren, Joe Sharp and Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, she's back with her friends. That's going to be the big key for her. They got a little spicy with her placement in her last couple of outs, but this is a level she could be super competitive at.
And pace outside, stretching out, altered shot.
She's not impossible in this race. She's the long shot here, but the thing that I like about her is her ability to sit off of things from the outside.
15-1 from that outside slot. Let's go back to the rail. Gone and Forgotten. Right now the 5-2 favorite, with Pratt in the irons coming in, make up back-to-back victories. Now let's go back to the most recent effort, and it came over this racetrack.
And her versatility makes her really interesting because she can lay up close if they don't go fast. I do think there'll be pace on. She can be a little further back. She gets an inside draw, which means you're going to save ground. We break that Wilson chute right into like a little bit of a dog leg to the left. The thing that you got to avoid is getting jammed inside and getting shuffled back.
A lot's been talked about that. Small fields a lot out of this Wilson chute. Have you seen a lot of issues with that? It seems like it's played pretty fair for the most part.
I think the last race yesterday was a great example of when a horse can get jammed, and it wasn't the rail horse. It was Flavian on the 4-horse yesterday. Her name's escaping me at the moment. I'm sorry, but she wound up second and really got jammed up leaving the gate because the outside horses folded over so quickly.
Take a look at April Antics. Megan 9-2 here for Eddie Barker. And Dylan Davis try and kickstart his meet here.
her game is going to be utilizing her closing ability to take advantage of the pace that she's going to have in front of her. I do believe that she's up there at 5-1. I don't think she's out of the picture here. She's got speed figures that are comparable with the rest of the field, and I think that she's in a position where she could possibly be at the advantage of the race flow.
46 lifetime outs, 4 wins, 13 third-place finishes.
Yeah.
But she still earned over $300,000. I mean, she's ATMing it the hard way.
She's a horse that Meg likes. Determined, hardworking, gets a check and gets the job done.
Shows up, but I like them when they win.
That's true. That's true.
5-2 it takes Hart. Linda Rice. And second off the claim coming up here. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I wanted to reserve judgment on It Takes Heart until I saw her warming up on the track, because sometimes she's not necessarily the most fluid mover in her warm-ups, but lately it seems like she's been doing well. And she's had a rather reserved warm-up today, especially for a horse with so much speed like she does have, staying with the pony, one of few that did not break away in here, but she does seem to be moving well for her standards, which I appreciate. Last time out was not necessarily the quickest out of the gate and did have some company earlier when moving up to the lead. So watch at the break what Jose Lezcano does with her, because while there is other speed in here and she is one of the pace setters, she is not the fastest breaker, that key gate speed that we always talk about, though she quickly can put herself out to the front. The number 5, Mercy Warren, the other one for Joe Sharp, was pretty antsy in the gate last time out and went right to the lead and had pressure from a long shot before fading that day. And I agree with Michelle. I think this is a far more logical spot for her. I do wonder what kind of tactics they will employ, as it does seem that her stablemate has speed as well. Obviously, you don't want the two of them to be hooking up on the front end, but this one, it does seem, is a little bit quicker with some of that sprint speed too. So it will be interesting, though she too was pretty reserved in the warm-up, while Speak Softly went away from the pony and had a big gallop out there. So a little bit tricky to read as far as these warm-ups are concerned for the two from the same barn. Mercy Warren, she's always one that I like. She's really powerful in her hind end, which I appreciate. That helps with getting out of the gate cleanly and putting yourself into the race, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. This to me seemed like really one of the trap races on the card, because everyone has sort of the same ability in this group. No one stands out, do they?
It's very evenly matched. There's no, like you mentioned, standout on paper. I think that you're up there as I picked the favorite here at 9-5, I do think that you could seriously get in trouble if you don't have a strong opinion here. I think a lot of these fillies have, we mentioned it before, buyers that are on par with each other.
I think the key is the condition of this race, right? You have to have started for the claiming price of 12.5 or less since August of 2024, so the last year. Well, you see these horses that have run for that price and been dominant, such as, you know, the one, and then you see some of these horses that have tried to step up and they haven't been successful. So it muddies their form where you think, oh, well, they're not as good, and that's why it looks like no one's really head and shoulders above. If you exclusively look at their 10,000 or 12.5, I feel like you can see how evenly matched they are, but which ones are better.
And I agree that it is extremely evenly matched. I think styles are going to come into play here, and it appears to be a tremendous amount of speed on paper. But as a former jockey, I know how it goes. Sometimes everybody looks at the same thing, go, that's really a lot of speed. Let me break and kind of look around and see how it goes out, and then you don't get the pace on that you anticipate.
Especially from this Wilson shoot. If you're not keen on your position early, it could take you out of the race and make sure that these riders are obviously the best in the world and are going to be able to play this race, but keep a key position early. But it's kind of interesting. Joe Sharp has 2 runners in this race, and we didn't pick one, and he's nearing 1,000 wins. Has had one of the best meets of his life here, so I thought that was kind of interesting there.
Also, he owns the 5, right?
Yes.
So let's keep that in mind as he's setting out 2. He owns the 5 on the class drop here, and I liked her warm-up. She was really in the bridle. I mean, she looked like a horse that was business-minded, ready to go out and do something and get away from there in good order.
Who did you all think was the speed of the speed in here?
That's a good question.
I really thought it was outside. I mean, the 6 has turf sprint speed as well. Turf sprint speed is greater than dirt sprint speed, and it's coming out of a very quick race.
Yeah, I think she is the most speed, but the inside position for the 2, It Takes Heart and Jose Lezcano, there's more urgency, and we know Jose is consistently aggressive. When you're outside, you tend to allow your horse to take you there instead of forcing them there.
I don't know, when you're the longest shot on the board, though, and you have that kind of speed, you just send and clear, right?
I mean,
She could go
they got to
22.
use her best weapon in here, don't you think?
True, but she's kind of come off of things as well. She's versatile and handy, guys. I think that she could make her own trip here.
Frank Miramati with a call, sort of a mandatory pay pick 5. Here's Frank.
Altered shots in, they're in the gate. And they're off. Gone and Forgotten is asked for early speed, and so is Mercy Warren. Those two hook up. Mercy Warren to the front. Altered Shot moves up on the outside, and then it Speaks Softly. Red Colors racing in fourth. 4 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers, It Takes Heart. April Antics is at the back of the field. So they swing on to the Saratoga backstretch. Mercy Warren, Altered Shot are 1-2. The opening quarter went in 24 and 4/5 seconds. Gone and Forgotten comfortably placed along the inside third. Speak Softly is in fourth, and then it's It Takes Heart. April Antics is 6 lengths off the lead as they head toward the half-mile pole. And so it's Mercy Warren, the controlling speed. Altered Shot alongside in second. Gone and Forgotten 2.5 or 3 off the pace. Speak Softly, It Takes Heart splits that pair. The half went in 48 and 3. They're coming to the 3/8 pole. At the back of the field still, April Antics. Mercy Warren has been there every step of the way. Speak Softly starts to inch very boldly into contention. Altered Shot is now back to third. Gone and Forgotten gets a little bit of a nudge. Ask for More with a 1/4 mile to go. Starting to come through now. They're at the top of the stretch. It's Mercy Warren who's been there throughout. Gone and Forgotten now into second. Speak Softly made that brief bid, and It Takes Heart is starting to gather energy in the center of the racetrack, but with a 16th to go, it's Mercy Warren. Mercy Warren never gave them a chance. Mercy Warren just shown the stick by Ortiz Jr. to win by almost 4 lengths. Gone and Forgotten was second. Then it was It Takes Heart and Altered Shot.
Altered Shot.
All right, Ortiz Jr. says not so fast to his brother, who is inching closer, taking the first 2 on the card. 30th win of this meet for the meet's leading rider, and this strong start for Joe Sharp continues, Mig.
Yeah, now where are we now with Joe Sharp's quest for 1,000? 999? That's right, yeah, 1 away. She was just much the best, drew away. The surprising thing about this race, guys, is looked like a ton of speed on paper, and there was no pace on whatsoever. They went a half in 49 and change.
I mean, and he was sitting on her. This mare was loaded the whole time. She was up in the bridle, and she was ready to go at any point, and he didn't have to use her till the end.
Remember when we mentioned prior to this race how dangerous it would be to not take a Joe Sharp runner here? Well, it turned out to be the case, and she looked comfortable and much the best of this group. She never really gave him any chance.
Yeah, Acacia talked about the 2 It Takes Heart, her breaking from the gate, never the fastest, away from the gate, even though she usually has speed. Well, it really cost her today. She broke a bit slow, didn't find herself as customarily close as usual, did okay to run on for third, but no doubt about the winner, who was much the best. Mercy Warren, owned and trained by Joe Sharp.
Well, speaking of Joe Sharp, his other runner did get pulled up in the stretch there. They look like they got really tight, and the horse looked fine just being pulled up. We'll have to wait and see what the verdict is on that.
5-2, Mercy Warren. 5-1-2-6 finish. And daughter of Runaway and Hyde does just that. To get the victory here to start off a mandatory pay pick 5. Joe Sharp coming off, it's been a career year for him to this point. Fairgrounds training title, first ever Churchill Downs training title, and then he comes to a meet that is supposed to be incredibly difficult and is just dominant from the get-go.
Well, our colleague and friend Tom Amos talked about how tough the Churchill Downs meet was this year, and he felt like the horses coming out of Churchill were going to do well here in Saratoga, and I think that's really held up. I think it was a very prophetic comment early in the meet from Tom, and Joe Sharp's horses usually look good. They run to their looks, and sitting on a big milestone for a trainer, 1,000 wins.
And usually when you get close to that milestone, you have a dry spell, right? We're always waiting for that big one we can bring the placard out. I don't know if we're going to be waiting all that long. It also never hurts to get the leading rider on your horse for the
Don't worry,
first time.
Mick, she wasn't looking at you when she was saying that. Mig was sitting at a big milestone for a while before he broke through.
Did you?
It wasn't personal.
No, I roared up to 3,998, and I couldn't win a race. I went a week, and my kids were out of
I
school
thought
every
you were
day.
going to tell me you went a month.
No, a week. But I was winning 2 or 3 a day until
Yeah.
that week.
Brad Ortiz Jr., number 30 of this Saratoga summer. We're going to look back to a Whitney that no one forgets. It was on hand here. The horseshoe in the tail and gun runner from 2017. Stay with us.
Gunite to the outside. Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth. Then the chosen front. Elite Power. Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Gunite is second. But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of judgment.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
650-75. Buy them.
Respect them.
75. That's 700. Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well as Mercy Warren gets the win. I'm pleased to be joined with winning trainer Joe Sharp, and got the whole family here as well. But Joe, first and foremost, great to hear some positive news with your other horse, Speak Softly. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, I went over there right away, and Jose said he just felt her. Things got a little tight. He felt her take a couple of stumbles, and he grabbed her, pulled her up. And then when she was circling back there, the vets were going over and things and didn't appear to have anything serious. She was walking around sound, and they gave her a courtesy ride home. But we'll go over, but it looks like nothing serious, so that's good.
Yeah, some great news, absolutely. But as far as Mercy Warren, your other horse here, looked on paper like there should be some pace, and she was the one that got pretty comfortable out there.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw that opening quarter, I was really confident. She's a filly that's been so good to us, and I kind of mismanaged her running her in that stake. We couldn't get some races to go with the fairgrounds, and kind of jerked her heart a little bit. And so it was really nice to see her be able to get that confidence today, because she's better than what she's run the last 3 times. I think it was just a little bit of bad placement on my part.
Well, I see you have the Shamrocks on the shirt today for a little bit of luck. Now 1 away from 1,000. Can you just kind of reflect back on the moments that brought you here, and kind of looking back on a training career that obviously still has a lot to go, but a lot of hard work and some big rewards along the way?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a whirlwind. I mean, obviously, it hasn't been quite 11 years. Started 11 years in September. So it was one of those deals. My wife set the bar really high for being successful, and I'm really glad that our business was able to move forward right away, because I have big shoes to fill, and I still can't catch her in the trophy case. But no, it's been great, and we've had some really solid owners from day one that have just been good friends and great owners, and that continued support through the highs and lows that we've had, both winning and personally, and it's just been it's been really great to have a community both in our barn and with our owners. So
well, here's to the next one and many more. Congratulations on the win here.
Thanks, Keisha.
Got the family here, and if we could get Aaron on the camera, pan around. We've got Rosie Napravnik Sharp right here as well, the brains behind the operation. Very successful family for sure, Greg.
Recruit him to help out down the line. He had talked about it on this incredible roll that Joe Sharp is on now, 1 win away from 1,000, but most of the same help has been with him since 2014, so it's made it all that much more special.
Yeah, to have a team like that put together, stick together, you know how you like to do things. Communication is key, and when you have people that are with you long term, they know how you like things done, and they know how to communicate with you.
2 big chances still to get number 1,000 on this card today, races 8 and 10 for Joe Sharp to come, so he could get there and perhaps beyond later this afternoon. Coming up next, our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spencer Farm, 6-time reigning champion General Sire into Mischief, sire of this year's Derby, Belmont, and Jim Dandy winner Sovereignty. Mile and a 16th over the inner turf, maiden special weight, and it is one with experience for Mark Casse. Connect the Stars, who opens up the 2-1 favorite, Mig.
Well, we've seen it's been dominant this meeting where horses with experience have had 2-year-olds with experience, I should say, are getting the best of it, and particularly a mile and a 16th on the turf. You know, his horse has had 2 runs. She ran a mile here on the turf, so she has a lot more foundation than the others. But there are some outstanding pedigrees in here from outstanding connections.
And you mentioned the number 9, Connect the Stars, never had a chance to save ground last time out, where it was a race that you really wanted to do so. So she does break from the outside yet again here on the inner turf. So looking for a more advantageous position here in start number 2.
More on this field coming up in a moment. First, we're going to go to Maggie.
So please be joined here by Naira content creator for all of our social media. That is Mary McDermott. You can catch Naira on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And Mary, I love the post that you did with Ray Handel. And hey, he got lucky to win a race with those meta glasses on.
Yeah, so we started doing things with trainers through the meta, so you're getting the POV of the trainer's perspective. So Ray was lucky enough to wear them into the winner's circle through saddling the horse in the paddock, legging him up with Irad Ortiz, and kind of talking through some equipment changes you'll see in the video. And then he walked him out to the track, handed him off to the pony horse, and then he walked us into the winner's circle with the connections, doing an interview, and then onto the track.
It was really fun to watch that, but also branching out a little bit and connecting with some influencers. Talk about that relationship.
Yeah, so being Whitney weekend, we decided to partner with some more fashion and family-oriented influencers. So this weekend, you'll be seeing some influencers via fashion all over the track. You can find them on our Instagram. And then we also did New Jersey Moms previously, which is more of a family aspect because it's Saratoga Racecourse, and who doesn't love some families in the backyard?
And pro tip, wear pink, right?
Always wear pink on Whitney Day.
And speaking of Whitney Day, you have been working on a lot of content leading up to the big race. What can we expect to find come this weekend?
Yeah, so starting tomorrow morning, we've been working all week on the horses previewing into the Whitney Stakes, obviously, and then we have the 3 other Grade 1 races that are coming up, as well as anything and everything you wouldn't see avidly on track just with your human eye. So we have behind the scenes footage of everything from being in the barn, hitting the track in the morning, walking them up, and then we're also going to bring you into the winner's circle where you get flower blankets on your back.
Always good to be in the winner's circle, winners with that flower blanket. Well, Mary, thank you to you and your team for all that you do, and keep checking out our socials.
Thank you.
We encourage everyone to do the same as well. You can find us on YouTube also. 19 minutes away from the 4th. Coming up, it'll start a pick 4. 2-year-old fillies on the lawn at a mile and a 16th on Hall of Fame Friday when we come back.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including a pick 4 coming up in the next race, approaching the 15-minute mark to post. Time for our 3 chimneys this week in history. Who could forget this? Gun runner on his way to a championship here. Dazzling indeed in the Whitney with a little extra equipment there in the tail.
Yeah, he was carrying a little extra weight as he picked up a horseshoe along the way. He was just in such good form for such an elongated period of time, and such a credit to Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. Of course, continually got better in his career.
He's the kind of horse, I know I'm a younger generation, of course, of horse player, but I will say this horse was the reason kind of that I got so hooked into this game. He was so impressive, and just Steve and the emotion of when he won that Breeders' Cup Classic, it was just memorable, and I'll remember it forever.
Stephen Foster, Whitney Woodward Classic. That is a pretty good campaign. Horse of the Year performance.
You see the way that shoe flew in the air, bounced off one horse's hind end, landed in his tail. He carried it the rest of the way. And I've been hit in the face with a shoe sitting in behind horses, and I had 3 goggles on, and it caught me in the goggles and broke the first 2 pairs and didn't go through the 3rd pair. And after that, I always wore at least 3 pairs of goggles in case another shoe came for me.
It's wild because the shoes are aluminum. They don't weigh a ton, but the force that they're coming at you.
Kicked back at you.
Well, this one here has become a favorite. Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr., Blue Madam debuting. Maggie Wolfendale back with us.
Thanks. We have a cacophony of horses talking here in the paddock. We'll actually, though, begin with number 3, Hurricane Creek, for trainer Miguel Clement, and she's 9-1 up there, and I found her very interesting. Now, mainly because she's been working with a horse who I did a 2-year-old report on for tomorrow named Prodigious, and while Prodigious does look like the more dominant one, he is a colt, by the way, but she is holding her own. She has to have been encouraged a little bit more, but she's been holding her own, and boy, is she a tall drink of water here. Physically, for this daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, she definitely wants the distance here, very long and leggy. She's been a little bit antsy to get the tack on. She was fairly professional when she first walked in here, but she definitely wants to rock and roll here. I think she knows what is about to happen since she's gotten the tack on. She looks incredibly fit, and like I said, I have liked what I've seen from her workouts, including 2 back when she worked with a 3-year-old colt by the name Winnebago, who's already a winner. And she did have Joel Rosario in the irons that day, and she was setting the pace. She needed to be encouraged a little bit, but she still held her own. She never really let that horse go by her. So I think she's been working quite well, especially on the surface today. Moving on to your favorite, number 4, Blue Madam. I sometimes feel like the public just defaults to a Chad Brown horse, especially a filly, 2-year-old, on the turf. Now, I don't know much about this one because she's been preparing down at Belmont with Chad's assistant, Dan Stupp, down there, and we'll see. I can't lay eyes on the workouts, and while the workout reports are useful, I have found that sometimes too much information is just too much information. It's overload, and I like to see the works to make judgment. Looking at her, she's your typical Dubawi, much heavier boned, does not give the overall appearance that she's 100% fit. Now, she's been professional here, she's well suited to the conditions, but at a short price, I do prefer some others in here just because it looks as though she will definitely benefit from a start, but I do respect her wholeheartedly. So we'll see what she does here in this debut. Greg?
She was expensive for a relatively new owner of this sport who has made quite a splash, spending quite a bit of money. John Stewart, Resolute Racing. She'll debut, and her mom was pretty good, multiple Group 1 winner of this favorite.
Yeah, the mother was a proper horse. Now, there are questions, and it's a tough debut distance. And one thing about it, the inner turf, and we were talking about it off camera, horses need to be handy. They got to be able to negotiate, especially the first turn when they're running into the turn with a little bit of speed, and they're inexperienced.
And we mentioned it, Maggie hit it on the head as far as she's dense, she's just a little bit more bulkier in her build, and that goes to Mig's point. But, I mean, this is as deep as a Coolmore family that you're ever going to get. Out of that Group 1 winner, Fancy Blue, and then second dam Chenchikova happens to be the full sister to champion High Chaparral.
She's got a tubby little belly. She doesn't look overly fit for today, and she doesn't look like a turf route filly, right? They tend to be a little bit leaner. The one was a better example, I felt like, of a horse that looked a little bit more like a turf route horse. She got a lot of leg there, even though she's not overly long. She's got that little leanness that we don't see in the 4.
Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, sending out Fierceness, of course, in the Whitney on Saturday, and they'll team up with the entry here. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, picking up with number 1, Miss Picky. I like that name, as she is a daughter of Uncle Mo. Out of Always Shopping, was a multiple stakes winner and graded stakes winner on turf. Now, this is her first full, and the second dam, Stop Shopping Maria, she was a good 2-year-old. I believe she ran a 101 buyer up here, breaking her maiden at second asking, and she went on to be proficient in turf sprints, a stakes winner on that surface. So Miss Picky is very effeminate looking. She's very lean in her frame. Now, you know, it's an interesting juxtaposition and how it goes with pedigrees. Like I said, with regards to number 4, Blue Madam, very Dubawi. Every Dubawi I've ever seen is that heavier bone. So it's in line. And looking at this filly, I remember her bottom side, and they were lighter, leaner fillies. So as long as they match up with the pedigree, I don't have a problem with it. It's when they are outliers and don't look like they're good siblings or they're good parents, that's when you run into trouble. But she is incredibly well prepared, and we've seen Todd Pletcher just have an absolutely sensational season up to this point with his 2-year-olds. She's well spotted here. You could not ask her to look any more fit. Looks as though she's had 2 starts under her belt, despite this being her debut. So yes, I think she is a legitimate contender, though she will strengthen having a race under her belt. A horse that my eye just kept going back to is number 6 in here, Grazie Prego, a daughter of Not This Time. The dam did win her first start as a 2-year-old and was a stakes winner on the turf. This is her first full, and much like the aforementioned number 1, second dam was a turf sprinter. Watching her workouts, the ones you can watch online from Kentucky at Churchill, she broke best of 3 on the outside in that gate breeze, going 4 or 5 back. She remained in hand and on the bridle throughout, and I always think that's a feather in a horse's cap that is more meant for the turf, right? She's bred to like the turf. She looks like a turf horse, but the fact she remained on the bridle throughout that workout on the dirt, I think, is impressive. And she comes in here for Al Stall. She's been so reserved, so calm and genteel and professional here, and she looks fit. She's just a beautiful frame of a filly, and I think she's one that at a price, Greg, a big price at that, I'm going to keep my eye on.
Maggie, thank you. There is Jose Lezcano getting a leg up on Grazie Prego. I'm surprised she's 10-1. Turf pedigree there, and obviously an elite turf rider on her back.
Yeah, you get Jose Lezcano, who I think is one of the most underrated riders out there. And it's interesting. Maggie started talking about this horse from a physical perspective, and she was catching my eye. I just kept getting drawn.
There she is.
Back to the 6. Grazie Prego.
Well done from a true Italian.
I know Andy's a fan of this horse as well, and very well bred. Not This Time filly, and Al Stall doing well here.
I just downgraded
The
her.
dam was a stakes winner, and she actually broke her maiden in start number 1, so a debut winner.
We always expect Al Stall to bring some strong ammunition here.
Well, Al doesn't bring his whole stable here, and I think he really handpicks the horses he thinks will be able to compete well up here.
I will say, though, past 5 years with his 2-year-old, specifically in turf routes here at Saratoga, he is 0 for 3, so doesn't do it often, but still looking for his first win doing so.
Terrific crowd on hand. The picnic tables on either side of us.
They went fast this morning, Greg.
Not one to be had.
6:30 this morning, I was on social media while I was waiting to get a flight to get up here, and it said, oh, all the picnic tables already gone.
Gone at 6:30.
6:30.
We saved you a spot at this
I
table.
know, thank you. I appreciate that. We're right next to all the picnic tables.
It is prime real estate. Packed today. It's going to be an even bigger crowd for Whitney Saturday, one of the biggest Saturdays anywhere in the sport. As we get set for our post parade and first half of the entry, we'll get post 4. That's Miss Picky Todd Pletcher with John Velasquez.
Well, the mare was a stakes winner on turf. She actually won 1.5 miles, the La Previante on turf. This is her first foal from a trainer who knows how to get them prepared to win early.
Also eligible, the other half of the entry draws in with Jose Ortiz.
Uncatchable.
Sorry.
Okay, that's odd.
Odd.
Okay.
More of a dirt pedigree, half to Catching Freedom as well as Bishop's Bay. Todd sees to run around turf.
Hurricane Creek would buy Miguel Clement. Here's Blue Madam, Chad Brown.
And the $500,000 Resolute Racing purchase here is your current favorite. Looks to debut and talked all about her physicality. We'll see how she throws it down on the track.
Brad Cox with Scratch It.
Again, the mare was a good dirt sprinter, has not produced a single turf winner.
Here's the Al Stall filly, Grazie Prego.
I love the fact that she's had a couple of nice gate drills as well to prepare her for today, where she'll have to go the route of ground.
Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado. They'll get together again on the Travers with Sovereignty. Here's Smart Sugar.
A horse that's starting to take some money here, down to 8-1. I think she's interesting from Top Connections.
And experience, it can matter a lot. This one has to connect the stars.
Has to overcome an outside draw. Now, she's not the extreme outside. She has one outside of her. And if I have one criticism of Dylan Davis is that he has not been as ground-saving conscious as he was last year when he was having such a terrific meet. So he's got to overcome that post, and Dylan's the one who's got to find a place where he is not losing ground throughout.
Let's look back to her last start. He has a fairly long run to that first turn to try and get position, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he has to come out with that idea. You can't just sit out there 3 wide in turf races and expect to get the best of it. That's a recipe for failure, not success. And when Dylan's riding well, he puts horses towards the inside. He tries to follow live cover. And I haven't seen that from him as consistently this meeting. But listen, she's got 2 starts. That's a huge edge from a physical fitness standpoint and an experience standpoint.
I love watching her, too, when she was warming up. She was very reminiscent of the Joe Sharp winner we saw in the last, with her head bowed over, very much in the bridle. Some of these fillies with their first-time starts, they're paying attention to the pony. They're looking around. This filly is focused on business.
And if you look at the late stages of her debut, there is a rising pace, and it really indicates that she was maintaining that good momentum relative to how the race was playing out. And I think it's going to be a really positive indicator for her being able to get this route of ground.
I'm talking about Joe Sharp trying to get number 1,000. Mark Cassidy says, hold my beer. Just collected number 4,000 earlier at the meet. And that was a great moment if you happen to see that card talk with Jonathan Kinchin, Tom Amos saying, welcome to the club. And then Mark Cassidy responding, check your earnings.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Well, let's get back to Maggie with more on this entry.
This is why I love Saratoga so much, because this race feels like there are some potential stars, as filly stars on the turf. Each one, as you go through them, has a lovely pedigree and the physicals to match. So as we check in with the 1A who does draw in here and picks up Jose Ortiz, that is uncatchable from the Mike Rapoli entry here, another daughter of Not This Time. But the thing with her is that it's a predominantly dirt pedigree, as she is a half-sister to Catching Freedom, graded stakes winner, as well as multiple graded stakes winner, dirt miler Bishop's Bay. One would have to think he throws his name into the ring as far as the Breeders' Cup is concerned as one of the potential stars in that race. Looking at her, she's a big-bodied filly, and I'm wondering if Todd likes what he has seen from her when it comes to the turf. I wasn't able to watch that workout back on June 23rd. Or is this more of a distance play? A lot of times we see trainers, because the furthest that they can go in the dirt right now is 7 furlongs, and for a horse that's bred to go longer, that shows that they want to go longer in the mornings, your only option for 2 turns is here on the turf course. Now we do see Jose Ortiz with his feet out of the irons, a little bit green on the racetrack as she was well behaved back in the paddock, maybe a little bewildered per se, but I feel like this is a wait and see. I do think that Todd's other horse, Miss Picky, more bred for the turf, probably the more reliable one of the Rapoli duo. And then we'll check in with number 7, Smart Sugar. She's up there at 8-1 with regular rider 4 trainer Bill Mott. Junior Alvarado aboard, having some familiarity with a horse always helps. actually not sure if Junior's been on this one in the morning, but he broke her away from the pony. And sometimes Bill Mott's horses do act a little silly when they get hit the track. Not her. She has been so professional throughout here, and she's quite a big daughter of Twirling Candy. There is some pedigree, especially if you go back a generation. More dirt and synthetic, though, again, like I said, could this be a play for her wanting a bit more distance rather than the surface? But I think she is meant for the turf overall. Watching her breeze 4 back, she was inside of an unraced horse. She did pull a little bit early, but then she settled around the turn and went clear late. So talking about number 7, Smart Sugar, I think she does look quite smart out there, Greg, and she's another one that at a price, I'm not ready just to default to number 4 in here, Blue Madam. I think there's a lot more talent in this field, but then again, I've probably just put her in the winner's circle.
Well, a lot of interest on the 7, the way she is showing up here for the debut for Hall of Famer Bill Mott with Junior Alvarado. 8-1 on the board right now as we get set for this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And we'll see what we get. These races so exciting, and obviously, Michelle, you look at some of these 2-year-old fillies, they have designs on getting to Del Mar potentially and later in the fall.
You would think so, not only based on their purchase prices, but looking at their pedigrees, looking at where they're pointed towards, and then, you know, with designs down the line, I mean, we could see a big performance today that leads us right to Del Mar for the Breeders' Cup.
2-1 favoritism. Usually a safe place to go when there's not a lot to go on. Chad Brown and Arad Ortiz Jr.
Physically, there's just some other fillies in here that I think look more rowdy for this. Even if she is the physicality of a typical Dubawi, I still think in her belly she could use a little bit more fitness.
I have a question. You know, for a filly, the 4, Blue Madam, with her pedigree, her dam being a multiple graded stakes winner in Europe, the connections, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz, 2-1 almost seems a little cold.
It does, comparatively to what we've seen him run. I think that's kind of gauged off of how she looks, too. But at the same time, I will say this. This filly has been exclusively at Chad Brown's Belmont location. She hasn't been here. And I like to see horses manage to get some efforts and some works in the morning here at Saratoga. That's where we've seen these 2-year-olds do well. So that's kind of also the reason why my jury's out a little bit on her.
Also, she has an abbreviated work tab. A lot of these fillies, especially when they're going to debut going around of ground, have a little bit more foundation. She's very light. It's almost like they're thinking, let's just run her into shape.
Get a race into her, see if that moves her forward. And the flip side of that is the 7, Smart Sugar. She's been here since May, training at Saratoga with a couple of turf works. And Bill Mott comes usually right from Payson Park, his winter base, to Saratoga. So he splits up his time almost in half, 6 months here, 6 months there.
We haven't talked about the 3 at all either, Hurricane Creek. I thought she looked really good in the walking ring. I thought she looked good warming up. I liked her last work a lot. She was inside, she got past, and she came back with a really beautiful gallop out. Pedigree-wise, she should love the 2 turns here.
Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr. with a favorite, Blue Madam, the 4. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Here's one with experience. Connect the Stars comes up. And Uncatchable in the Rapoli Stable Silks. Breaks from the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. A very slight hop for Miss Picky, but very quick too, and takes the lead. Scratch It matches strides through the opening stages, and they're joined by Grazie Prego, 3 wide. Uncatchable will tuck in just behind them. Connect the Stars moves up 1 from the rail, and Blue Madame is on the fence and eager just behind the leader right off the heels. At the back of the field are Smart Sugar, and Hurricane Creek is at the back. Now a couple of lengths behind Uncatchable. 24-4 for Scratch It, who leads the way. Miss Picky is right up alongside in second as they swing on to the back stretch. Then Grazie Prego, a length and a half back third. Blue Madame on the fence in fourth. Connect the Stars, 4 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths in front of Smart Sugar, who just got a little bit of a nudge. Uncatchable, Hurricane Creek has to pick it up from behind. 51 seconds flat for Scratch It. Scratch It goes into the far turn. tracked throughout by Miss Picky, who's coming under serious pressure, but entry mate Uncatchable has made a sudden 4-wide bid. On the outside, Grazie Prego is with them, and then Connect the Stars. They're coming to the quarter pole. Scratch It. Miss Picky worked upon, but responding to that urging. And in the meantime, Connect the Stars is trying to blow by them both, angling to the outside. They're at the top of the stretch. And Scratch It has another gear. Scratch It has a 2-length lead with 1 furlong to go. Miss Picky, and on the outside, Connect the Stars. Scratch It, 3-length lead close to home. Connect the Stars, a final try. Too little, too late. Scratch It was ready to roll and made every polo winning one under Manny Franco. Connect the Stars was second. Miss Picky third. It was a long way back to a 3-way photo for fourth involving Blue Madame, Grazie Prego, and Uncatchable.
Scratch It, Manny Franco. Brad Cox, first time out with a victory here, 145-4.
Absolutely no pace on whatsoever. Manny allowed Scratch It to go to the lead. They slowed the pace down the second quarter, basically 26 3/5 seconds. So they backed it up to a crawl, guys. It jammed the field up in behind, and she was the one who had a lot of energy left in the easiest trip.
The easiest trip for sure, because the horses that she was jamming behind, you can see, especially the 2 Pletcher horses, really were green, and they didn't know what they should do and how they should run and where they should go. And meanwhile, Scratch It's just out there, you know, taking her picture.
Enjoying life.
Yeah.
And the runner-up who had experience, Connect the Stars. Dylan did a good job of saving ground, getting into the first turn, but then there was no pace in front of him. She did good to be second considering the way the race was run, but Scratch It, easiest trip, speed's always dangerous.
Kudos to Manny Franco for negotiating that kind of trip. And listen, I said this is kind of the more Cox dirt horse that I find in this race. Could have a chance here, and that's exactly what happened.
When you say speed is dangerous, can we use it in quotations because this was pedestrian is dangerous?
Yeah, well, I should say going to the lead is dangerous. I think that fits this better.
Leads.
Yeah.
Soft fractions up front, no question. Brad Cox, relatively quiet meet for one of the top trainers in our sport to this point. Of course, he's going to send out Highland Falls in the Grade 1 Whitney. Tall task for that horse, but certainly talented on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, listen, Brad Cox, he wins with all kinds of horses in all kinds of situations. This horse didn't have what I would consider a pretty strong turf pedigree. Well, Brad knew what she was capable of.
He also had a really nice 2-year-old winner, Embrace Time, earlier in the meet. So it kind of, when I looked at her on paper, I thought, I got to trust Brad here with this horse. So, and that's exactly what happened. He saw the ball well and what she fit best here on the turf.
Yeah, pretty even start. The one hopped a touch, but was going forward. But here you can see, Manny looked around. He allowed her enough rein to go ahead to the lead. And Johnny Blash says, okay, I'll sit off of you. The Jose Lascano's like, I don't want to be 3 wide. He's trying to get back and find a place to tuck, and the whole race just kind of jammed up with the excruciatingly slow pace.
5-9-1-6, 12-1 upset. Scratch It debuting for Brad Cox, Donner Tappet. With Manny Franco upset score here in the 4th to start a middle pick 4. And we'll have these prices for you when we come back. Stick with us. Pick 6 time. It begins when we return. In the 5th, it's Scratch It at 12-1 here in race 4.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Hats and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in with Mohegan. We just saw Scratch It debut victory for Brad Cox with Manny Franco loping along on the front end and able to win it first asking. Let's go to Maggie.
Cleverly named Scratch It, daughter of Tap It, out of Carolyn's Cat. But Brad, looking at her pedigree on the surface of things, there isn't an abundance of turf. Why'd you make this decision?
She worked well enough, but I was kind of confused on what to do with her, whether start her short on the dirt or long on the turf. And I don't know, the other day I was just like, I need to run her. And there was a race at Saratoga. She was at Churchill. I had to get a start into her, and this is where we landed. Worked out.
I was going to say, excellent ride by Manny Franco, too.
Yeah, he came in the paddock. Obviously, we had a lot of rain yesterday. Thought there might be a little give to the ground. There was, and I told him, inner turf, let's break running. Obviously, first-time starter. Don't know what to expect, but if you can get to the lead and take control of the race, do it. He did, and turned up the backside. She really relaxed well for him.
She really did. Tomorrow, this could be just kicking off a big weekend for you, of course, sending out Highland Falls, winner of the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. But last race, starting point, weaker field. Is he up to the big boys that come in the Whitney?
Look, we don't know if he's as good as a Fierceness or a Sierra Leone or White Barrio, but I will say this. His race at Aqueduct was very good. He was ready. He's ready to go tomorrow. I don't know what kind of trip he's going to get there. There appears to be some speed in there. So last year we attacked Arthur's Ride in the Jockey Club. I'm not certain we'll be on the lead, but if he can turn for home and be right there, he'll stay on well. A mile and an eighth is his thing, mile and a quarter even better, but he'll make a good account of himself. He's doing very well, and I expect a big effort out of him.
I got to ask you about Final Gambit, though, before I let you go. In the Saratoga Derby, blinkers on.
Yep, Flavian 2 weeks ago breezed him, said put some blinkers on this horse. We did it. He came back, breezed him again last week. He's like better, more forward, handier. So I think it'll help him a little bit further as well, should help, and hopefully if he can, once again, turn for home, be in contention, he'll be right there.
Awesome. Well, best of luck with them. Congrats here with Scratch It.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Scratch It. She did. She scratched the competition today. Greg?
Impressive first time out. Yeah, and that Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, $26.60. Our biggest price of the afternoon. And Final Gambit, interesting. What do you think in that Saratoga Derby on Saturday?
No, I hope you're not looking at me. I'm not. I am not a fan of that horse, and he might win, but I am veering elsewhere.
I kind of like him in there, Michelle. I mean,
Well,
we kind of talked about a little bit. We'll shoot for different, yeah.
We'll
Gets
go
the
head to
blinkers
head.
on, yeah.
I'll pick a horse in the same price range. We'll go head to
Oh
head.
gosh. Hopefully he's not near as low as a price as he was in the Belmont Derby. I think he's going to be getting those blinkers on and maybe make a clear run late.
I think he finishes 4th or worse.
Fifth race starts the pick six, 50,000 claiming race, all for sale in this race. Non-winners at 2 life, 7/8 of a mile, and Fortuna Mia, Linda Rice, Arat Ortiz Jr. Right now the 9-5 favorite, Mig.
Yeah, just getting a lot of class relief. And one of the things we talk about Linda Rice is not only a terrific horsewoman, she's a great manager of her horses. She understands where they need to run to be successful. She sets them up to succeed, not fail.
That's the key to being a really good trainer, right? As you put them in spots that they can win.
Talk more about this field coming up and brief look at this pick six ahead. We're going to take a timeout across the street earlier today. Basic Tipton Pavilion, the pride of Pennsylvania. Smarty Jones inducted into the Hall of Fame. We'll have more on that when we return.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Del Blanc Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of twirling candy.
Pinehurst last it home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
You know, the Hambletonian is so important to harness racing because it's worldwide known.
It's the dream race for everybody to win. You just don't realize what it feels like to win it until you actually do.
The Hambletonian is so special because of the history of it. It's a race that everybody points for.
It's the greatest trotting classic in all of the world.
Harness racing is really big in Europe, in France, Italy, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. So, you know, all those viewers tune in to watch it, especially since it's raced during the day. So that works for, you know, the time difference with Europe.
The 100th Hambletonian is so significant because it's our most recognizable race. It was started as a way to increase breeding and interest in the sport with a purse that was unheard of at that time. I think 73,000 was the first purse in 1926. And it just grew in stature, in prominence, and it's recognizable worldwide.
Yannick Gingras and Nancy Tector. He's king of the Hambletonian.
One of the things that makes the Hambletonian so special is the horse has one chance in their life to be a Hambletonian champion. You're only a 3-year-old once, so if you're not good that day, you missed your shot. Whereas, you know, with a Breeders' Crown or something like that, you can come back in, you know, in the next couple of years and finally get yourself that title.
It's $1 million race. It's the top 3-year-old trotters in all of the world that come right here to East Rutherford, New Jersey. Tradition means a lot to me, and to be able to have a race for 100 years, think about that, 100 years, and have history dating clear back to it is pretty amazing.
I just think that, you know, you have that one shot to do it, the whole world's watching, and I don't know, it's just a really special, unique race.
It is the sports premiere event for 3-year-old trotters. 100th edition of this race, and we'll have live coverage as part of our Fox Saturday coming up tomorrow beginning at 3 Eastern. Super Chapter, the favorite, undefeated this year, including taking the first jewel of the trotting Triple Crown in that MGM Yonkers trot back in June. See if we can keep that perfect year alive. Oh, and we bring our coverage tomorrow. Beautiful Friday afternoon. And earlier today, of course, Smarty Jones, several others inducted into the Hall of Fame. Always such a special day here, Hall of Fame Friday during Whitney Week. And a horse that was very special to a lot of people, gained so many fans in this sport with what Smarty did.
Well, I think he became the people's horse in some ways, right? He came from
Blue collar,
a little more humble
horse.
kind of beginnings, and all he did was show up and give it his all in every single one of his starts, and narrowly missed being the second undefeated Triple Crown winner.
Do you know that's how I got my first job in horse racing? Is I worked at a billiards hall, and I liked Smarty Jones, and I talked about it with these guys, and after he won the Kentucky Derby, they said, how come you know so much about horses? And I said, I want to do TV. And this guy said, I play hockey with a guy who has a TV station that only does horse racing. And I was like, really? And he introduced me to Tony Olavato.
That's how it happens.
That is something. So you feel that Smarty
I love
Jones,
Smarty Jones
is Hall of Fame worthy?
Yes.
And I do too, so I'm with you.
I wasn't here last night, obviously, but I heard that the Connections were out bringing his trophy or his little plaque out and letting fans come take pictures with it.
Oh, that's very cool.
His Preakness was his piece de resistance. It was incredible. Arthur Hancock inducted as well. Edward Bowen, racing journalist and historian. George Conway, who conditioned War Admiral to a sweep in that 1937 Triple Crown. Pretty good list.
And Arthur Hancock, I mean, that is the reason why a lot of people are here. They are pillars of the thoroughbred community. And in terms of just their overall impact on the industry, whether that's sales, whether that's their racehorses, Bull Hancock and their entire family is a huge reason why thoroughbred racing has to progress into what it is today.
Smarty, meanwhile, about 300 miles away out in Annville, Pennsylvania. He's at Equistar Training and Breeding and still going strong at 24 years old as we take a look back at what he did in the Kentucky Derby. And then that Preakness
His
off the
Preakness
charts.
was just another level that he took it to, and nice to see that he's enjoying his retirement now on the farm. Then we had that video of him running around the paddock. I wonder if horses have flashbacks and they remember and they think about, like, well, I was in the gate next to this horse and I did this. I just think it's such a cool thing. And now that George Conway's in the Hall of Fame, there's only one trainer that has trained a Triple Crown winner that is not in racing's Hall of Fame, and that's Billy Turner. So if you look through the history of racing, the fact that Billy Turner, who trained an undefeated Triple Crown winner in Seattle Slew, is not in, seems like something that needs to be rectified.
Might be time.
Talk about the people's horse, too. That was $17,000 purchase right there.
Yeah, my favorite horse of all time.
Was it?
He was the Black Stallion to me. I grew up reading the Walter Farley
Me
series
too.
of Black Stallion, and he embodied the Black Stallion to me.
Going to get into the pick six coming up. It begins here. This $50,000 claiming race. Non-winners at 2 lifetime at 7/8 of a mile. Fortuna Mia, the 4 current favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
And she is taking a big drop in class, albeit in an off-the-turf stake, soaring softly last time out. But certainly, all along, she has been facing a bit tougher. Also, when those turf sprints do come off the turf, it goes to 5.5 furlongs on the main track. This race is 7 furlongs on the main, which I think that Fortuna Mia will really appreciate because she is a big filly. I mean, you can even look back and see that they tried her going 1 1/8 in the Demoiselle earlier. So 5.5, likely not her game at all because there's just so much of her. And I think that she's one that takes some time to get into stride. And it was a little bit of a tricky trip last time out. She kind of tipped out, then ducked back to the inside. She never switched leads. She never looked like she got incredibly comfortable. And then 2 back, she was against the track when you really did want to have early speed, and she was off the pace. So I'm hoping she can kind of get back on track because she's clearly one with some talent, and it is, as mentioned, a significant second drop in class down to the 50,000 in here for a filly that they tried in Stakes Company, and she just wasn't able to handle it. Taking a look at the one twirling good time coming in for Phil Bauer. This is her first time on the NYRA circuit, so I don't have any notes to compare her to, but she too is getting a drop in class, and she's also going turf to dirt. She tried a mile and a 16th on the grass last time out, and there is a lot of length to her frame, so I can understand how they thought that maybe longer might have suited her, but it just didn't work out that way. As you can see, they're saddling her on the walk. She hasn't done anything naughty, though. It just seems like this is kind of par for the course with her, because they were well prepared with the tack, have her out there, a Valid on one side and Phil on the other, and looking like it's going pretty smoothly as far as the saddling on the walk can go. But she is one that looks like maybe she's not the best doer. She's very angular in the way that she's built as well, really tucked up, not the most weight to her, so sometimes those types as well can appreciate the grass. So it seems that they've been searching with her, and now it is the drop in class. I do think that 7 furlongs on the main is fine for her. She's kind of got that handier type of frame, so we'll see how she handles it, and maybe more than anything, more than any surface or distance, it will just be the class relief that could help her. Also getting a turf to dirt change is the 6 Cadena for Chad Brown. She faced her stablemate Dolomite 2 starts back, who was in tremendous form over the winter, and she was off slowly that day, this filly was, and she was climbing at the back, meaning she was going more up and down versus forward, and sometimes that can really speak to a horse that does not appreciate kickback or having that dirt come back in her face. So I'm guessing that was a big reason why they tried the turf experiment last time, is of course you don't have dirt coming back in your face on the grass. Now, she goes back to the dirt, and she too gets a drop in class. I think the biggest thing for her is going to be getting out of the gate cleanly, where she was able to be a bit more forward in her debut at Tampa. She's not overly turf-built, turf-looking in her physical, so I don't mind the surface switch. I think an outside post and a clean break will really be the magic recipe for her to stay out of that kickback, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Pick 6, pool 104,000 and growing. The crowd continuing to swell. And tomorrow, again, get here early.
Just you could feel the excitement in the air, and what a celebration of our sport with the Hall of Fame induction ceremony this morning, the Whitney Stakes tomorrow, great card of racing today, and the weather has so cooperated.
Perfection.
I brought it with me from
You
California.
did. You got the humidity to
They
lift.
told me I couldn't have my bags, but I had my carry-on, and that's where I put the sunshine.
Well done, Michelle. Thank you for that. It really is. This has been the best day of the summer so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's sunshine, beautiful, but no humidity. We don't have that, man. We'd be sitting on the set melting. We don't even have the AC on today, and it's comfortable.
Michelle has her fan, though.
I had the AC on.
Jonathan Kinchin might actually not be complaining today when he arrives on the set.
Impossible.
Nah, he'll be sweating.
What was I thinking? 9 minutes away from this 5th race coming up quickly. Looking ahead to this pick 6 today, how'd you both feel? Megan, I'll start with you. Hall of Fame, did you feel like Zulu Kingdom was a single, that's all you need, or is there some others to be
I thought this was an
intrigued by?
opportunity to play against Zulu Kingdom in this race. He's going to be a short prize. Listen, this horse does everything right. He's going to get an advantageous setup potentially. But I really thought Luther, for me, is getting back to the mile. I could be wrong on him, but I thought he was very interesting there. And I just think in general that the race in general, I think this is going to be the time to go against him potentially.
Michelle, I don't know how much of an opportunity you had to look ahead. Race 9, Chessmaster. Is that maybe a single for a lot of people in this pick 6?
You know, single is a word I'm allergic to, Greg. So even in the Hall of Fame, I would use multiple horses. I liked Tank in there for a little bit of an upset, maybe. So while with Chessmaster, you could potentially, it would make me feel very itchy to do that because I could see 2 or 3 other horses that I would definitely like to include at this condition.
Difficult sequence, especially, I mean, if Zulu Kingdom does not win, that's the single for most on this card.
Well, I think it'd be a mistake to sleep on the 5, Clever Again, who I think the turf works were very good. Horse's natural speed out of a Galileo mare. I think he is sneaky in there.
You and Jonathan
so in a race
both.
that we're talking about singling, the 3 of us each had another horse to talk about.
What does that tell you?
Spread.
spread there. And you also take a look at a horse like Mibago now.
Yes.
I think that
we can get on that horse together,
exactly.
Meg.
There's our middle ground, Michelle. But he has speed. He's been unreliable doing so, but he gets back to a firm surface. And I think that if he does continue to take a step forward, getting back to that ground, I think that he could be dangerous here. He is a stakes winner at the mile.
That's coming up in race 7, Grade 2 National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame. Chad Brown has won that race. It's pretty amazing. He's won it 7 times.
He's got to
He
get
doesn't
better.
own that lead by himself. Bill Mott is 7 as well.
Ooh, go Billy.
Yeah, but there's so many races that we're starting to talk about that Chad has multiple race wins in these bigger races, and particularly the turf races.
He's dominant.
That
And
man who just
no
left our
question.
screen has a Travers, has a Belmont, Barkley tag.
Barkley, what a great horseman. I was around as a kid when he was assistant trainer to Frank Whiteley, and he won't admit it now, but he used to chase me out of the shed row because he didn't like Mr. Whiteley taking time to talk to me. He felt like I was slowing the work morning down. And I tell him about it all the time. He says, I didn't chase you. Yes, you did.
We feel the same way when we're trying to get our work done with you.
Yeah, but the stories are so good.
They really are. Pick 6 pool growing. We're going to have the post parade here coming up in a moment. In terms of this race, Megan, what would you need to feel safe to get out of leg 1?
In terms of this race, singling the number 4 is
Really?
how I do. I think that she is the class of this field. She was a horse that was campaigned in stakes earlier in her career, and in terms of her physicality, me and Michelle turned around and got a chance to peek at everybody. She just looks better than these fillies do. I think that she runs away with this in a way.
Call to post in the background. Here they come. And we'll kick things off with Twirling Good Time. Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, they are always dangerous at Saratoga.
Always dangerous for sure. Gets back to the main track after a fruitless turf try. And she's kind of that tactical mid-pack type, but she does tackle 7 furlongs for the first time, which can always be a question mark.
Linda Rice, off the claim, she's complicated.
Yeah, was well defeated last time out, and she gets back in here for 50. She did break her maiden for 30 in the slop. We have yet to see her perform as well on this fast going.
Well, Margot Treasure taking some money for Barkley Tag in Saratoga.
New York bred, and Katie Davis grinded out a win yesterday after a bit of a lull, but this filly's, again, took some money, and she's not totally out of it in this spot.
Team Funny side there. Here's Fortuna Mia, 9-5 favorite.
Taking the class drop down out of trying stakes last time out. One thing to note, though, she is a 3-year-old facing older fillies here and exclusively has run against her own age group in her career.
On Yola went by.
On Yolo, the blinkers come off. Into the main track she goes. Some earlier dirt form from last spring, but Horacio de Paz is 5 for 26, 19% with runners at this tag level switching from turf to dirt.
And Cadena went by. Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
And getting a cut back in distance as well as a class drop down. She was on turf last time, returned to the main track. She's a cute little daughter of Go Sapper. I liked her in the paddock here.
Turf back to dirt, cut back in distance for Cadena. And how did you rate that performance last time that she was on dirt? She faced a good one, obviously, in Dolomite, who would be way too good for this group, but she was last in that race, didn't do a ton of running.
No, but it was Dolomite. I mean, Dolomite was, 4-1 yesterday in the stakes race, right? Or 2 days ago, if you.
Big class difference, too. That was an allowance race. This is a 50 non-2.
I mean, her 2-back race is easily fast enough to win this. And, Chad Brown drops these horses, especially here at Saratoga. He doesn't do so on a normal occasion, especially as far as these first time for a tag, non-maiden claimer, 11 for 27, 19 have hit the board. So he's ultra dangerous, and 7-2 could possibly be a gift.
Look, the fact that she cost $350,000 as a yearling, she's only had 3 outs, and they're already saying, hey, this is where we're going to win a race. Chad wants to win a race, right? He's not going to risk this filly for 50 if he doesn't think he's going to get a win out of it.
Very good point there. Drops for a reason here.
See what happens with Cadena. Very cold on the board. Not a great sign. She was 2-1 morning line. 7-2 right now. All the attention going to this one. Fortuna Mia. Linda Rice and Arad Ortiz Jr. just left our screen. 8-5 on the class dropper. Meanwhile, this 2, she's complicated. The hot hand early, Jose Ortiz. And we know Linda Rice, early on, a terrific start for her, which is such a good sign, Megan. but she's someone Mig and I were talking about the other day. You know, we know the firepower Chad Brown's going to have, but she's always going to have shots in the holster because she claims so much.
She does. She is notorious in the claiming box. She does extremely well here at Saratoga. I will say her latest couple of her trend in the recently hasn't exactly been as Linda Rice-esque as I would like to say, but as far as the number 2, she's complicated. I know it was against Maiden 30. It came on the slot, but I really liked that race and thought that she could take a step forward and kind of scratch out. She ran, I believe that's 11 days. She ran really quickly back. And now she gets the freshening and she's able to kind of collect herself and re-rally here for Linda.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and as far as that number 2, she's complicated, is concerned, well, I do think that Linda does an exceptional job scouting horses and claiming horses as well. It's also not easy to claim off of Jamie Ness, but it should be noted, as Megan pointed out, he actually had this filly for a very short amount of time. She does come in off a little bit of a layoff, not having run since April. She's fine. I wish that she was a little bit stronger, particularly behind the saddle and across her top line. I just wish that she had a little bit more muscle mass to her, and that win did come on a wet track. She physically looks like a horse that would appreciate a wet track, but of course, as we know, Linda very sharp with spotting those horses, so we'll see how she does handle it. The 5 Aunt Yola is getting a big drop in class as well. I know that she ran okay on the dirt on debut, and she warmed up nicely. It's just, to me, everything about her is so much more turf. The blinkers do come off. She's an angular type. She has high knee action to her. She has more of a turf hoof. She looks like she's doing exceptionally well. Maybe the drop will be the key, but I just think that the turf is so much more her preferred surface. I wanted to circle back quickly to the 1 Twirling Good Time because I did get a chance to catch up with her trainer, Phil Bauer. As I mentioned, they saddled her on the walk back in the paddock. I was toying with picking her, but then they brought her into the saddling stall to put the tongue tie on, and she kept acting like she wanted to flip over. So they took her out. They tried to just keep her moving. I asked Phil, is her being spicy while saddling, is that normal for her? And he said, no, this is the first time she's ever done this. So a bit of a negative as far as that's concerned. She did settle and warm up nicely out there away from the pony and looking like she's keeping calm now. But according to our trainer, that behavior is out of character, Greg.
All right, not a great sign. 7-2. Twirling Good Time. Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing. They made such a splash here a few summers ago. Won with 6 of their 13 starters. Wow. Finally got going here with a huge upset win. Rat Ortiz Jr., who would have thought, on a 24-1 shot in the honorable miss, winning on Helena's Forte.
When are you ever going to get Irad at 24-1? I mean, that you might not get that again the rest of the meet.
That just goes to show you that the belief that he had in those connections and in that horse, and especially that day, she had a very masterful trip by Irad, who recognized that the rail played a little bit better after the reins had fell. So that just goes to show you what a difference maker having that kind of pilot does for a horse like that at any price.
I think you said something key there, though, right? His confidence, and particularly in the horse's connections. Young riders win on a lot of long shots, apprentices, right? Because they're so excited to be out there, and horses feed on energy, and they give that horse every opportunity. Irad is in the midst of a Hall of Fame career, and he still has that kind of energy and enthusiasm no matter what kind of horse he rides.
Talk about enthusiasm. Look at this crowd on Hall of Fame Friday, and it's going to amp up tenfold tomorrow for Whitney Day. If you can be here, it will be unforgettable. But if not, catch all the action with us, including our Fox Saturday coverage. 8-5 favorite. Pick 6 starts here. It's Fortuna Mia, the 4. Let's go to Frank Miramati to get us started in the sequence.
Cadena will be the last one to load. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Fortuna Mia rockets out of the gate. Cadena matches strides with her, and they are joined by She's Complicated. 1 from the rail. Twirling Good Time is on the rail. So 4 virtually across the track. Another 2 lengths back to Aunt Yola, and Margot Treasure is at the back of the field. So the pace battle, She's Complicated, Twirling Good Time just in front. Cadena 4 deep, and Fortuna Mia 1 from the outside. Still that quartet duking it out with Aunt Yola in 5th. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter. It's then a gap of 6 lengths to the trailer, Margot Treasure. They're heading toward the 3/8 pole. Down at the rail, Twirling Good Time is just in front. Cadena going with her, and Cadena now takes the lead. Aunt Yola making a 3-wide bid. Fortuna Mia is now fourth as they approach the quarter pole. They're coming to that quarter pole, and Cadena wide but in front. Asked to kick on now. Has a 2-length lead. Fortuna Mia comes out of the pack now. Angles to the outside in second. Down at the rail, Twirling Good Time is trying her best, and her best is pretty decent. And in behind them, Margot Treasure has surfaced. And here's Margot Treasure, who was last and is closing now as Fortuna Mia has collared Cadena. Margot Treasure on the inside, 16th pole. Fortuna Mia just in front, and it's Fortuna Mia pulling clear in again to win number 2 for Arad Ortiz Jr. Cadena was second. Margot Treasure finished third. Twirling Good Time was fourth.
2 for Jose Ortiz, 2 for Arad Ortiz Jr. 31st win of the meet. Fortuna Mia, the favorite, starts this pick 6. Good call, Megan.
Single. Didn't exactly win it like a single. It was kind of an awkwardly run, odd race to me, Meg. What'd you think?
Well, I thought Irad did a really good job extricating himself from that 4-ply speed duel, and he sat the trip, but then she angled out, and it looked like she was running in place before she finally got running enough late to get by the 6-horse Cadena. I'm wondering, guys, if the inside portion of the track on the dirt might not be the place to be, because Margot Treasure worked out a really good trip, but she rallied towards the inside, almost looked like she bogged down.
Right. The 4-horse, the eventual winner, stuck on her left lead for a really long time, and it wasn't until she switched leads that she was able to power by.
Finally found that extra energy. We talk about it, right? You're running through the airport, you have your luggage in one hand, you're trying to make that flight, Michelle.
Or you're just sitting there for 7 hours on a plane with no luggage.
But as you get tired, what do? Automatically you switch hands and you get a little more energy.
So I tell this analogy, but I tell it from a mom's point of view, Meg. I tell it when you're carrying a baby on the hip and you feel like you can't carry the baby anymore, and then you switch hips and you're like, oh, it's so easy, I can have twins.
5 races on this Friday card, 4 of them won by the Ortiz brothers, 2 apiece for Arad, and Jose. Linda Rice moves alone into second in the trainer standings, her 12th victory of this Saratoga summer. And these 2 brothers, 56 wins combined. We're not even at the halfway point yet.
Man, and unfortunately, they can't sweep the card today because they're 4 for the first 5, but it's going to happen one day. It's going to be an all Ortiz card.
I mean, if you look at a card and you would simply pick off of jockeys, that's what is your win rate there? I mean, extraordinary. It's almost like they're kind of one-upping each other every race. I love it. I love to see their competitiveness, especially at this kind of meet.
Dinner has to be kind of like the Manning dinner, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Fortuna Mia is the favorite, kicks things off in the pick 6. I don't know who this guy is in front of me. Someone showed up in pants who looks a lot like Jonathan. I don't know who it is.
But it can't be because he's got long pants on.
I don't know who it is.
Well, you know it was him because he was already saying it's a little warm.
That crew going to take over. JK, Paulie, Lafitte. Right after a break, they have the Hall of Fame to come. Zulu Kingdom trying to make it 4 in a row after a short timeout. Enjoy the rest of this Friday coverage coming up on Fox Sports 2. Of course, Whitney Day on Saturday. They'll preview that race and a whole lot more as our coverage continues right after this timeout from Saratoga Springs.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Ice Cream U Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 son Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on a gorgeous Friday afternoon with a sensational crowd on hand, and the Ortiz brothers have been sensational as well as Irad Ortiz picks up his second two aboard Fortuna Mia. Joining me here, Irad, she had to work for a bit. It seemed that the class drop really did help her, putting her in the right spot today.
Yeah, definitely. She helped me too at the break. I think she broke so well. After that, I rode her like the best horse of the race and worked out beautiful. I sit right behind the speed. I was involved early until before the half of my, kind of like I want to get out of there. I don't like my position, and she was okay. She come back to me. Then I buy my time. I was available to go around Chad horse on the turn, and that was it. After that, I just riding all the way to the wire, and she responded.
2 wins already for you today. You're going to be riding Mibago in the Hall of Fame coming up for Mark Casse. It seems there's some other speed, but you're drawn on the rail. How did you see the race playing out, especially with how quick he is early?
He's just a quick horse. He likes to be in the lead, and he can go fast, and he can stay on, you know. So I think it's an easy horse to ride when he make the lead, so I kind of like that plan. So that's plan A, and if something crazy happen on the race when the gates open, it can happen. We will go to plan B.
We all know anything can happen in this game, but as mentioned, Jose Ortiz with 2, you with 2 as well. You both are riding exceptionally well, but anybody that knows you two know that there's also a healthy competition in the family as well.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm competing against everyone in the Jackson. It's a tough colony. I ton of respect for everyone in there. I've been having we got a good start, good meet. My agent do a great job. I have a huge support from the trainers and owner. I'm so happy what is happening right now on my career, and I'm enjoying at the same time. I can't be more happy than that. I'm healthy. My family support me. My kids, my daughters, they come here. They have fun. I'm just living a dream.
I love that when you said it like that, living a dream. It is true, and you can see the enthusiasm out there. Well done on another win.
Thank you.
Irad Ortiz picking up his second win today. Still has Mibago coming up in the Hall of Fame a little bit later on. But this one was with Fortuna Mia getting the victory on the drop-in class. Had to work for it a bit, but her class prevailing, coming out of steady diet of stakes tries recently, as she is able to run down the number 6 Cadena as they finish for 6-3 with a big late run for Margot Treasure, checking in third, $5.50 winner in race number 5. We'll be back on the turf with 2-year-olds, the boys, this time coming up in race 6, a maiden special weight. When we come back, we'll take a quick time out, hear more about these 2-year-old runners. It's Grand Motion and first-time starter Turf Star, currently your favorite. All that and more coming up after this.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Since 1863, Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, on this eve of the Whitney. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Look at that crowd. This is Saratoga Live. Big crowd on hand. Electric atmosphere at the spa at the August place to be. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone alongside the gentleman who provided you with a $1,700 late pick 5 win ticket yesterday, Paul LaDuca, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Guys, so much excitement about tomorrow's Whitney. And we'll get to all the Grade 1 races in today's Hall of Fame, but just the atmosphere here today, Andy. I don't know what it is. Like the calendar turns, it's August 1st, and Saratoga just comes to life.
If you didn't know that it was a Friday, and you bet somebody and they said, do you think it's Saturday or Friday? You'd bet $1,000 it's a Saturday. It is jammed here. It's a beautiful day. It's going to be another one tomorrow. The racing is good, and the racing is going to be incredible tomorrow.
Yeah, it's wild out there. Seen about 27 people that I have not seen yet this summer. They're suddenly here now. And it does feel like it. You can feel the energy, and the weather's great. It feels nice out here, and we're going to see a heck of a horse race tomorrow. A couple of them, as a matter of fact.
Anybody that's who's who is here for racing, obviously for the sales. We got a jam-packed crowd. This might be the best day we've had, Andy, as well when it comes to the summer. No humidity. It's just beautiful out. And here's the best thing you need to learn here. Close your ears, because everybody's going to tell you they love their horse this weekend.
The August place to be. Great to have you with us in a terrific second half of the Friday program, highlighted by the Grade 2 Hall of Fame 3-year-olds. They'll be in that paddock before race number 7. And Zulu Kingdom is the favorite, 6-5 on the morning line on the 4th of July. Andy, in the Manila here, Zulu Kingdom in a perhaps better than looks winning effort at first glance.
Right. It's a hard thing when you come and you say, I'm going to tell you that a 6-for-7 lifetime horse whose only loss was in the Breeders' Cup might be better than he looks, but I think he is better than he looks off his last race. If you just sort of glance at the race, it's fair to say he looks vulnerable. He was not a dominating winner. He barely beat the number 3 in here. It was a long shot that day. But the way he won was very impressive. First of all, he's not a horse that wants to be dominating up front. He likes to sit off horses. But that was a time period where being on the lead and particularly being inside was very important. So they rode him aggressively. He never saw the inside. He was too close to a pace that was collapsing. And yet he still won the race. And Jonathan and Paul, I think you'll both agree, that's the mark of a good horse. A horse who can still win races even when things don't go its way.
He was extremely uncomfortable for a variety of reasons, right? He doesn't want to be close. He was closer than he wanted to be, like you said. And the inside was where you wanted to be. I think he's sitting on a huge race. I just think there might be some value elsewhere.
So I'm the chalk-eating weasel today, and Jonathan's betting the bigger priced horse. There's something going on.
He has pants on.
Don't know what it is.
Up
He has
is
pants
down.
on.
It's
I have no pants on. So, yeah, it's all different.
Pretty much every day here at Saratoga on set. Yeah, we're just getting started. August 1st, Whitney tomorrow. So much great racing still ahead this summer. Get involved. Sign up. NairaBets.com. Use that promo code SPOT200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. When we come back, time for the late pick 5. These 2-year-olds are in the paddock, and that's the favored 2-year-old Turf Star for Graham Motion, currently 2-1. Maggie's paddock report. Acacia's, is it Maggie? Acacia? Anyone? Help before we go to break? One of them? You'll hear from one of them with these 2-year-olds when we come back.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 in the back.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
top of this stretch. Obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live, gorgeous Friday afternoon. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. 2-year-olds in the paddock. Time for the late pick 5 to Maggie Wolfendale. Yes, Maggie Wolfendale. Talking about Free State, who does have the edge in experience, Maggie.
Yeah, Lafitte, sorry, we're keeping you hosts on your toes today as far as occasion eye switching back and forth, but experience. It is essential, I think, in these 2-year-old races as Free State gets to run on the turf today. And boy, does he look like he wants every bit of the green stuff here. I had written that in my notes. And look, you opt to keep horses in when you're rained off so you don't get what it's called bad date. You're more or less guaranteed to get into the next race that they have, which will likely, or you hope, will be on the turf. So that's why Kevin Rice, I'm sure, opted to keep Free State in. And furthermore, it just looked as though he needed a race too from a fitness perspective. Well, he comes in here, he is a lot more sharp, at least here in the paddock. He is a bit more tucked up. Wish there was a little bit more definition overall, but the fact of the matter is he just looks like an out-and-out turf sprinter, as he is a son of Caravaggio. The dam, she was 0 for 6 on it, but this horse is half to Freedom Trail, who is a stakes winner on the turf and a 2-time winner as a 2-year-old. Moving on to number 5, Turf Star. Well, that's an ambitious name. For a horse starting on the turf, but another son of Caravaggio here. The dam, she was multiple graded stakes. She's a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf. He's a half to Time for Trouble, who went 5 for 20 on the turf, and a recent stakes winner, the Lake George stakes winner here from last week, Daisy Flyer. She's also this one's sister. As Turf Star here, he's been preparing for Grand Motion at Fair Hill, so obviously we can't watch the workouts. I always feel a little bit behind when you can't watch a horse and how they've been preparing, but he definitely looks all turf, as one would suspect. And Graham often, I feel as though, opts for these shorter races first time out. I get the feeling that this horse probably can go a bit further. Now, whether he'll be effective at the 5.5 here remains to be seen, but he comes in, he's been fit, he's been professional, and boy, is he eye-catching. He has what we call a badger tail. He is a bay, but he has almost a blonde tail, which is very eye-catching here in the paddock, Lafitte.
See if he turns heads front side in his debut, Turf Star. There you're looking at Brooklyn Styles. And Paulie, with the hot hand yesterday, you hit the late pick 5, and now your bankroll play for this 6th race.
I got to say, when I hit the late pick 5, you know the first 2 guys that texted me congrats? The 2 guys to my right.
Not 3.
The guy in the shirt?
Andy,
Does he have your number?
Somebody must have stolen my phone.
I'm taking a shot here. I like the 7 a tiny bit in here, Brooklyn Styles. When I watched the workouts in this race, I thought this horse was the best, maybe gate horse. It might be the fastest, especially with the 4 coming out. So I'm putting 80 to win because my late pick 4 ticket's $120. I think the late pick 4, even with Zulu Kingdom in there, is very difficult.
Paul's bankroll play, Brooklyn Styles. Manny Franco seeking a 2nd win on the afternoon. He'll get a leg up shortly. Trainer Miguel Clement. 2-1 Turf Star. Getting ready for this late pick 5 and these 2-year-olds sprinting on grass. Another look there, JK. Intricate Spirit all set for his debut. You have the Precocity by Complexity, who was so good early on in his career as a freshman.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think, and Andy could talk about it a little bit more, is that Complexity hasn't had a lot of success yet with turf. But sometimes that can change, especially with a young sire. You find the right mare, suddenly a horse becomes a horse that can produce grass runners.
Intricate spirit. Maggie, what does he look like he's designed to thrive doing?
Jury's still out. I don't know if it's sprinting per se, but I will say this, and I think this is what Miguel Clement is looking at. This horse is half to Spirit Prince, who is a stakes winner on the turf. And while he was by Cairo Prince, I agree, complexity has not had the greatest influence when it comes to turf. This guy does have the proverbial turf hoof on him, so I'm okay with him debuting here. The problem is, like I said, the sprinting aspect. He's big. This is a big horse with a lot of scope to his frame. He's beautiful, and I really like him as an individual. I'm not sure how fast he's going to be here overall, but I suppose you got to get him started somewhere, and maybe he has shown a bit of an ability to be quick and fleet-footed in the mornings. Number 7, Brooklyn Styles, he's the other Miguel Clement trainee, and this one definitely looks like a turf sprinter, where he's a slightly bigger price than his stablemate. Watching his workout on the turf, the 1-4 back, he was sitting off a Cristobal, who's a New York bred colt who finished 3rd first time out, that I thought ran very, very well. And he was going a little bit better than him, almost on even terms overall. But this guy's been so professional here in the paddock. He looks incredibly fit, and he looks like the one that is meant to be the turf sprinter. Lafitte?
Brooklyn Styles, that's 7-1. Riders up. Brass Knucks. Another look at the favorite currently, Andy. Calumet Homebred. Turf Star 2-1, 8 minutes out.
Graham Motion does very well. He, if he doesn't win these races, his 2-year-old turf sprinters usually run fairly well, and it's an interesting situation because her dam Starstruck was very good going long routes. Now, she's produced 3 turf winners, but it's more of a route pedigree. But the thing about 2-year-olds starting out, dirt and turf, more dirt, but turf too, you'll see horses that want to go long because they're good enough, they'll win going shorter. But if he is to have a real future in the turf, in all likelihood, it'll be going longer.
Carlos Santana, lots to smile about this summer at Saratoga, and another big day yesterday, 3 wins on the afternoon.
He and his agent, PJ Campo, are absolutely lighting it up here. I mean, obviously and correctly, so much attention going on Irad Ortiz and his brother Jose, but very quietly, I'm not sure Ricardo Santana is having as good a meet in relative terms as anybody.
Absolutely. It feels a lot like a couple years ago when Tyler had a real kind of a breakout summer here, and it's a little bit different than what we saw last year with Dylan, but it's not the same. It's that we didn't expect for Ricardo to win this many races.
And on a contender here in Free State, who Maggie said, look, it looks like a turf sprinter.
Yeah, I'm smart enough to not go against the Kevin and Adam Rice horses that ship here, so I picked Free State, who's got enough turf pedigree to do it.
Probably a good call. Then Mount Sopris, Glen Hill Farm debuting homebred.
When you see those silks, you don't even have to click on the dam's name on Formulator to find out if there's turf pedigree.
Brass Knucks number 3, Joe Strauss is debuting homebred.
Just taking a little bit of money for a Dave Donk firster, and the dam was a multiple winner in the turf. She's only produced 1 turf winner, though, from 4 horses to try it.
Schwarzenegger out. When's he going to run? Then
He'll be
number
back.
5, Turf Start, Calumet debuting homebred. I set him up, you knock him down.
Probably the best turf pedigree of anyone in here, but is it really sprint meant?
Intricate Spirit and Joel Rosario.
We'll see if this one will get complexity back on track with these turf runners.
Paul's bankroll play, Brooklyn Styles.
Dam was pretty good in the turf. She's produced 2 that tried the turf that didn't do much running, though.
10-1, Supreme Good, pictured with Louis Rivera in the saddle.
Yeah, I mean, you see an Irish-bred sire and Irish-bred dam. You got to assume there's a little turf pedigree there.
Express Lane's second career start, heavily backed in his debut.
Guy to my left likes this horse in here, and he's right. He took a ton of money first time out, despite disappointing. Maybe on a dead rail in the dirt that day. I just wish he had a little bit more turf pedigree. I'd be more interested in running badly here, and then maybe he gets back on the dirt, and we take a shot with him.
Express Lane, that's the field. These 2-year-olds started the late pick 5, made in special weight. And Andy, another look here at Free State, and we've seen it time and time again with the 2-year-olds, and what a difference just that one race of experience can and will make.
Yeah, and even when you look at this horse, and I can understand why a lot of people would say, well, how much experience did he get? He was beating a city block. He got experience.
Still,
he got out there. He broke from the gate with other horses. He ran around the track. And a lot of times the trainer will leave him in thinking, I want to get him to run around the track, even though when that race was scheduled to be run on the turf, it came off because of rain. And the trainer said, I don't mind. I'll take a shot, give the horse a little experience, and then we'll come back on the turf next time, which is exactly what's going on here.
The other thing to keep in mind is and not to get too much down a rabbit hole, but the racing office, not like in a mean way, but that you're punished for scratching. You now go to the bottom of the list when you're trying to get in. That's how you end up on the AEs. So a lot of times I think trainers who have horses that they like, they don't want to miss. So they just gallop them around there in a race like this, and then they can come back so they can run. Otherwise, you end up on the AEs not getting in.
It sounds like a responsibility you would gladly inherit. The actual punishing.
I'm all for punishing anybody, anywhere, at any time. If you're volunteering, I can definitely.
Our audience is aware.
I think I punish you every time you have to work with me.
It's punishment every time.
To be honest, the only person I actually like up here is LaDuca.
Lafitte, you better do better. You're going to work with Andy on Wednesday.
Here's the thing about the one. I remember with Doug O'Neill when he had my horses. Even a bad race like that is about 3 or 4 workouts. So here's a horse that got another, just basically a good air in, I would think, in him, and now he's going to his preferred surface. Caravaggio was a really good horse on the turf.
He was.
He never stepped foot on the dirt. So this horse is going to be a completely different horse on turf.
Yeah, that's something. You're right. Horses can be Grade 1 stakes horses on the turf and not be able to beat 10 claimers on the dirt, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Some of the very best dirt horses have tried the turf, and they're just completely ineffective. They are completely different surfaces.
Talk to Aiden O'Brien about that.
Well, Coolmore has a very good plan. You talk about City of Light running in it. Actually, Galileo ran sneaky well in there, to be honest.
He ran all right.
Because if they win or even run second, like Giants Causeway, who finished second behind Tisnow, it opens up an entirely different stud career where they can stand over here for dirt horses as well. So they're gambling with huge upside and no downside, and that's why they're the smartest operation in the game.
I have a feeling you bet Saki as well.
Saki, Aiden O'Brien, right?
No, I bet some horse fish like 10. It's on a dead rail, Paul. I had an excuse.
Back to Maggie and Mount Sopris. Maggie, a cold on the board. What is he showing you?
So I've been kind of watching these Glen Hill Farm Tom Proctor horses because they haven't been that well represented as of late. We see Tom Proctor, who still remained kind of behind the scenes with the Glen Hill Farm horses, but wasn't the name trainer. And so now he is, it looks as though he's bit his tongue there on the track. But he was a bit green back in the paddock, but once he got on track with the pony, he's been actually a perfect angel out there, probably busy playing with his tongue and distracted by that. But what I've noticed with them is that they're all incredibly good looking. Every single one of them athletic, well balanced, but it just feels like they need to start mentally and physically. And furthermore, a turf sprint feels a little short for this guy. He's quite large, quite long. So everything about him says that longer is better, including his pedigree too, as the dam, she was good longer. She's a stakes winner on the turf. The full sibling is a winner on the turf. It's all turf, including second dam Grade 1 winner, Nereid. I always am not sure if I'm saying that right, but also he is a son of Warfront. So watching with intrigue to how he runs today. Another one with experience, as you guys were talking about, number 9, Express Lane. I don't think there is a doubt that this horse will be forward. He was forward in his debut, going forward a half at Gulfstream. He's been incredibly sharp, the sharpest horse on the track and in the paddock. And as Andy said, there isn't much turf pedigree to go on whatsoever. But I will say this guy has an incredibly slack pastern to him and a bit of a turf hoof. So if he can carry his speed, he could be effective here. He's not necessarily for me. That's why I went with the other horse that has experience with number 1, Free State, whom I've been waiting to get onto the turf. Lafitte?
That opportunity in moments with the fans looking on from the 1863 Club. Great spot to take in the racing on an afternoon here at Saratoga Racecourse, trying to project these 2-year-olds and what they're going to do early. Andy, do we have enough data, enough hints, enough clues to try and project who might be quickest leaving the gate?
Well, that horse. I mean, when the race horses are live, they're not coming from 8th. And the ones that they've brought, Adam and Kevin, they have speed. So if you like him, if he's not sharp and forward early, it's probably a bad sign. Maggie mentioned, obviously, the 9 could have speed as well, but I don't know. It is so hard to guess these. One thing I'd say is I'll be surprised if the 5 has speed. Not going to be surprised if he wins, but I'll be surprised if he's forward.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take the 9 for making the front. A horse that was very fast, going 4.5 for Jose D'Angelo. He took money on debut. There's obviously some talent there. I would imagine from that outside post, he'll pop away from there. The only thing is he's got that comfortable outside post where he can sit if he doesn't need to make the front. But I think he might just go ahead and go.
Crossing over to the turf course on this gorgeous Friday afternoon in upstate New York. And, Paul, your bankroll play 7-1 right now in Brooklyn Styles.
Yeah, as you see Bobby Flay taking in the action, and order a cocktail, Bobby. Let's go. Loosen up. Sales are coming soon. And Bobby taking it in. He's always interested. Big ambassador here. You know, I'm agreeing with both the boys in the set. The 1 of the 9's going to get to the front end. I'm hoping that the 7 breaks well and sits that good spot. You know, the 5 and the 6 are the 2 horses that could probably win this race, but I think they're going to be in the back.
Which doesn't mean they can't win.
Yeah.
Stars in the stands, stars on track, and potentially a future star amongst these 2-year-olds in front of this big crowd getting ready for Whitney weekend at Saratoga. August, place to be indeed. And time for this late pick 5. These 2-year-olds sprinting 5.5 furlongs, 5-2 on Free State. Frank Miramati standing by with the call.
Okay, Lafitte, here is Turf Star in the colors of Calumet Farm, well supported. There was a Turf Star I had the privilege of calling in 1995 at Hialeah Park. Christy Chapman aboard, stakes winner. Waiting on Express Lane. And they're off. Express Lane very quick away from there. So is Free State. Free State to the front. Intricate Spirit comes away in second. And then it's Brooklyn Styles 3 off the pace in third. Mount Sopris is a close-up 4, just 4 lengths off the lead as they pass the half-mile pole. Then Turf Star, who races on the inside of Express Lane, who broke well but is now 5 or 6 off the lead. 3 clear of Supreme Good. Brass Knucks far back. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter, and it's Free State showing the way. Pressed by Intricate Spirit, and a very busy Joel Rosario gets the response he's looking for. These two on even terms briefly as Intricate Spirit forges to the front. Brooklyn Styles is chasing from third. Mount Sopris along the inside of Express Lane. 1 furlong to go. Intricate Spirit has put away Free State. Wanders to the outside, but is in front by 3. Brooklyn Styles moves up on the inside, as does Mount Sopris with late energy. But it's Intricate Spirit in complete command, scoring by 4 lengths. Turf Star with a stellar stretch kick to get second. Brooklyn Styles and Mount Sopris.
What a debut. Intricate Spirit applying all kinds of pressure to Free State. Free State folded. Intricate Spirit did not, and wins going away.
He looked like a winner every step of the way in this race. Stalking outside the 1, Free State, Joel Rosario clearly had a ton of horse. And guys, I guess we have to say now complexity can get a turf horse.
Clement just missed the exact area. It looked like the 5, like we predicted, is the horse you're going to want to see down the road. It was the 6 wanders a tiny bit in stretch, but race was over as soon as this horse broke. And, you know, Andy made the point, and you could see Joel JK grab both reins on this horse to gather this horse in because he knew he had a ton of horse.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he sat right off the 1 who popped away from there and made the front end. Yeah, he was comfortable. I mean, that's the perfect trip you can get, sitting right off of a speed horse, going fractions that were more than manageable.
And the connections this horse are right now thinking about the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
That was the next
This was an impressive performance. This horse absolutely destroyed this field.
Yeah. 6'5", 7'2" with authority. Saul Kuhlman, West Point Thoroughbreds, Intricate Spirit for Miguel Clement. How about the first few weeks here at Saratoga for trainer Miguel Clement, shouldering this responsibility? Now he's the boss. He's calling the shots. He's the man, and we're seeing the results day after day out on the racetrack.
His horses have been running great at the meet. He is having an incredible meet so far.
It doesn't surprise me at all. You know, Miguel's been up here at Saratoga. A lot of his horses, he trains up in Saratoga. He's been up here a long time, and he's very, very skilled. I think a lot of people are not surprised. And, you know, he was 0 for 11 with his first-time starters this year, 0 for 10. Well, he just solved that problem.
Suffice it to say, learned from a great one. Late father, Christophe Clement, world-class trainer. Miguel Clement had intricate spirit, ready to roll. You saw Terry Finley of West Point Thoroughbreds in the winner's circle. And, yeah, JK, lots to smile about the first half of the meet this summer.
Absolutely. I mean, it's, you know, you got to imagine it's been a very turbulent year for what Miguel's had to go through personally, but then also professionally. You know, he's thrust into a position that I would imagine when he woke up on January 1st of this year, he was not expecting to find himself in, especially under the circumstances. And he's handled it with grace, and good to see him having the success he's having.
Keep in mind, if he was having a lousy meet, he'd be under a lot of pressure here. So he's answering a lot of questions under the gun, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Marty Jones always seemed to have the right answer, certainly did in the Derby and the Preakness, and now in the Hall of Fame. That's next.
Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, owns one of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Gunrunner dominated the 90th running of the historic $1.2 million Grade 1 Whitney at Saratoga by 5 1/4 lengths.
Gunrunner wins the Whitney. He wins the Breeders' Cup Classic. Gunrunner by 3.
Horse of the Year,
Gunrunner's on top of the world.
Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, where we just saw this first-time starter do that. Intricate spirit. Dominant. Joel Rosario winning Pilot, trained by Miguel Clement, with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with Miguel Clement and Intricate Spirit. Miguel, I admit, a little confusing on the pedigree. Obviously, his half-brother Spirit Prince, very good, a little bit longer complexity, doesn't have great turf stats, but he's a heck of a turf sprinter.
Yeah, no, in the mornings he shows plenty of speed. I'm not quite sure he finishes his works as well as he should, so we opted for a different surface switch. You know, the half-brother won a stakes for us on the grass, and just won very impressive the other day at Monmouth, so it made a lot of sense.
Absolutely, he looks like a turf horse, and he's a big, big guy. I mean, visually, You never know with these 2-year-old races what the number will come back, but visually this was very impressive.
Yeah, the 2 horses I thought ran very well. They broke well from the gates, behaved well the pony. They knew their job, and that makes it a lot easier, you know?
Sending out Deterministic tomorrow in the 4-star Dave, and you said after the win last time in the Manhattan that was the game plan, turning back in distance. How do you see things shaping up?
Fortunately, Kendrick rides, so we don't have to worry about that, but he's training remarkably well. I would be very disappointed if we don't see a good account of himself. He's drawn post 8. He's got tactical speed. I think you have 1 or 2 speeds on the inside of him, so I expect him to be in the top 3, forwardly placed, and he's training really well, so I'll be disappointed if we don't see a very good performance.
He's awesome. Best of luck with him, and congratulations here. Future looks bright with Intricate Spirit.
No, thank you very much.
Miguel Clement just doing all things right, including these 2-year-old turf sprinters. Liffy?
Pushing the right buttons, Intricate Spirit. Paul, you gotta love this game, and that conversation pre-race. Intricate Spirit, I don't know, can he handle the grass? Is he bred to thrive on it? And a couple minutes later, this horse might be going to the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, and if you read the workout reports in the morning, this horse was a target for another horse, but an older horse, and he proved today that he was better as Zulu Kingdom opens up at 1-9.
Same as last time. Somebody obviously made a big win bet. I should check my Naira Bets account and see what's bet to win on this horse. And yeah, there's $121,000 bet to win on Zulu Kingdom. So it feels like somebody bet about $80,000 to win on, because there's $27,000 to win on the 2. And they're not that dissimilar if you look at multi-race bets. So somebody's already in for a big heap on Zulu Kingdom. See how it works out.
Yeah, somebody is betting the favorite in the upcoming Hall of Fame. A little bit of bet the favorite, beat the favorite later on in the broadcast. But first things first, earlier today across the street, the 2025 Hall of Fame class was inducted, including Smarty Jones, the 2004 Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner. So close to capturing a Triple Crown, a blue-collar background, and his familiar faces. Master of Ceremonies, Tom Durkin on hand. And for so many Hall of Famers that were there, and welcoming the newest members to the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Always a special part of this weekend, Whitney Weekend Hall of Fame Day.
Yeah, and the Hall of Fame across the street. If you've never been, it's worth your time to go over there. And I'm just glad they're getting in horses that almost had great achievements. And I look forward to Funny Side and Fleet Alex and Risen Star and so many others that won 2/3 the Triple Crown getting in the future. I'm excited about that.
Couldn't have waited a day.
No.
I walked
24, just did a day.
I will say this.
Excited for Funny Side. I'm rooting for him next year.
I walked in today and saw Stuart Elliott and his wife. They had big smiles on their face and was talking to him. And obviously he was the rider of Smarty Jones. So cool day for them. And they got to see their son out here, Christopher Elliott, who's a rider.
You saw Pat Chapman and John Service and Roy Chapman, who passed away, I believe, in 2006. This meant the world to Pat Chapman, and the recognition for Smarty Jones, Jake Hay, with that blue-collar background from Ben Salem, PA, and to heights reached, having captured 2 American Classics.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those deals where it's probably not something you expect to happen. You hope it happens, you wish it happens, and you have a horse like Smarty Jones who captivated the racing world for about 5 weeks. He was outstanding in his 2 performances, and that Kentucky Derby and the Preakness, and he ran extremely well in the Belmont as well. He just ran second best that day.
Push for War Emblem can't be far behind.
Never too soon, is it? It's never too soon. Smarty Jones and everything he accomplished that ride. He took us on that catchy name, the undefeated Kentucky Derby winner in the Hall of Fame, and congratulations to the newest members of the Hall of Fame. That induction taking place earlier today. As our coverage continues on this eve of the Whitney, speaking of Hall of Famers, Mark Cassie in multiple Halls of Fame and ready to unleash the Speedy Me Bago in moments. And Steve Asmussen coming up with Clever again, with sights set on the heavy favorite Zulu Kingdom, the Hall of Fame in 20 minutes.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Makoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Makoma, the one to catch. Makoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Makoma continues the battle on down at the rail. It is Makoma
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Bricks and Mortar is right behind the leaders. Snap Decision is there on the outside. Final furlong, Big Handsome and Yoshida. Bricks and Mortar is going to swing outside of him. Snap Decision's on the far outside. Big Handsome, Yoshida. Bricks and Mortar coming. These three will decide the Hall of Fame stakes, and Bricks and Mortar runs them down. He's still undefeated.
I would count the seconds and wait for the Andy tweet after every win. Bricks!
He was so good.
Automatic.
He made $10 in this race after one of the most scintillating wins of the year when he won the Manila in his last start in a slow-paced race from dead last top of the stretch. There's an argument he could have retired undefeated. He was unlucky in both of his losses.
Bricks and Mortar, eventual Breeders' Cup Turf winner, Horse of the Year, and former Hall of Fame winner, with activity stirring in the paddock. Live look. Chad Brown campaign, Bricks and Mortar, and the work he's done, the damage he's done in this particular race. 7 wins and counting, and seeking an 8th today with Zulu Kingdom. We see this a lot with these turf stakes races in New York, specifically here at Saratoga with Brown.
No, I mean, he's dominated the stake races particularly. A lot of times you think it's with fillies and mares, but he's done it pretty well in the Hall of Fame as well.
Pretty good list there, Paulie.
Yeah, a lot of those horses come from way back, too. Carl Spackler obviously turned into a monster and then went overseas, but you look at a lot of those horses. Raging Bull was to come from behind her, but then he had a lot of horses that went to the front too as well. I mean, Chad could do it all, and Zulu Kingdom's going to be tough here.
Carl Spackler providing Brown with that elusive first win in the 4-star Dave, trying to go back-to-back tomorrow, but first things first, this Hall of Fame, and for Zulu Kingdom. Here, JK, let's revisit that Manila 4th of July. Same turf course, same distance. Zulu Kingdom, tis dashing off the fence in the stretch and run 1-3.
Yeah, off the fence is the key phrase there. On this weekend, being down on the inside was where you wanted to be. That was the good part of the turf course. Being towards the outside was not as good as the inside. Zulu Kingdom was always outside. 1 + 1 equals
2. Equals 2 to 5.
Yeah, and he rode that. I think Flavian, I think because the number came low, it's because Flavian just rode that race to win. He would have made that early of a move that he would have made maybe in a different race. But again, he might do it again.
I would disagree. I would say that the reason the number's lower is that he was against track. That I think that's why I think it was much more written. I think some people will look at that race maybe and say he's vulnerable in there, and I don't think it's as vulnerable as the figure looks. I think the figure's lower than his normal numbers because he was against the racetrack. That would be my analysis. Not saying it's right.
And Jonathan, the $400,000 question. Zulu Kingdom, bet the favorite or trying to beat the favorite?
Yeah, look, I'm going to try to beat.
You can see how painful this is for Kitchen, by the way.
Yeah.
This is he's unfamiliar with this role, and it's very hard.
Yeah,
You'll be okay.
I'm sweating very badly. No, look, I think Zulu King's a very likely winner of this race, and I certainly wouldn't want to not have him in any multi-race wagers. But I do think the 5 Clever Again is interesting. A horse who I thought was outstanding at Hot Springs and Oaklawn as a 3-year-old, and he ran extremely well. And then he comes into the Preakness. He's the benefactor of that journalism situation where he got kind of checked out of there, and now he's going to get a chance to try the grass. He's worked on the grass, he's bred for the grass, and he has the winningest trainer in North America making the decision to move him to the grass. 13 to 1, I'll pay to find out.
That was a mean, the graphics guy even against you. That was mean. He put up Zulu Kingdom undefeated in his last 3 starts. Even the graphics guys against you.
They're all beating up him, poor John. It's a
Clever,
really sad day.
Clever Again back there in the shadows. We can't see him as well as you can, Maggie. What is Clever Again showing you?
He's showing me he's a turf horse, Lafitte. So I agree with everything that Jonathan said, and I'm excited to see and confirm here in the paddock that, well, the pedigree shows that he would prefer this surface. Now, we'll see how things play out with regards to the speed, because the other speed in here, Tank, he's breaking from the far outside, and also Mibago isn't slow either. So how is it going to develop? How does Clever again want to run on this surface? Because it feels as though on the dirt he's a need the lead type, but sometimes with the turf it's a completely different scenario. And I love the fact too that we're shortening him back up to a mile. He's not the biggest sort, he's a bit more of a handier frame, and like I said, he's a turf horse. It's funny, I was joking with Acacia, and we both said to each other, if he was mine, he would have never seen the dirt. He would have been only running on the turf. As we'll move on to number 3 in here, Tiz Dashing, whom I liked last time in that Manila. He was coming back off a bit of a freshing, but rolled into that effort with a monster workout for Barkley Tag. And I know, I'm not sure if it was to instruction or whatever, but he had the potential to be the speed in that race. And they just conceded the lead to the eventual winner and favorite, Zulu Kingdom, who obviously they'll have to face again. And we were dealing with a track that was tilted towards that inside speed runners. So while he did get to save some ground and it wasn't a horrible trip by any means, I wonder if today, with a little bit more confirmed speed in this race, where he finds himself. But again, he looks phenomenal, and I feel as though his last race was an indication of a turning point of a horse that is a now later 3-year-old that's developing into a very nice horse. He's going to be one that's a big price up there, but might sneak in to exotics as we check in with Acacia, who is standing by on more with Luther, who's turning back in distance. Acacia.
He is, Maggie, and Connections thinking that that will really help him. Trainer Charlie Fellows felt that he kind of flattened out a little bit last time, and I had spoken to him before that Belmont Derby, in which he had said that he felt that it was too far 2 starts back in the Prix de Jockey Club at Chantilly in France. But he had also shared that this is a horse that before that Belmont Derby thought that he could get a little bit revved up in the paddock. He would have 2 handlers. He would be really on the muscle prior to his races. And last time that was the case. Today they came in with that red hood, and they actually took it off earlier. He was far better to get the tack on. He's been more settled here in the paddock today, and furthermore, he's actually built more like a horse that looks more like a miler. I actually do really like the cutback in distance for him, and if there is a lot of pace, that really should help. He, before the Belmont Derby, was actually stabled in my husband's barn. He's since moved over to the Stakes barn, but he stayed here in Saratoga and has been training here, and it seems getting acclimated to New York has made a huge difference as he'll make his second start stateside. Speaking of that early pace, Tank to the outside is one that certainly will be a big part of it. Now, he actually ran pretty well to the lead and kind of digging in to finish 4th in that Belmont Derby, going a bit further. He is also turning back in distance a little bit to the mile today. This is another horse that I've seen a really big mental improvement from. Saw him at Tampa back in March, where he nearly took out the whole paddock. He was kicking out, he was so revved up, he was doing so much, and he won against certainly softer company with Florida breds. He can be spicy. They saddled him on the walk, but he is really keeping a lid on it, and he does have the benefit of the outside post to see how the race does play out to his inside. There's other pace, Lafitte, but this guy is quick.
Tank at 15-1. We go back for the 4th of July in the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Andy Luther, last early modest rally, finishes 3rd, while Tank set the tempo and tires late.
Yeah, I mean, Tank has sort of things his own way in this race, but he still ran pretty well, all things considered. The problem is with Mibago on the rail, who's very quick, and even Clever again, who's quick, he's not going to get his trip in this race, and he's going to have to settle and rate. As far as Luther, it's an interesting question about the mile versus the mile and 1/8 last time, because his race in Europe that was his best race was the French Guineas, 3 races back, where he was narrowly beaten finishing 4th. That's at a mile. Then he didn't run well going longer, mile and 5/16. But the general rule of thumb is that you can go about an 1/8 of a mile farther, the Europeans here, and he didn't finish last time. So I do think he's dangerous here, but I just don't totally trust him in his second start in this country.
Trained by Charlie Fellows, while Clever again is trained by Steve Asmussen, live with Maggie.
Hall of Fame weekend. Why not talk to a Hall of Famer? Steve Asmussen here with Clever again. So much pedigree to handle the turf. I don't know. I thought he looked like a turf horse, Steve. But talk a little bit about how you feel as though he'll handle this surface change.
I'm excited about the opportunity. We had him up here last summer. He'd worked beautifully on the turf, actually was in a turf maiden. Came up with a little bit of a shin, missed some time with him. Came back up here. He worked beautifully over this turf course again. Always been excited about this opportunity. I really think backing him up to the mile also suits him.
Dynamics, though. Speed inside, speed outside. He's speed too. Can he rate on this surface?
I think he handles really well. I think it's if he's good enough. He's got a tremendous demeanor. As you mentioned, a lot of speed signed on here. I think today's the day to get him to rate and come home.
Excellent. Well, looking forward to him, and thanks for your time.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Guys.
Steve Asmussen?
I think what the point Steve's sort of making, if he's a turf horse, he might be able to rate and be a different horse than he is in the dirt.
Yeah. Could change things. Let's meet the field. Speedy Mibago, followed by aforementioned Luther.
Luther, I agree. This is the other horse in here. The problem with Luther is he was always last away in Europe, which means he'll probably be last away again today.
Looks more relaxed today, as Acacia mentioned, and Tiz Dashing. Surprise third in the Manila at 24-1. Clever again. 6-start turf debut.
Key to the race. Is he a turf horse? Is he going to provide more speed? There could be a pretty quick pace in this race.
Zulu Kingdom, strictly the one to beat.
I don't love 3 to 5 shots, but I don't want to try to beat this guy today.
Tank, Belmont Derby pace setter.
Yeah, and I would think he's going to go on with it. And Clever again, Andy makes a really good point. The 8 could get dangerous if the 5 doesn't really take to the turf at all. But you still got Mibago with speed. If the 5 does take the turf, you're looking, like Andy said, a very, very quick pace.
I'm going right back to the exact I played in the last race in the Manila. I'm going back to 7-3. I think the 3 ran well enough to be second in that race, and I think he's going to run well today. I think he's going to get the right trip here, and I'm hoping he can at least get second in this race.
Says Maggie and Acacia referenced his dashing, and see if he has turned the corner and see what he does in this Hall of Fame. Paul, you knocked down that late pick 5 yesterday. Now your approach for this late pick 4 where our viewers can scan, play along, and ride along.
I thought it was a difficult sequence. I get it. You get Zulu Kingdom here. You're still going to have to make up a little ground, but I do think the 2's a little dangerous in here. Luther, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9. I think the 2's beatable in the next race. Omaha Pistol, right now, one of your favorites. I think the 7 will be a horse that will be a favorite there, too. 1, 4, 6, 8 in race number 9. And then race number 10, I got confused a little bit. I originally had 4, 6, 7. Then I wanted to throw the 1. I'm against the 10 on the complete outside. I think the 1 and the 8 are live in there. So $120 ticket for 50 cents.
I'm glad to see you have both of my bankroll horses in bankroll play horses in your pick 4.
Oh, okay, good.
They're not the favorites. I can't release them now, Paul. Just subscribers
Private
get them early.
information, yeah.
We don't give it out late.
Paul, they playing with house money after hitting that late pick 5 yesterday. Late pick 4 gets started with this grade 2 Hall of Fame, these 3-year-olds in Zulu Kingdom. Yeah, the pace scenario and what to look for early on is fascinating between Mibago, between Clever again, and Tank.
Right. I mean, Mibago is committed. He's going. That's what he does. And I can't imagine, I mean, unless they're deciding to take on a different tack with him after disappointment last time, but I think he's going to go. I don't know if Clever again is a horse that can rate, but maybe if he's more of a turf horse than dirt horse, he'll have a different demeanor on the turf. Now, the 8 Tank is a speed, but he's not nearly as fast as he's not as fast as the 5. He's not as fast as the 1. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure that Tank is really faster than Zulu Kingdom.
No, it's true.
He is not a speed in here, and I think if you're going to run Tank in this race, especially cutting back in distance, this is the time you experiment because he ain't getting the lead unless the 1 and 5 just don't get out of the gate and something weird happens. So in all likelihood, I think he's the one they'll try new tactics with. Whether or not they work remains to be seen.
I think the 5 has shown some brilliance enough that I don't think he needs the lead if he takes to the turf.
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question, you know. I mean, sometimes horses ride a turf for the first time and they don't really love the surface and they run off on it. You know, they show
but
more
if he
speed
takes the surface,
they're
doesn't
not
he
really
beat
running.
this field?
No, Zulu Kingdom's pretty.
Oh, he's good.
I think Zulu Kingdom's a better horse than he is, personally. Okay. But, I mean, I don't blame Jonathan for betting him at 7-1. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with anybody betting him at 7-1 in this race. He's got pedigree.
We've made it clear why he's the horse to beat in this Hall of Fame, Zulu Kingdom. Andy, what would you say is a potential pitfall or any reason to believe he could be vulnerable in this spot today, Zulu Kingdom.
I don't think he loses because he doesn't run well. I think he loses because Luther's more efficient going a mile and turns out to be a better horse. Or Clever Actor, your horse, Jonathan, turns out to be a really good turf horse. Those are all possibilities.
I know it sounds obvious, Lafitte. The only way that Zulu Kingdom gets beat is if someone runs better than him. I know that sounds, but if he runs his race and no one else, he'll win.
Somebody's going to have to run really well to beat him, and they might.
6 for 7. Maggie and Acacia only loss in a Breeders' Cup event.
Yeah, absolutely. Zulu Kingdom has been sensational, Maggie, and not necessarily his preferred trip last time out either, given the way that turf was playing. And I think that Flavian Pratt opted to do what you needed to do because that was a turf course that was aiding inside speed type runners. Now, looking at Zulu Kingdom, he's such an attractive sort, Acacia. He's very much of that classic type of thoroughbred, tall, leggy, extremely athletic. He was sharp today too, which isn't out of character, and it's good to see.
I remember Chad Brown saying as a 2-year-old that he's kind of a distracted type of horse, and he's always had that a little bit, but looking like he's doing exceptionally well coming into this. And I know neither you and I were necessarily in love with Mibago and his chances, but he does kind of hold a key to this race, given how much pace there appears to be on paper.
And he has the best post position of any of those horses. Now, I thought last time out, granted over a yielding turf course in that Penn Mile, he did get a little bit headstrong. I think he wasted a bit of energy with Rod Ortiz Jr., not necessarily fighting him, but just very bullish and very, heavy-headed. So he did come up a bit short there. He's going to have to deal with other pace presence as Tank and Clever, again, I'm sure aren't going to be too far off of it.
We touched on him in the paddock, but just watching him on track as well, the 2 Luther, you and I agreeing, he is a totally different horse today. And while he didn't link with a pony in the post parade that's typical for Europeans, he's just so much more settled today.
Night and day difference. And Joel Rosario climbing aboard for the first time. I'm wondering if we see him break a bit better now that he has the American gate experience. He was a little slow away from there going back to that Belmont Derby, but I totally agree with you. I've always scratched my head, and I get it, because the paces are slower in Europe, so that's why they go a little farther here in America. But I see so many of these horses that look like true milers coming from Europe that they want to stretch out, and at the end of the day, they're better when they have less distance.
He looks like the prototype for these conditions. Lafitte will see how he handles it today.
More settled, laid back Luther. Joel Rosario looking to go back-to-back on this Whitney Eve program. Just struck with intricate spirit. Just gave a thumbs up aboard Luther. And our handicappers, our analysts, you saw the selections. Andy, you're the only one going with the odds-on favorite, Zulu Kingdom.
I'm proud of my role in this race as the resident chalk-eating weasel. I accept it, and I'm proud of it.
Do we not think Luther's a little overbet?
I don't know. I mean, this is a horse that got beaten a length and a quarter in the French Guineas in a mile. This is a horse that ran a figure comparable to the races that Zulu Kingdom runs. So I don't know if I think he's really overbet. I don't love him today. Sometimes horses that come from Europe, and it's not always the case, they'll run their very best race the first time, and they used to call it the Euro bounce. They just wouldn't run as well, and something I've seen a lot, so I do think about it quite a bit. I'm on the fence. I mean, I understand. I think, Jonathan, that you and I have an opinion of Zulu Kingdom's last race that a lot of people don't have. Now, I think we're right, but a lot of people are looking at it and they're saying, ran an 85 buyer for running a 90, maybe he's a little bit ordinary. I don't think he is, you don't think he is, even though you're trying to beat him. I think we may hold him to a higher esteem than a lot of the bettors might be.
Paul, for you, taking a shot against him, is that I don't think Zulu Kingdom brings his best, or just that much faith in your selection?
When I look at this race, I see the 1 going to the front end. The 3 probably does get the trip, and I think Luther's the better horse. If it all plays out, he's going to get pace to run into, so that's why I like him. The son of Frankel probably would have liked a little more cut in the ground, obviously, but I think he sits a good spot. The problem is, I know he's a lot more settled today, but he was never good away from the gate in Europe. He hasn't been good away from the gate in the 1 start here.
He is good away from the gate in Europe.
Look, it says right here.
Yeah, I watched his races.
Raced in last in touch, slow start.
No. He's been close up to the tennis. I watched his European races, Paulie. He's not a horse that's slow. Europe they'll write, and just so you know, sometimes you'll see, like in the Racing Post, you'll see dwelt. You'll see that comment. In Europe, dwelt means something. Here we think of dwelt breaking like 3-4 lengths beyond the field. Europe, it means like a length.
Well, if he breaks better, he's going to be tough.
I'm just saying, I watched his European races. He's a horse that gets out of the gate over there.
If he can beat the 3 to the first turn, which I don't think can happen, but if he can, I think he's a major player in here.
It's something to watch right from the start. And Luther, the second choice, 9-5. Mibago, Pedal to the Metal, Arad Ortiz. I'll check of the tote board, 4-5. Zulu Kingdom. Post time for the Friday feature at Saratoga. Grade 2. Hall of Fame. Frank Miramati with the remainder of the load and call the Hall of Fame live on Fox Sports 2.
Happy Hall of Fame Day, ladies and gentlemen. Zulu Kingdom will be second last to load. Tank to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off to a beautiful, smooth beginning. And Mibago wastes no time. Clever again comes away in good order. Zulu Kingdom is taken in hand as Tank ranges up on the outside. They're followed by Tiz Dashing, and Luther is at the back of the field. Tiz Dashing and Luther bumping, and that was not good at all for Luther at the back of the field. In the meantime, Pedal to the Metal indeed for Mibago, who has opened up a half dozen lengths on Tank in second. Clever again is now racing in third, 2 lengths in front of the favorite, Zulu Kingdom. The opening quarter went in 23 seconds flat, and Zulu Kingdom is some 10 lengths off the lead. Another length and a half back to Tiz Dashing, and Luther will have his work cut out for him after that incident in the first turn. So the lead still belongs to Mibago. Mibago ran a half in 47-2 and has a 2-length lead. Tank and Clever again side by side, and here's an aggressive move from Luther, but he was stopped cold. And so Luther shuffled back once again. Zulu Kingdom is fourth, and another 2 back to Tiz Dashing. They're coming to the quarter pole. Mibago got his breather, tries to go on with it, leads it by 3 lengths. Clever again in second. Zulu Kingdom on the inside. Luther in the yellow, very valiant. He's trying his best as Zulu Kingdom is let loose in the center of the course. One final furlong, and Zulu Kingdom comes to take the lead. Luther moves into second. Clever again. Mibago drops back in Tiz Dashing. It's Zulu Kingdom in front, and Zulu Kingdom will win the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame by 2 lengths. A tremendous effort out of Luther in defeat. And then behind them, it was a photo for third between Clever again and Tiz Dashing.
Lots to unpack. Lots to unpack. Huge effort. Luther, but in the end, Zulu Kingdom, the favorite, delivers 8th win in the Hall of Fame for trainer Chad Brown, Flavien Prat. Andy, what happens going into the first turn?
I'm not sure. Both of the 2 and 3 sort of broke fine. They kind of dropped back. I don't think Joel did anything. I don't know if the 3 just
7
came
might
over
have came
on him
over
there.
on them or
You'd have to
something.
almost see the drone shot. I was going to say blimp because I'm aged. But I'd like to see a drone shot to see if, because Joel doesn't go into a spot that isn't there, guys.
Can we go back to the
I
first
wonder
turn
if
replay?
the 3 came over on him, but I can't tell from what we saw. I don't want to point fingers at anybody.
How'd you see it, Paul?
Castellano looked over, and he looked over. I originally thought it was Javier, but now that I look at it, Javier looks over, and he looks to the inside. Now watch Pratt on the 7 when they come out of the gate. I think he might take a look at the 7 might have caused this.
No.
Another look at the first turn.
This was all the 2 and 3.
Watch him look in. Now watch the 7 come in, Andy. Come on, man. Watch the replays.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Good
That's-
point, Paulie. I
That's
see what
what
you're saying.
they're looking. They got a lot, but I don't know if they're even looking at that.
It's one of those things, honestly, there's no real depth perception on that. I'd love to see a drone shot. It's a good point, Paulie. No, you're right. You're dead right.
What?
No, I'm not saying we do. I'm saying I wish we did.
What
I
an
wish we
effort
did.
from Luther, who again and shuffled back
your
going
drone?
into the far turn. Jonathan, how did you see it, Jonathan?
Look, I think the 2 got it a little bit tight. I don't think anyone was necessarily
trying to do it.
Yeah,
No,
severely
nobody's
at
saying
fault
that.
for anything. I tell you what, Luther ran very
Massive
well.
effort.
Because not only that, you also heard Frank Miramati call that he ran up into a spot and got stopped. This horse had 2 incidents
later in the race.
of real trouble, and still ran on late.
I'm just glad I cashed my $80,000 win bet on it.
Well done. Very well done. Zulu
Otherwise,
Kingdom,
borrowing.
7 for 8, perfect at Saratoga, 3 for 3. Again, an 8th win in the Hall of Fame for trainer Chad Brown. Beat goes on for Flavian Pratt, another graded stakes win here.
And here's the objection.
Saratoga, and there is the objection involving the first, second, and fourth place finishers.
Flavian's laughing.
And that was Javier telling him, I claimed on you. And that's why Flavian looked at him and smiled. He told him, I claimed on you.
Just
He looks very concerned.
It shows you how laid back.
Oh, wait. Oh, that's the.
Yeah.
Here we go. There is an angle out there the stewards have.
All
it did not involve the 7.
It's Javier's fault. It's not the 7's fault.
yeah.
Javier, this is wow.
Our viewers are not seeing the replays just yet that the stewards are looking at. Another look here at the first turn.
We're able to see a different view so people understand it. But right here, and it's interesting because it's not. If it's anything, it was Javier. If it's anything, it's Javier coming over on the 3 coming over on the 2.
So what happened was, for the viewers at home, because we got a better view, the 7 came over a little bit like Andy said, but he did not infract in the 3. Javier reacted to Flavian coming over more. It's almost like a guy driving to the rim and he was looking for body contact and throws up an air ball. He didn't get the contact, Javier, and Javier reacted, and Javier put the squeeze on Joel. I think Flavian is completely clear from this.
I agree. I think what I originally thought, you took my original thought, and I think your point was valid. And I think
But Javier was reacting to Flavian.
That's why it's important for the stewards and everybody to see different angles, because we've all seen things in pan shots that we think there's a foul, and you see a head on and nothing happened. And that view, I don't know if we can get it, but the one the steward showed here on track makes it clear that the 3 was at fault for anything that happened.
And it is Javier Castellano who finished 4th on Tiz Dashing, claiming foul against Luther and Zulu Kingdom. Our first look at not the blimp, but the drone angle here, Andy.
This is the best.
I'm 136 years old. I rode blimps when I was in the war. Okay, so that's the 2 in yellow last. Outside of him is the 3. He's already kind of infringing on his path, to be honest with you guys, right? Is there anything to turn? This is not Joel's fault. And right there, he just comes over.
And now it's Joel Rosario on Luther claiming foul against Javier Castellano and Tiz Dashing and Flavian Pratt and Zulu Kingdom.
It's just
Joel wouldn't claim on Javier because he finished behind him, Javier.
Passing along what I mean.
It is craziness. This is a racetrack.
So it is Joel Rosario who claimed foul.
Okay.
Joel, because that would have been interesting that Javier claimed foul.
We're watching a different angle again than you are. And Javier's claim, and he's going to make it, is that Flavian was coming over. The problem is that Flavian looked like he might be coming over, but to me, it looks like he didn't actually come over, Jonathan.
He was clear. I thought he was clear.
Race riding.
Yeah.
I mean, all he did was
watch again.
He got in the 3-pack.
Watch Flavian.
And Javier overreacted. Right here, he thought he was going to come over a little bit more, and he didn't.
Yeah, he never. Yeah. I think we're creeping into we're wasting time looking at this.
Any jokes you want to tell?
Go to Maggie, who just spoke with Flavian Pratt, winning rider of this Hall of Fame on Zulu Kingdom. Maggie.
Thanks, Lafitte. And talking with Flavian, look, you're a jockey. You're pleading your case. You're not going to claim any guilt here. But as he said, I felt as though I put no pressure on anybody going into that first turn. And guys, we rarely see incidents happening, before an 1/8 of a mile or a 1/4 of a mile before the finish line being adjudicated here. So this would be a rarity if we saw some sort of change. But Flavian Pratt, pretty adamant that he did not cause the problems with Luther.
Maggie, thanks so much. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt looking on. And it was Joel Rosario claiming foul, finished 2nd on Luther against the winner, Zulu Kingdom.
Okay, let's watch.
Another look overhead and what took place going into the first turn as Pratt does look over on Zulu Kingdom just to his inside as he's floating over and trying to save real estate.
Right. Pratt has dropped. He's 3rd to last. 3. Tiz Dashing is 2nd to last. Well, we just sped it up pretty quickly, so it was a little hard to see there. Okay. We don't need to go this far back. There we go.
And Jonathan, I know you're puzzled that it's taken this long. And to Acacia, who just spoke with Joel Rosario, who finished second on Luther.
That Luther did encounter, he said that he felt from that vantage point that when the 7 Zulu Kingdom drifted over a little bit, the 3 Tiz Dashing reacted, and that's why he thought that he came over so much into his face there, checking him back to last. But he did tell me, he said, if I didn't get checked back, I think I would have won the race. My horse ran huge today.
Massive effort, without question. The trouble on the first turn, shuffled back, heading into the far turn. And still classy enough, brave enough, coming through on the inside. A bold run to finish second until run down by Zulu Kingdom. And yeah, this is.
It's going on a little bit longer than it feels like it should be going on.
Yeah, for not being an inquiry, because I thought they would put up an inquiry immediately, but they did not. So this is going on a little bit longer.
Well, the stewards, it's a stake race. I think the stewards want to go through everything and look at it. Who knows? Maybe they're going to make a change. I don't get it if they do, but I'm sure there are people who disagree with me.
I would be a little bit disturbed if they made a change.
Listen, I bet the 2, and I think
if they do, the result's going to be 2-5-3. In case anybody wonders, because if they say that the 2 caused the 7 caused it, then he fouled the 2 and 3. I believe there was an overreaction, believing the horse might be coming in, and let's watch it. He's already, Javier is already coming in the 2, and the 7 was well clear. So for me, if I'm a steward, I'm saying, well, the guy's already coming over on him, and the other horse is two paths clear of him. So I don't understand how you can blame the rider of the 7 when the other guy is already coming over on him. So to me, this is kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, I agree.
I mean,
yet
Javi's
8 minutes later, here we are.
I get it, but Javi's already leaning on him. So.
Or Tiz Dashing just reacted.
This would be no consequence if the 2 runs second by about 4 lengths. The 2 runs second by a half a length. That's why they're looking at this longer than they should, probably.
It wasn't a half length. This horse won by a couple lengths, didn't he?
Yeah.
This horse won by a bigger margin, I think you realize. But I don't think. I have no problem with them looking at it. On the other hand, I don't believe there should be disqualification. Frankly, I'm not financially involved in this because I needed a 7-2-3 try. So, unless they take Clever again down, then I'm good.
Zulu Kingdom, the Hall of Fame winner for now. Another look, another angle.
I think the other part, too, is Flavian looking over after he must see the guys hollering, but that's just natural reaction.
Nothing there. There's just nothing there.
Looked like Tiz Dashing he reacted. Not necessarily Javier. Tiz Dashing reacted.
It's one of those things where the horse reacted and both horses were scrunched into one spot. And listen, Flavian did what he was supposed to do. He's supposed to put them in a tough spot. And
I think the stewards are ready for stewards review with me if they make a change here.
They're looking at this very long.
What
was the final margin of victory?
A couple lengths. Flavian Prat, and that same look, not so much the concern of being taken down, and maybe the longer this takes, that starts to creep in. But why are we still standing here?
A decision should have been made at this point. I understand they're trying to do the right things, but let's look at it, okay? The 7 now is 2 paths outside of the 3. He's already coming in onto the path of the 2. Am I wrong?
No, you're
So
right.
I don't understand how you can blame the 7 when the other horse is already coming into his path. So I don't see how you can blame it when the guy is already committing potentially a foul at that point. Yeah. So to me, this is an almost no-brainer. I don't see it at all.
Wow, they took him down.
Wow. I don't agree with this one.
That's
wow.
The announcement from Frank Miramati, a disqualification in the Hall of Fame.
In the first turn with
Zulu Kingdom taken down, disqualified, placed fourth.
For interference on the first
Luther,
turn,
the winner of this Hall of Fame. 2-5-3-7, Luther by disqualification, winner of the Hall of Fame, and you can hear the oohs, the ahs, the reactions from this big crowd here at Saratoga, and a sense of real surprise.
I think this is a terrible call. Tune in to Stewards Review. We'll be taping it Wednesday morning. It'll be on the NYRA YouTube channel, and I'm going to ask both the NYRA steward, Victor Escobar, as well as Cody Watkins, the Jockey Club steward, how exactly they could take this horse down, and you'll hear their reason.
Dramatic ending to the Friday feature in the Hall of Fame. The favorite disqualified, Zulu Kingdom. It's Luther in the winner's circle, the official Hall of Fame winner. Wow.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Dramatic conclusion to the Hall of Fame. A stunned crowd as Luther taking nothing away from him. What an effort given all the trouble encountered on the first turn later in the race. Valiant second to cross the wire and eventually moved up through DQ to win the Hall of Fame.
Right, but I've bet so many horses in my life that finished second that you could argue were best that I didn't get paid on. And if you cash in any way in this race, I'd be sneaking up the window to get my money.
You'd log into your Naira Bets account begrudgingly.
I would cash out, take the cash and run.
Joel Rosario, winning pilot with Acacia.
That's right, Lafitte. Joel, you had to wait for it, but I know you felt that justice was done because you told me you thought without that trouble, your horse was winning anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look like, it cost me a lot of, going to the first swing, I had to grab him and shake him out of there. I don't know, I don't know how it didn't went down. And then, it just, and he got beat, looking like a lane and a half maybe, right for the whole field. Just, this is sometimes how it goes.
Even with the trouble, Luther ran exceptionally well today.
He did run really well after all that happened. And, he got himself back in the game and in the race. And, never thought in a million years they're going to be that close, because all that happened and going to the first swing and actually right here in the last turn too. So good offer for him.
A nice effort today for sure, but it is Hall of Fame Day. It's the Hall of Fame Stakes. You were recently inducted into the Hall of Fame and getting a chance to take a picture here with some of the true legends of the game. Can you explain what it means to be in racing's Hall of Fame with those greats?
Yeah, it's a great honors, and we just work hard, and hard work pay off at the end. But never in a million years, I never thought I'm gonna be in the Hall of Fame, and just blessed for me, and just a lot of people who give me, the support and the whole time, and just I can be, can be any better, yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Joel Rosario, Hall of Famer indeed. Nobody's saying he didn't encounter trouble. He absolutely did. It's a matter of assessing responsibility and who was responsible for the congestion in the first turn.
I think this terrible precedent was just set there. I think there's trouble in the first turn in races constantly. And I believe that while you might be able to make a fair argument, as Paul originally said, the Zulu Kingdom was coming over a bit. It's got to be much more clear-cut than that to make a decision like that in a claiming race or a stake race. And I believe the stewards set a bad precedent. I have the greatest respect for our stewards here. I do, unlike other people. I do respect them a great deal. I just disagree with them.
We are going to hear from Victor Escobar, the New York Racing Association steward here. What would your first question be to Victor?
Did you not think he was clear?
I'm going to have to think about it because I'm going to be talking to him on Wednesday, but Acacia has the job now.
Well, you'll hear from Escobar a little bit later on as our coverage continues on this eve of the Whitney. And Safi Joseph with Wida Barrio, who won a Whitney but not with Safi Joseph. Now back in Safi's stable. Safi Joseph with Skippy Longstocking as well. 2 bullets to fire in tomorrow's Grade 1 Whitney.
Now's the time to subscribe to the NyraBets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like NyraBets on YouTube. Saratoga Live Saturday. 5 graded stakes, topped off by the Grade 1 $1 million Whitney, a win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Saratoga's Whitney Day kicks off at noon Eastern on FS1.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is, Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the Win Early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Terrific crowd on hand. Great energy on this Friday before the Whitney. And now we go to Acacia with Nyra steward, Victor Escobar. Acacia.
That's right, Lafitte. Victor, thank you very much for taking the time. Can you just explain to us the steward's decision and talk us through the thought process of that disqualification of Zulu Kingdom?
Thank you, Acacia. Yes, at the conclusion of the 7th race today, we did have a rider's claim a foul rider of the 2 lodged an objection against the winner, the 7, and also the number 3, who was to the inside. After reviewing the video evidence and speaking to the riders involved, the stewards determined that number 7, Zulu Kingdom does continue to make a gradual shift to the inside on his way to the first turn. As he continues on to the inside, he leaves insufficient room to the horses to his inside, including both 3, Tiz Dashing, and number 2, Luther, who both suffered significant interference as a result of it. Both horses lost significant ground, made up sufficient ground to satisfy that it didn't affect the outcome of the race. As a result, we opted to disqualify number 7 and place him behind the 3.
Thank you very much, Victor.
Thank you, Acacia.
Lafitte?
First things first, like Escobar does not have to do that interview. So just him taking the time and speaking with us and explaining to the viewers how the stewards saw things unfold in the Hall of Fame, we appreciate that. Now, Andy, what's your reaction to his explanation?
My reaction, by the way, is exactly yours. I give Victor a lot of credit. Most stewards and a lot of stewards would hide up in the booth. Even if they felt they were right, they wouldn't come down and do that. So while I disagree with Victor, that's why I have as much respect for him as I do, the fact that he's willing to come down and do that. So I don't care that I disagreed with him. I respect the man for doing that, and I'll disagree with him more when we tape the Stewards Review on Wednesday. You won't want to miss that one. I think we should be lining up some advertising on that, Jonathan. Can you handle that?
I'm going to come sit right here and get some popcorn and just watch.
It's something that we need to fix, let's just be honest, because at the end of that, what did he say? It affected the outcome. So if the 2 does not come back and run second in the race, there's no takedown. And that's something we need to correct in this, because they want to get the outcome. How does it affect the outcome? We never know how it really affects the outcome. So
it's in the books, the Hall of Fame, as our coverage continues, and we look ahead to the marquee event tomorrow afternoon, the Grade 1 Whitney. Mile and an eighth Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic $1 million purse, with number 9 Fierceness favored 9-5. Mindframe stablemate not expected to run for Todd Pletcher. White Abarrio is expected to perform. 2 years back, having won the Whitney, parlayed that into a win into the Breeders' Cup Classic. Jonathan, in trying to regain that form, what are your thoughts about him? Can he reach back and find that the stuff that made him a Whitney winner, the stuff that made him a Breeders' Cup Classic winner 2 years ago?
Sure. Yeah, he can reach back and find it. The problem is there's 2 horses in this race that are better than him, and if one of them shows up, then he's not going to be able to win this race. He needs them both to not show up, Fierceness and Sierra Leone. I think White Abarrio is a really good horse. I just think that he's a cut below those other 2.
If you excuse or draw a line through Fierceness's effort in the Met Mile, which, by the way, he did run second, but more was expected, can't you do the same with White Abarrio?
100%. I'm sick of making excuses for Fierceness every time he doesn't run well. Every time he doesn't run well, I hear this happened or that happened. The bottom line is every time he doesn't run well, somebody dropped a stone in his path and he didn't get the trip he needed and he didn't get it done. So if we're going to use that excuse for him, we can use it for White Abarrio. I think White Abarrio's Pegasus and I think his win in the Breeders' Cup Classic and in the Whitney both make him a major player in this race. Now, whether or not you can rely on him to do it, the others are more consistent. But inside of somewhere, he's got a race that makes him one of the big 3.
What a day. Go ahead.
Well, Safi said it was trainer error last time, and I think drawing the inside, him and Fierceness were a little compromised. Raging Torrent just took it to him. They're back at their better distances, I think, now.
Can't wait for this one, the Whitney. We talk about the Travers as a Midsummer Derby. This feels like a Midsummer Breeders' Cup Classic. What colors will we see in the winner's circle following the Whitney last year? It was Arthur's Ride and Glassman Racing. 2024 Whitney winner. So who's next?
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live on this stunning Friday afternoon. Coverage brought to you by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Everybody take a deep breath, regroup. Still have 3 races ahead. And you have a bankroll play on the horizon.
And I also want to point out, there's nobody on this set that benefited or was hurt by that DQ. None of us were biased by what took place there.
Monetarily invested a dime. I will pass along different views as we're looking at your bankroll play. Like champion jockey Richie Migliori coming in says he thought that was the right call.
Angel Guerrero would probably tell me he'd have 3,000 less wins if they adjudicated fouls like that when he was riding. The 9 Come Full Circle is a very interesting horse to me. He's got a turf pedigree. That's why he got bet in his first turf start. He didn't run. But the reality is the best race he ever ran by far was his debut, the only dirt race he's run. And I will say it was a muddy seal track. Maybe he liked the muddy seal track and he won't do it in a dry dirt track. The bottom line is he was 4 wide the entire way around the racetrack. A day you wanted to be on the rail, where horses ran big on the rail and they were hurt by being wide. The horse that won the race has won 2 straight stakes and is a very, very good New York bred, very good horse. And he ran a figure of 59, a buyer figure, which puts him in the hunt here with the favorites. And he's a much bigger price. So for me, I've come full circle with him, back to the dirt. First trying a dry dirt track from my man Bob Dunham. I'm all in, 100 to win and come full circle.
100 to win, bankroll play, best of luck, 7 to 1. High riding Ricardo Santana in this very easy handicapping endeavor, this 8th race at Saratoga, JK.
No, this race is tough. I ended up landing on the 2 Omaha Pistol. Andy made fun of me about it this morning.
I'm making fun of you again.
I know, on the handicapping show, Talking Horses. So, and he's in rare form now, so I'm sure he's going to really bring it.
Well, I just don't think the 2 has burned enough money.
We got to dull out that
He's
edge.
lost at even money twice in a row, 6 to 5. But Jonathan he's 3 to 1 today, though.
Yeah, see?
It's your favorite weekend. It's Whitney weekend.
I'm having a great time. Are you kidding me?
Post parade, Omaha Pistol, quick gelding 4th start at the level.
The horse has been burning money, but Andy, I think he's going to get a great trip.
Renew the Blue,
what a weak opinion.
46 to 1, facing similar.
I'd rather bet him at 27 to 1 than the 2, but he is a little tough to defend. Those last races not that bad.
The Saint, class drop back, sprinting back to dirt.
Yeah, back to dirt. He's got a sibling. Tough Street is just that, a really tough horse that loved the dirt.
Ethereum, Blue Devil Racing, debuting homebred.
You would think he's a half to Betty Blue was a very, very nice runner. They originally had, but taken no money as a firster here.
All of a sudden, Lee, 8th try at the level. Flavian Pratt, fresh off a DQ in the Hall of Fame.
Flavian Pratt, the unfortunate victim of a DQ in the last race.
This one's an overlay, even if you don't like him.
Tepid favorite, Army Proud. Joe Sharp, who just won his 1,000th career race at Ellis Park.
He did, and he's not going to win his 1,000th one here. This is Joe Sharp money on a horse that I don't really like. But
Uncle Barry, 3rd start here this summer.
Yeah, I think this horse is at least a little bit interesting. I think this horse will outrun his odds of 36 to 1.
Andy, all over, come full circle.
Yeah, I gave my reasoning before. I think he's just an interesting play at a square price.
Monomoy's partner pictured there last sprint ran 2nd at 33 to 1.
Saul can't be happy about this name. Monomoy's partner.
Kiss me.
He's got other things he's unhappy about right now.
The 11th, turf to dirt, route to sprint.
Yeah, I mean, you go back in the dirt races, they're not so far out of it, but still a bit of a price.
Senzio, the class drop, blinkers, Lasix, and finally Salamini's Legacy back to dirt. First sprint since his debut.
And those dirt races were not good.
New York bred, $30,000 maiden claimer, 7/8 of a mile, wide open, and several horses trying different things, shortening up, stretching out different surfaces, so at least you have that to work with.
Absolutely, and I think that if you look at Omaha Pistol's past performances and you work your way through there, I agree, Andy's right, the horse has been burning money, but I think that there's some excuses laid out through there, right? So the horse was with Jeremiah, the horse ran well enough with Jeremiah, and I actually thought ran pretty good in that 7 furlong race the last time he was with Jeremiah. Then Linda caught him on a muddy racetrack, caught him going a mile. I just think that it's not as bad as it looks. I think that he's not as frustrating as he's seeming to be. I think he's sitting on a better performance here today.
I don't think you could make a worse case for a horse. I'm sorry, but he's lost at 6 to 5, even money and even money. He was in 3 straight races where he was not only a likely winner, he was a dramatically likely winner, and he has failed at this level. And now he's meeting a field where there's a whole bunch of new things being thrown at him. You got Safi Joseph, turf the dirt for the 2nd start, who knows? You got a firster who's got a little bit of pedigree in the 5. Even the 6 is a little bit better than the horses he's probably run against. I mean, I know the 6 he has finished ahead of the 6, but still, I think the 9 is interesting. How about the 12 dropping down? To me, there's way too much going on. Now, in fairness, he's 3-1. He's not 8-5. So I can understand 3-1. People are sick of him. Maybe today's the day to have him. He's just not my cup of tea.
Set the tempo, collared late, as we just saw, Acacia Omaha Pistol.
Yeah, and you do have to take him as a short price. And I'm kind of inclined to agree with Andy in that I've kind of seen his game already, as he does come in here, though, looking great for Linda Rice. He is not moving as fluidly out on the track now as I would like to see, warming up out there, but he is a horse that sometimes really does need to strengthen up, and he did look pretty good as far as his muscle mass was concerned coming here into, as he's really trying to get out right now on Jose Lezcano. Unfortunately, riders don't have their full length of legs, so he's trying to use his heel, but this would be a case where I think he might be a little bit better off kicking his feet out of the stirrups and using his full leg with him. So I'll keep an eye on him, but just not loving what I'm seeing from the warm-up in him right now. Taking a look at the number 7, Army Proud, he did move very well in the warm-up. Haven't seen him in a couple of starts. I wasn't in the paddock last time, but he is a horse that was hanging on his left lead last time, and they have outfitted him with a cage bit today, so that will help Irad Ortiz, who climbs aboard today as far as the steering is concerned. And Joe Sharp looking for 1001 here. Now, third off the layoff, I think should be able to take a step forward from that second place finish last time, at least a little bit less exposed. Certainly less exposed, though, is the 4, the Saint. I'm going to take a bit of a shot with him. I know he did not run a step first time out, and it is discouraging that the pedigree, at least on the bottom side, is far more leaning to dirt, excuse me. And in the first dirt start, they go immediately to a drop in class, but it might just be a logical move. Beautifully put together horse. He looks way more dirt meant than turf meant overall, and he is pretty big, so I can see why they ran him long, but he's been sharp. He's on his toes, incredibly fit coming in here. Thought he was a bit intriguing with the surface switch. Also getting a surface switch is the 9, Come Full Circle. Andy, I was intrigued by this horse before you even mentioned it. He was so green in his debut, really rambunctious in the preliminaries. Then, as mentioned, he has that turf pedigree, didn't take to the grass in his last couple starts. While he does have slacker pasterns, his body and his frame is not built overly like a turf horse. I don't mind him going back to the dirt at all, and he's been so professional throughout. He's definitely improved as an individual, so I think with the cutback in distance and the surface switch, he's definitely live in here. Lafitte?
Lots to like, and for you, even further with Come Full Circle based on Acacia's observations.
I'm in. I mean, I can understand the possibility that the wet track maybe moved him up, but if you base your handicapping of him on just his one race in the dirt, in my opinion, he's an overlay at 8-1.
Carlos Santana, 3 wins yesterday.
And a big rider change. I mean, I don't want to knock anybody, but Ricardo's riding in great form, and it's a big move up here.
Hot hand. A hot hand here at Saratoga. Santana. Race shape, JK, what will you be looking for early? Who's going to provide the early pace, the early speed?
Well, I'm looking on ruining the rest of this show with Andy with the 2 running well, so I'm going to hope this horse breaks well on the inside, holds that position, and can get a clean trip around there.
5-2. Omaha Pistol. There's Army Proud. Again, congratulations, by the way, to Joe Sharp. And a milestone achieved, 1,000 career wins. Paul, we've seen some of that this meet with Mark Cassie, his 4,000th win. And for Joe Sharp, well-deserved. And congratulations on his 1,000th career win. Took place at Ellis Park.
Yeah, and this horse is getting betting here. At 5-2's click down to your favorite. You know, it was a muddy steel track last time, or a muddy track. I landed on the 4 in here for Safi Joseph. I think this horse is going to run okay getting to dirt.
I picked the 2 third. I'm not saying the 2 can't win the race. I just think he's a horrible gamble. I think horses like, the reason I like maiden races and even maiden claiming races is horses like the 2 and the 7 always take a lot of money, and they are habitual losers, and I think they're good bet against. They win sometimes, and they're not super short here. I just don't like them.
Trainer Linda Rice, already 1 win this afternoon, seeking a 2nd. Omaha Pistol steps forward. 5-2 Omaha Pistol. And he's bankroll play with Come Full Circle. Ricardo Santana, Frank Mirmati standing by post-time race 8 from the Spa live on Fox Sports 2.
The blue goes in. Here's Monomoy's partner. The Saint. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Ethereum backs off. Here's All of a Sudden Lee in the black. Just a few more left to load. Army Proud. Sanzio. Solomini's Legacy. Going up. They're in the gate. And they're off. The Saint was not off quickly at all. It's a pretty even bake. Uncle Barry, Army Proud is in the mix through the opening stages. And on the inside of them, Omaha Pistol is right there too. Here's All of a Sudden Lee moving up in between rivals, and also in the mix is Come Full Circle. So it is a head-and-head battle between the Saint and All of a Sudden Lee. A half length back to Army Proud in third. Come Full Circle is now fourth. Omaha Pistol, Ethereum is asked to get into it in some serious traffic. A gap of 4 back to Sanzio. Racing solo, a length and a half in front of Renew the Blue. The opening quarter, 23 and just under a fifth of a second. Another couple of lengths, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Uncle Barry, who broke well, is now dropping out of it. Another 3 back to Monomoy's partner, and it is a distance to Solomini's Legacy. 46 and 4. All of a Sudden Lee and Come Full Circle arrive at the top of the stretch together. The Saint is backing up along the inside. After a rough break, he's third. And on the outside of them, trying to get right into it, is Omaha Pistol with 1 furlong to go. Come Full Circle has opened up a 3-length lead as they come toward the 16th pole. On the outside, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me gets into second. Ricardo Santana Jr. gets the money on Come Full Circle, a 3-length W. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me was second. All of a Sudden Lee third. Omaha Pistol checked in fourth.
Daylight win, Come Full Circle. 2 on the afternoon, Ricardo Santana. Cash in that bankroll play.
Ricardo got the worst out of the gate. You said it right away, Paulie. Sure. Kept him in contention outside and drew off as much the best.
Well, you just knew this horse was going to have finish, right? In this race, it was a cavalry charge to get to the front end, JK, and he stuck around.
Yeah, that was a great pick, Andy. You had to dig deep in there, and you had to close your eyes and hold your nose for 3 really bad races on the turf and still believe that this horse had the ability to do what he did today. That was a very, 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 very sharp pick.
I think that Saul Kuhlman, once he gets over the DQ in the last race, which could be somewhere around November, he might realize that Slumber now has a new career as a dirt stallion.
That first
I'll call him in
race on
December.
a fast dirt track, 7-1 in the end. Come Full Circle. Kasner Racing trainer Bob Dunham.
That's Ricardo's 18th or 19th win on the team. 18th, I think.
I know it was 3 yesterday, a couple more today, just
He's
in that
sincere.
zone,
Yeah.
and every button he's pushing the right one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talk about it last year we talked about it over and over with Dylan and what the impact of a big summer here can have on your career. That was Dylan kind of stepping into the limelight. Ricardo's been in and out of the limelight. This is one of those situations that could be a huge resurgence for him as well.
Lots to smile about here at Saratoga this summer, Ricardo Santana. When we don't mention it at the beginning of every summer just to hear ourselves redundantly bring up that same point. But catching fire early, getting momentum right off the bat for the horsemen, for the jockeys and trainers, how important it is to break sharp here at Saratoga.
No question. And he has a relatively new agent in PJ Campo. And, you know, PJ has he won a riding title with Eric Cancel. He does a fabulous job, and he and Ricardo are clicking in every possible way.
Well, the way that it works, Lafitte, is that a lot of the people that are all sitting here at the racetrack, owners included, are going to all go out to dinner tonight. And someone at the table is going to say, golly, Ricardo Santana,
Yeah,
he's got
you're right.
18, 19 wins. He's riding lights out. And then tomorrow, they're going to take entries. Their trainer is going to say, hey, I can get Ricardo. And the owner's going to say, yes, get Ricardo.
Give me the guy with a
please."
hot hand.
It's
hot
how that
hand.
whole thing works.
I just want to say the trainer of your horse just congratulated me on a nice pick.
Well done, Andy. Zeroing in. Come full circle at Saratoga. When we come back, this will lighten the mood. Cart Talk and top-class trainers. Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, the big guns, talking about their big guns. Fierceness, Sierra Leone, head-to-head tomorrow in the Whitney on Fox.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic. Jackie's Warrior, so fast.
Winning your end, federal judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet.
Leads to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win.
These two juveniles going at it. Longest at 14.
Journalism has won the Break the Stakes.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Single day reserved seats in the Clubhouse Grandstand and Michelob Ultra Stretch are on sale now. Plus, book your single day tables in the Miller Time 4-Star Dave, Pick 6 Vodka Picnic Paddock, and Surfside Tailgate. Secure your seats at naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Andy Serling zeroing in on Come Full Circle. Wrong lead, right result. Ricardo Santana about winning trainer Bob Dunham, turning 89 years old in December, saddling a winner here at the spot.
Listen, I've been around a long time, and if you've been around a long time like I have, you remember when Bob Dunham and the late Mike Venezia were a team to be reckoned with, and Bob's had a lot of winners. I think there was a day up here he had 2 first-time starters win, one of them paying a huge price. Bob knows how to get the money.
1740, big effort, kiss me, hold me, thrill me to complete that exact 156 Come Full Circle. But it was Joe Sharp who just won his 1000th race at Ellis Park. Sharp with Acacia.
That's right, Master Game winning at Ellis and getting that awaited milestone. Joe's, of course, happy to be joined by Joe, his wife Rosie, Tucker and Carson, the whole family here. Joe, can you describe what it means to have that done, and we don't need to keep talking about it with you, at least until after this interview, but just how meaningful 1,000 wins is?
I mean, it's amazing. Obviously it's something I would have, never projected, but I'm really grateful. We have an amazing team. I have an amazing family, and I can remember my first win, and I can, there's a lot in between that you're reminded of. And it's really it takes all kinds. For us, it's taken all kinds, and I enjoy them at all levels still. So I know I'm still in the right spot.
You have to enjoy it, and of course, Rosie, it is a family affair with you guys as well. Can you talk about what it means for you, and you've been along for this journey?
It has been quite a journey. I was aboard for his first winter, which was 11 years ago? Almost 11 years ago, and then became his assistant. And milestones like this kind of remind you of the days where we were doing horses up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at the harness track his first season in Saratoga. But I think it's just such a testament to how hard he works that between my riding career and his training career being, one after the other, we never missed a season at Saratoga. I think that's really special. And Joe has been just an absolute phenomenon in his success, and he works really hard and very deserving.
The ultimate power couple here for sure. But Joe, you spoke the other day about a lot of your members of your team that have been with you for a long time. I know your assistant leader here, who's been just a huge piece of the New York operation as well. Can you talk a little bit about your team?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they lift me up day in, day out, and Larita's fabulous. She's, I couldn't do New York without Larita. She does our social media, so all that credit goes to her. And we have Marvin and Tono back home, and Freddie as well here. Marvin actually was one of my first grooms, and I remember when I won my first graded stake at Pimlico, we shipped over there and shared a hotel room at the Econo Lodge, and did everything ourselves. And he actually is has been a silent partner on a couple horses, and Marvin's our backbone and has been since day one, and I'm grateful to have them all.
Well, congratulations to the entire team. Boys, hold up the sign, give a big thumbs up to the camera with the Sharp family celebrating here, an impressive milestone, Lafitte.
Ice cream, I imagine, for the boys. And for Joe Sharp. Paulie, we hear it a lot. It's a common theme in these discussions when trainers, jockeys are approaching these milestones, the reflecting that takes place, much like a ball player, because of how hard it is to have success, whether it's a jockey trainer winning a race, a ball player getting hits, hitting a baseball, one of the hardest things to do in sports.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's a good team. You got to understand that Rosie was, Julie Crone aside, Rosie's probably the best woman rider that I've seen, and I think that team has made a perfect team when they get horses in the morning, because Rosie knows what she has underneath it, and Joe, obviously, no pun intended, is very sharp.
I had Rosie. I used to do a radio show in town, and I had Rosie on the first year she was riding here, and her agent was Matt Musiker, and she had given a bad ride to a horse, and I had texted Matt and saying, you should win an Eclipse Award if you manage to get wins for her, because that's who I am. And Matt showed it to Rosie, and Rosie read the text on the air, and I've loved her ever since.
That is so good.
It was so great.
That is so good.
She was tough as nails, and I agree with Paulie. Obviously, Julie Crone stands alone, but Rosie was right up there.
And multiple Kentucky Oaks wins and Breeders' Cup wins, Rosie Napravnik, and congratulations, Joe Sharp, 1,000 career wins. Coming up next year at Saratoga, the 9th race in about 18 minutes. And the trainers competing have to be thrilled they don't have to deal with the likes of Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown. They don't have runners. Combined 21 Saratoga training titles between them. And when you have that kind of success here, like whether it's a bus, a bike, or a golf cart, like you can sit wherever you want.
I didn't feel like this would be a great week to have one of you guys sit in the back seat, so I figured you'd both sit in the front.
I'm just being driven around by the goat here. I'm having a good day.
Since 1998, there's been 26 summers here at Saratoga. 21 of those summers, one of you two has won the training title. Chad, when you close your eyes, is there a race that you can think of where Todd snapped you at the wire and you wish you could have that one back?
Kentucky Oaks. I had search results. He had Malapad, and when she broke bad, I knew, I felt it was a two-horse race. I said, this is finally my day here.
Search results, undefeated fillies, 1-2 down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malapad.
I just didn't feel as bad when I get beat by a horse in a photo. That was tons the best. When you get beat in a photo and you were the best, those are the hard ones. I'll think of one for you, Todd. It's not a premier race, but one time in the Champagne, you had Cindergaard. And I had Practical Joke, and I'm telling you, that might have been the closest photo I've ever been in. It couldn't have been a sheet of paper between them.
I bet most people don't know that you guys even shared grade ones. In 2021, you guys shared a grade one with a dead heat with Domestic Spending and Colonel Liam.
Colonel Liam, Domestic Spending, flying finish, photo!
Honestly, I thought Colonel Liam won. I was still happy that he technically won, but I thought when they hit the wire that he got his nose down.
What's one thing you guys, admire about the other's operation?
I thought about this when invited to go on the Cart Talk is Todd's a way better turf trainer than people give credit for. And I'm a way better dirt trainer than maybe people give credit for.
Yeah, I mean, I think you train what you get the opportunity to train, and you know, I think Chad's mislabeled as, you know, a turf-only trainer, which clearly is not the case.
Let's talk a little bit about this Whitney. Todd, we'll start with you in fierceness. What are you expecting from him on Saturday?
I mean, we always expect him to run well. He's an interesting horse to train because he's very laid back in his daily routine. You know, he doesn't tout himself in his morning gallops. The one thing that seems like is in common with his starts that aren't as good as his brilliant ones is it usually involves when he doesn't get away from the gate well, when he gets bumped around a little bit. It seems to kind of take him out of his rhythm, and you know, he performs up to his standards. He's got a big chance.
Chad, Sierra Leone obviously inches away from giving you your first Derby, literal inches. But then also another horse that was frustrating at times until he wasn't in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the horse running well. I mean, he hasn't won at Saratoga, so you can see he doesn't like the track. I think it's just he hasn't won. I think his numbers are fast. I just think, you know, he's been in Saratoga in situations where horses have run a little better than him over this track, but he didn't run bad.
Would you guys take another dead heat?
Well, probably. That means I didn't lose.
Yeah, I'll let you know. 16th pole.
All right, the last one is, you know, we've had this kumbaya moment. Todd and Chad, I thought you guys could maybe offer a little advice to each other. Chad, maybe you can give Todd some advice on how to win a Diana, and Todd can give you some advice on how to win a spinaway.
Oh, no, I'm not sure I have my blueprints for the Diana, JK. You know, I got that one race there. I got the stranglehold on. He knows what he's doing. If he has the right horses.
I can't even get a starter in there, much less a winner.
Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. 6 summers in, JK, getting pretty damn good at these. The sniping from the back seat and watching their interaction and the obvious respect that Todd has for Chad and vice versa is readily apparent.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't be at the height of these games like those two gentlemen are and not appreciate what the others do. And the best part of that, the best illustration of that is when we were getting in the cart. That cart is not very nice. It pulls left. It's very, very tough. But I told Todd, I warned him. I said, hey man, that thing pulls left. And he said, oh, like Sierra Leone. And Todd and Chad laughed, and they were both giggling. And he said that was the line of the cart talk, and just how much fun they had. We had a lot of fun. It was a fun morning.
When Todd eventually retires, as everyone does, my biggest regret was that he didn't give people an opportunity to see how clever and funny he is, because he's a very bright guy and he's got a great sense of humor. He just doesn't really show it as much as I wish he would. So I think sometimes people have the wrong impression that he's very buttoned up and things, and he's actually extremely entertaining and very smart.
Very funny guy. And tomorrow with a live runner, naturally, in the Whitney 9 to 5 morning line favorite, Fierceness, former champion, runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Classic. The choice, Fierceness, to meet with Sierra Leone for Chad Brown in the marquee event of the weekend, one of the marquee events of the year, the Whitney, tomorrow on Fox from Saratoga.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
I'm so happy to be joined by Danny Wright, the regular exercise rider for Fierceness over at Todd Pletcher's barn. Danny, first of all, how many years have you been working with horses?
Oh, since I was a kid. Like, I think I rode in England for when I was 15. And I rode there, and then I came here. And I worked with Kieran McLaughlin for 10 years. And then I think I've been with Todd for like nearly 15 now.
A little birdie, AKA Todd Pletcher, told me to ask you about when you rode for the Queen.
I did ride for the Queen. I rode a winner for the Queen, and I rode about 20 races for her, and I met the royal family at Royal Ascot. It was good. It was pretty cool.
It's Fierceness. He's taking a nap right now. He's enjoying his beauty sleep.
He's very laid back. He does good. I've been on him since day one.
Wow.
Before he wasn't even named. I breezed him here one time, and I couldn't hold him. I was like, wow. And he hadn't been named yet. Wow. And I said, like, this is something. He's got a very good turn of foot.
For all of us that work with horses, you know, there's a true love and there's a passion for it. Can you give a little insight on kind of what horses mean to you?
Well, he's my best friend. Always has been. He's like, but most of them are pretty good. Todd's got a good operation here, and you know, we do it, and that's it, you know.
Well, Danny, thank you so much. Good luck this weekend.
All right, thank you.
Love this segment. Backstretch heroes. Danny Wright rode for Her Majesty, gallops, works Fierceness, works with him in the mornings. What will Fierceness do tomorrow afternoon? That bird's eye view over the paddock. Gorgeous Friday afternoon here at Saratoga. The Whitney tomorrow, Fox Saratoga Saturday, 4 Grade 1 events. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. Horses in the paddock race 9, $40,000 allowance optional claimer. Turf sprint. Andy, you just hit on a 7, 8 to 1 shot with your last bankroll play, dipping right back into the bankroll.
Yeah, I should have bet 200 to win in that one, right? It's
Yeah.
clearly a mistake on my part. I think Cloudy's a little interesting in here. He's second off a layoff. He's obviously got to get a little bit faster in his last race. But, you know, you look at Chessmaster, who's part of a heavily favored entry. I actually prefer Shefflin, but he's part of an entry with a favorite. And while Chessmaster had a perfect trip in there, I thought Fluid Situation had a perfect trip in there. He was 3 wide. It was not a terrible trip, but he was wide, and they saved ground. It was his first start in 8.5 months, and now he's got back races to get back to, and I think this may be a more competitive race than just the entry having to win. So I'll take Cloudy in here and bet 100 to win. I'm coming for you, LaDuca. I'm coming for you. It's
How
a long
far
week.
behind?
I don't know.
He might be ahead of me right now.
Well, you're alive, though. You're pick four.
I'm alive in my pick 4, but he might be ahead of me for the week right now. But
We can
Cloudy's got a
score
big shot here.
once in a while.
I hope Cloudy wins here.
I want everyone to win.
Because, you know, I have this horse in my pick 4, and I agree with Andy. The 1A and the 1 are going to be a tough entry. I'm going to give the 4 one more shot. God, he's the worst gate horse, but he's so physically big.
If he breaks,
he'll come rolling late.
Yeah, I agree. He got left 5 lengths last time.
You're
We'll watch
talking
the
of,
start.
his most recent common race for several, July 3rd here. Andy, hilarious affair. The start won't cut it.
I think the question you have to ask, Paulie, obviously he lost all chance in here, is what's the fair price for him? Because let's say you think he's 3 to 1 to win the race if he breaks. I don't know if he is or isn't. Is he worth taking 5 to 1? Maybe you want 8 to 1. I don't really know what the right win price, but I agree. He breaks, he can win.
He acted up before the start. He was a mess, and maybe today he'll be a little bit cooler on the racetrack. It looks like he's a little bit cooler, but on this day, Chessmaster got the job done. Fluid Situation ran well, I thought. I mean, it's a pretty good effort. Kind of got stopped there late in the lane, did Fluid Situation. They're the horse to beat, right?
Yeah, he just never breaks that great, though.
Yeah,
even if he quote breaks good, he's still 7-8 lengths out of it.
I mean, that's right. The problem with the 4 is it's 5 to 1. I got a horse that got left 5-6 lengths, and it's not the first time he's done it. I want a little more than 5 to 1 on him.
He's going to do it again.
Yeah.
I just want to see what Acacia says. Hopefully he's not acting up.
I don't think you can see his problems because they're probably maybe somewhat physical, maybe somewhat mental.
Long distance 2-turn race. You can get away with that. When these turf sprints, less room for error. You don't break sharp, and chances are it's curtains. Favorite entry, 2 for 1, getting 6 to 5. Shefflin and Chessmaster. Called to post for this 9th race. Let's meet the field. Another look at Shefflin there, the Kentucky Invader for Mike Maker.
I actually think this is the interesting half of the entry. He's got some back races, and he's kind of interesting dropping down, but you got the 1A, who maybe he can win, but it's knocking your price down considerably. The sooner we get rid of entries, the better it will be for all of the players.
Another tangent we can spend time on. Chess Master,
I'm good with tangents.
sharp 9-year-old.
But, you know, he's very logical. I'm not saying, though he's more likely to win than the 1, but the 1 on its own would be a better price.
There's of Insanity, ran in the grade 1 Jaipur Belmont week, draws a rail.
Nick fans are lining up to play him.
Hilarious affair. 2nd and 2 for Mike Maker.
And looks well on the racetrack, but needs to get out of the gate and be in touch somewhat with the field.
When Love takes over, 3 career wins, all on dirt.
I'm not qualified to comment on this horse.
46-1 outsider. We'll leave it there. Then Fluid Situation. 3rd to Chess Master, July 3rd, right here.
I like him too. That's why I included him. I think he's maybe putting races back to back, and he might be getting back to his good form.
Java Buzz, pictured fast gelding with Luis Saez.
If you bet him and he's 4 in front at the 8th pole, don't run to the window.
You're running to the window to bet this guy. Cloudy, 2nd start off the bench. Look out.
Yeah, and this horse is in for the claim in a 6-year-old, but I liked the last effort. I'm kind of agreement with Andy. I think this horse got a big shot.
Long shot Heaven Street, 6th in that common July 3rd heat.
A smart friend of mine took a shot with him last time, and I can understand why, but after that last race, it's hard to have much confidence.
Chiringo, 12 starts in 21 months since his last career grass race.
Yeah, I got familiar with this horse at Oaklawn Park for Cipriano Contreras. You know, the turf races are way back when, but you got to like the owners here, Linda Rice and the Italian Stallions Racing.
I look at this horse, and as you know, when you talked about how long ago he ran on the turf, his turf races aren't good enough to win here. And he has a little look dropping for 40, like Linda Rice hopes somebody claims him. You know what I mean? Just kind of like, I couldn't find a dirt race to run him in. I didn't want to run him too cheaply. He's still got some talent, you know, and I'm trying to find a race somebody might take him, and I'll take a shot and run him on the turf.
Jose Ortiz looking for a 3rd win in the afternoon. The entry, Shefflin, Chess Master, 6-5. JK, how'd you see this one unfolding?
Yeah, I mean, I think Chess Master is one of those horses that he's a little bit more tactical than a horse like, you know, Hilarious Affair, where he's going to pop away from there. He's going to find position. I think it's a little frustrating because, and Andy and I had talked about this a little bit earlier, I think Andy had a little bit more interest in the 1 Shefflin, but it's not a bettable price at 6-5 for Shefflin. I actually like Chess Master, but I should probably be getting a little bit better than 6-5, and I'm not because people can't resist the entry. I believe the 1A Chess Master is going to win. I just don't love this price that I'm getting.
We check in with Acacia.
And I do actually like both halves of the entry. I think that the plain one in Shefflin is intriguing. Cutting back certainly looks more like a sprinter, but the 1A in Chessmaster did win that common race last time out and has just been in very good form. He also looks like he's doing exceptionally well out of that win. Not to mention, Ricardo Santana is doing exceptionally well. This is a horse that sometimes can maybe not warm up the smoothest. He looks great out there on the track today. And like I said, he's just a horse that's in very good form right now. I thought that even though he shuffled back, got a little bit keen last time, he finished with a pretty good flourish there to get the win. So a horse that certainly demands a lot of respect. The number 6, Fluid Situation is where I'm going to land, taking a small shot against the favorite. I know that he was not the most impressive last time out. Yes, he finished 3rd, but he did have a good trip. He was stalking inside and he just didn't kick on. But he is a horse that was switching to the turf for the first time in a while. He ran in that 1 turf sprint going 5 furlongs down at Tampa. But he is a horse that he just seems like he takes a little bit of time to race into fitness. This is by far the most fit that I have seen him this year. Now as a 6-year-old, and sometimes it takes older horses a little bit more time. So I wanted to give him another shot because I just really liked how he was looking today. The 8, Cloudy, is making that 2nd start off the bench for whatever reason. I have not actually been in the paddock for one of his races. I don't have a ton of notes to compare, but he is a horse that is not that big, but there is some length to his frame. He is one that, as Andy mentioned, was wide throughout last time out when on that turf. The turf in general, more so in the inner, but the turf in general, you did want to be more inside. But look at how strong he is in his hind end, looking like one that probably really benefited from that start last time out. I don't have any problems with him, and I think that he suits here. The 10 Chiringo, though, I'm going to disagree with Andy a bit on this one. He's a bit of a price, and He looks, to my eye, like a turf horse. I had to mention him. I know the dam didn't win on the grass, but he was she finished in the money 3 times. And maybe it is just Linda wanting to move this horse on, but I really do think he's going to appreciate the surface switch in here. I know those early turf races weren't that quick, and he is coming off of a very disappointing effort at Churchill last time out, but I'm optimistic about the surface switch at a little bit of a price of feet.
This is a good day to disagree with Andy.
Every day's a good day to disagree with me. I disagree with everybody else.
No, it's the
Why
best
should anybody
time.
disagree with? Shouldn't they disagree with me?
Honestly, if you have any
Duck
grievances,
after you do it.
if you have any grievances, it's the best time to get him is after he hits a 7-1 shot.
Yeah,
that's the best time to get him.
That's the softening of the edge we needed. I've never rooted for an Andy selection so hard in my life. At the gate,
even
the
money.
entry. Go ahead.
Even money. Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a little
Shefflin,
short.
Chess master on this stellar Friday afternoon. On the eve of the Whitney tomorrow, all on Fox 4 Grade 1 events. Coverage begins 3 Eastern, Fox Saratoga Saturday. First things first, this 9th live from Saratoga. Frank Miramati standing by.
Moving into line. Last few to go in. Chiringo. They're in the gate. Got a little bit of an issue there in the middle. And they're off. And Heaven Street is the quickest out, but not for long as Java Buzz comes to take command. Chessmaster shuffling along the inside, just passed by Fluid Situation, who moves up to claim third as they head past the half-mile pole. That group is followed by When Love Takes Over, who's throwing the head around. He is a little bit rank going into the far turn and extremely difficult, in fact, almost impossible to handle at this point. In the meantime, Cloudy goes by. Vinsanity is down on the inside. Hilarious Affair is trying to mount a 4-wide bid through a quarter that went in 21-4, and Chiringo at the back. Java Buzz, the long shot leader at the top of the stretch, turns for home, 2 in front. Chess Master is chasing from second, but now 3 lengths behind with 1 furlong to go. Down the center of the course, the gray is Cloudy, starting to pick up some momentum as they come past the final furlong. Java Buzz, 2-length lead. Cloudy keeps coming, as does Shefflin, and Shefflin takes aim in the final stages, and from way out, Hilarious Affair, it will be Shefflin. Hilarious Affair, a hard charging second, Java Buzz and Cloudy.
Driving finish, Shefflin in time, late charge, Hilarious Affair. Shefflin, Flavian Pratt DQ'd earlier in the Hall of Fame. Don't think this one's going to get taken away.
And trips make the difference, especially in turf races. Flavian saved every inch of ground and had the perfect run. Cloudy had to go wide. I'm not saying he would have won, but he had to go wide. The 4 Paulie got left, probably was best, but you knew that coming in there. And this horse just got the perfect trip. And if you like the one, as I did and would have picked him had he been solo, he just got screwed, frankly.
But, you know, the 5 and Luis Rivera threw a roadblock on the 4. He was lugging out most of the way and just threw havoc into the field. That's why the 4 ended up on the outside. But Flavian just always in the right spot and had Shefflin. This is a little bit of revenge from what happened a little bit earlier.
Good
turfs. Go ahead.
Good. I was saying good riding and good posts made the difference here with this horse.
7 hung around a lot longer than I thought.
Jonathan, you always talk about it. These turf sprints, speed of the speed, Java Buzz, speed of the speed. Tried to steal. Good third place finish, 20-1. Shefflin for Mike Maker. Hilarious Affair, a late run. Go back to the start.
It was okay for the 4. I think the horse broke fine. You have to go on a little bit longer in the race is when the 5 really gets a little squirrely, and Joel has to go around the 5 instead of inside.
As Irad did with the 8, he had to sort of rush to get by him. And I'm not making excuse for my pick. He had his chance. He just wasn't quite good enough. And, I knew he'd probably get a bit of an outside trip. You can't complain about it. But, yeah, the 4, could have been the Force Day.
But that's the thing problems you have with horses like that. They're going to run into trouble.
Yeah, and
They
I
just
think
are.
Joel did the best he could
Yes.
under the circumstances. He's as good a turf. He is, in my opinion, the best turf sprint rider I've ever seen overall in his understanding and how the races play. And if the one hadn't had had an inside post and gotten this trip, he doesn't win. As we said with Java Buzz, no lead is safe with him.
Collared late, another Kentucky shipper winds up in the Saratoga winner's circle.
Yeah, for Flying P Stable, a win for them. And, he saves the entry because the 1A was brutal in there. But this horse, he saved it. And this is the one. I'm not saying it would have been a huge price in his own, but this horse could have been 4 or 5 to 1 in his
I would
own,
think
right?
so, yeah, because they would have been.
It wasn't
Chess Master
sexy at
over
all,
this one,
right?
yeah.
One claim, guess who?
Linda Rice.
Chiringo.
So ding, 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 ding.
Headed
That's why Linda's the
elsewhere.
best.
1, 4, 7, 8. Shefflin and Flavian Pratt in the 9th of 10 at Saratoga. When we come back tomorrow, deterministic, seeking back-to-back Grade 1 wins. Manhattan winner, right back at it in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. You'll see it all on Fox.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Charge It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Whitney Week, August in Saratoga. You can feel the difference. This crowd, great weather, great racing. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. We check in with Acacia winning pilot Flavian Pratt. Acacia.
Getting the victory aboard Shefflin. Flavian, you were able to save all the ground here as this horse got very comfortable cutting back to a sprint distance.
Yeah, we had a good trip, obviously, inside draw, and was able to get himself in the race and made a good run.
It was like everybody came running late, all the closing sprinters, but your horse had the right amount of punch at the end there.
Yeah, exactly.
A nice effort, but of course wanted to ask about Zulu Kingdom in the Hall of Fame with the disqualification. Can you take us through what you felt in that race?
I thought he ran a winning race. I think there was 2 riders that were looking to get themselves behind me. Unfortunately, they wouldn't get along, and they were fighting to get themselves behind me. I think I was very gentle, in my riding. I wasn't rough. I was coming down, I thought, gently. But like I said, I think they were just fighting to get the same spot. And I just felt like it was not a matter of releasing pressure or whatsoever, because, like I said, I think they were battling before I even came down.
Thank you for the insight, and congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
Flavian Pratt, the ups and downs of racing the feet.
Exactly. Very diplomatic response. from Flavien Prat. Gets the win here, and I think it's fascinating how many we've heard from so many people in the sport whose opinions we respect, that have so much experience in the game, decades and decades, and how so many across the spectrum, the different opinions we've heard over the last hour plus over the decision and the DQ earlier in the Hall of Fame.
No, it's like 76-1 that it was a bad call, but there's always that one, and we're happy to know our buddy the MIG agree with it. That's fine. I respect Mitch's opinions as much as I respect anybody's.
I mean, Angel Cordero, who made a living, riding right on that line. He
saw a little
he
of that
texted
yesterday.
and said
over
50-50. What he thought.
I think 50-50 should never come down.
It's
I
like
think it
tie
should
goes
be
to the runner.
Close to 100. I just think unless you're absolutely sure, I don't believe there should ever be a disqualification. You want to punish a rider, that's a different story. But when you're taking horses down, and I'm not saying it's the stewards, maybe they felt it was 100, and I respect them, and I respect Victor a great deal.
10th and final coming up about 20 minutes tomorrow on the undercard of the Whitney and one of 4 Grade 1 races. It's been moved on the schedule, the 4-star Dave. Paulie, and how popular he was and showing up summer after summer, winning here summer after summer. 8 straight seasons at Saratoga with at least 1 win, 4-star Dave, and that was the last of them in '94.
There's a couple records that just won't be broken, and this is one of them. Andy, I know you saw a lot of this horse's races, but
Yeah,
this is never going to happen again.
Yeah, the idea that we're going to see a horse win 8 years in a row, you're right, Paulie, up in Saratoga. I mean, you think about how great Quick Call was, even he eventually sort of fell off a little bit. I mean, this is a horse, not only that, Paulie, but at the highest level. His last career start was a 3rd place finish behind Paradise Creek and Lure in the Bernard Stars. 2 of the best American turf horses of a lifetime. And he finished 3rd behind them in his final career start. So it's not like he finished up in lower level races. He was performing at a very high level. Incredible.
That's Richie Migliori in the saddle, by the way. But Lure was a 2-time Breeders' Cup Mile winner, the best middle distance horse of his time. Paradise Creek, I believe, like a favorite in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Absolute superstars. But I think the long distance turf category in North American racing was more depth back then, stronger than it is now.
I mean,
like Kodashan's not walking through that door. BNBN, theatrical.
If Lure was in this field at the height of his game, and he was a little, coming, it was his last career win, but still, even in that career, he'd be about 6-5 in this field, and this is a good field.
Yeah, he was a good horse. My God.
Again, a 2-time Breeders' Cup Mile winner back in the 90s, 92 and 93. As for tomorrow's 4-star Dave and Johannes, this effort, smashing effort, finishing 2nd in the Breeders' Cup Mile against some of the best middle distance turf runners in the sport.
I believe he should have been the turf champion last year. I'm not saying he was a better horse than Rebel's Romance. I'm saying he had a full American campaign that made him more deserving than anybody else. Even though he didn't win here, and I loved More Than Looks as a racehorse, he performed at the highest level all year long and won way more than his share.
Yeah, I have a hard time with the West Coast turf horses coming out east. They just don't have a lot of success when they do that. Now they'll occasionally run well when the Breeders' Cup's out there and we go there. But even then, when the East Coast horses are involved, they still struggle to a certain extent. I just wonder how good he is facing this type of group on this turf course.
I think he's talented as can be. And Tim Yachteen, to go right into this field off the layoff.
When the Eddie Reed was right there, it's like, no, I'm going to travel, go for the Grade 1 out at Saratoga. Sign of confidence from Tim Yachteen.
It's a big sign of confidence. Now, this horse has got a ton of talent. He really does. And I'm with Andy, and I'm also with JK. JK makes a good point. A lot of West Coast horses, when they come on the turf, they struggle a little bit. The dirt horses, they do well. I think this horse is a different type of horse, but this is a tough ask to beat this field. But I think he's talented enough to win.
Awful layoff. No, I agree. I picked against him. I picked him 2nd there. And I don't disagree with your sentiment. I think it's a very valid sentiment. I think this horse is very good, though. I'm thrilled he's
What'd
here.
you make of the Kelso in terms of quality and how productive you think it'll be as it relates to the 4-star Dave?
I'm not sure I'm right about this, but when you're handicapping, you've got to make decisions, and you're going to make the wrong decision quite often. I've thrown everybody out of the Kelso, and I think everybody ran well in there. I think the winner ran well. I think the 2nd horse may have run the best race of anybody. I think the 3rd finisher had a wide trip, and the rail was gold, and he had trouble, and Need almost got knocked over on the backstretch and still finished a close 4th. So I think they all ran well. My problem is I'm worried that so many horses ran well in there that I'm worried a little bit that maybe it was a cut below this race. So I threw a blanket over the race and just tossed all the horses. Maybe it just made my job easier. whether I'm right or wrong, we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Big ran big this day. I liked him in here, but I thought he took advantage of an inside trip on a turf course that you wanted to be down on the inside.
I know, listen, Think Big is a good horse, but if I was going to take anybody out of the race, I'd take Neat. But he draws a bad post, and is he the same horse? I think he's a better horse here at Saratoga, Neat. But he's 20-1, he draws a 10.
Hall of Fame winner, Neat.
Yeah.
I'm taking Kachina. I know he doesn't
Why?
look good enough on paper, but I really believe that there's an argument to be made that he could have been the best 3-year-old turf horse last year. He had a lot of bad trips and a lot of unlucky losses. He got a very good trip in his return race, and he's going to have to run better than that to win this race. There's no doubt about it. But he draws the rail. He gets that guy Ira Ortiz, who's riding pretty well. And he's going to be a big price in what I think is a wide-open race. And I think Deterministic's very dangerous. I think Spirit of St. Louis is going to run very well in here. I respect Johannes, a great deal in here. But I'm hoping on the inside, this is the day to make money with Kachina, if I'm right. If I'm wrong, it'll just be another bad pick.
Fun race, exciting edition. Grade 1 4-star Dave, Breeders' Cup Challenge event winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. Last year, finally, 4-star Dave victory for trainer Chad Brown. Missed with his first 15 starters. Did not miss with Carl Spackler, who will win tomorrow's 4-star Dave.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
That smile, and around this town and this racetrack, Mary Lou Whitney, her legacy, and around every corner seemingly, fingerprints, Mary Lou Whitney, and the impact over the years, and a massive reason and part of why Saratoga is what it is today.
There's no doubt about it. You know, we say it a lot, and sometimes people might think it's corny if they weren't around and they don't know it. But Mary Lou Whitney saved Saratoga. When Saratoga, they were talking about not running in the summer. They were getting big crowds down south. They weren't getting them up here. I know it's hard to believe now, but it's true. And Mary Lou convinced the socialites to start coming back to Saratoga and help build Saratoga back into what it is today. And So many good. You see that great statue, Native Dancers? Heading into Congress Park at the end of Union Avenue. Mary Lou and John Hendrickson donated that. Mary Lou did so much good for people, stuff in the backstretch, as far as the dinners for people and doing things. So much. And I saw Mary Lou Whitney at a Dead show at SPAC. That's enough for me.
That is awesome.
That's
basically the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
and SPAC
she's a big part of SPAC, no question.
The convention
Mary
center.
Lou was everything good about Saratoga, everything good, and nothing bad.
Her name, life, and legacy honored tomorrow. The Whitney, one of the biggest races, most prestigious races every summer at Saratoga. We hope you'll join us. Live coverage on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. To Acacia in the paddock.
Well, in this last race, Lafitte, you have several horses coming out of that July 6th race, which was won by Downtown Channel. And so several of the ones behind her will get a chance to rematch. Taking some early money are a couple of the horses out of there. We'll start off with the 4 Life Advice. Joe Sharp looking for 1001 for a filly that has plenty of early speed. Now, you see the short comment, lost iron. Jose Ortiz did lose his iron briefly there in the stretch. And you can see where the filly ends up kind of flipping back to her inside left lead, and she does end up getting caught. She is not an easy horse to ride. She runs very high-headed with her head and neck kind of up in her rider's face and never lowers her head down, except at the walk, it seems. But when galloping and even warming up and out, especially during the race, she never lowers her head down. And the best thing to do seems to be let her to just run free on the front end. Hasn't been able to seal the deal, though, with a couple of near misses, including last time out. The number 5 Competitive Threat also comes out of that race. Won a maiden 50 2 starts back, and then stepped up into tougher and was able to back up that victory. Actually broke on top, which I thought was interesting. Broke very sharp there coming out of the gate, and then was quickly passed as several others went forward, but ran on a little very late in the stretch. Took her a little bit of time to get going. I do think that she runs better when she's able to be forward. She is pretty forward here in the paddock as well. Last time out, they had to finish saddling her outside the stall because she was very anxious getting the tack on. That's not the case today. While she's forward, she has been a bit more settled, which I do appreciate. Now, the number 1, I've been keeping an eye on her, Twirly. They did make up the tack early, and they saddled her on the walk as she is being a little bit nervous here in the paddock, but she did fine. She didn't act up. She does seem to be on her nerves just a little bit, but not doing anything naughty, at least yet. So saddling her outside on the walk, Belmont did. They've got the tack on her. A rather narrow frame type of filly. She certainly, though she won on the dirt, she's actually built more like a turf horse, especially in her frame and in her body. But she certainly strikes me as one, given how lightly framed she is, given how they made up the tack before she even left the saddling stall, given all the steps that they've taken doing it on the walk, as it looks like they're actually replacing the overgirth. Might have actually needed a different size here. So back to doing her on the walk, and hopefully she can keep her mind settled in the preliminaries, as that does seem to be often her undoing, Lafitte.
That guy in the blue jacket looks like he's done this a time or two. Like he kind of knows what he's doing.
Yeah, appearances can be deceiving. It's a very interesting horse, Twirly, and we're joking about Bill Mott because this horse's first turf race was horrendous. But then last time just completely turned it around. And Jonathan, if you just take her last race at face value, she's a huge player and a good price at 5-1, isn't she?
Yeah, sometimes they just have to figure it out a little bit too. I mean, they can have those bad races mixed in. And there wasn't really much of an excuse for that bad race 2 back, but the last race was really nice. I love horses that have a little bit of tactical speed, that have drawn the rail in turf races, so they can end up working out a nice trip, preferably that pocket trip.
That's Twirly for Hall of Famer, 2-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, Bill Mott. That's Life Advice, the gray and favorite at 2-1. Let's revisit her latest 4th of July weekend right here. Common race for several. Life Advice, Competitive Threat, Leslie Starr. Andy going to run 2, 3, 4.
Now, the 4 Life Advice got a very big scratch when Keen Atlas came out because she was a faster speed. The problem, and I think Jonathan and I agree on this with her and here, and she's a bad favorite, is this was that period of time when saving ground to speed was an incredible advantage, and she still lost. Now, she lost the horse to save ground angled out, to be fair, but she still lost. And the horse that I think we both agree, ran the best race in here was the 7 Leslie Starr, because she was the only one of the first 4 finishers that didn't spend the race on the rail. And for that reason, we both think she's the right horse in here. And if these prices remain the same, 7-1, I think is an overlay.
Yeah, I like the 7 quite a bit in here for the same reason you pointed out. I mean, if how much better of a setup and how much better of a trip can the 4 Life Advice get? I mean, how much better can it be than what they had last time?
Well, they're supposed to win last time, right? Like Andy said, but if you went back and looked, Jose Ortiz did lose his irons deep in that race. He had to look down a little bit, and the horse got funky. Then he kind of hit the horse back, but it's really tough read for me on the 4.
I thought when I watched it the first time, Paulie, I felt like something seemed to go wrong. I watched it again, and I didn't really think Jose ever. I think she just got beaten, and she was supposed to win, and I think you agree with that. Not saying she has no chance in here, but she's not the kind of horse I bet. I'm shocked the 7 is 4-1 in here. I'm also wondering if she's the proverbial dead on the board, but I'm going to find out with my money. I'll tell you that.
Jose Ortiz riding Ewing in the Saratoga Special tomorrow, early race 3, first of these stakes races. Do you like? Whose corner are you in, Ewing or Obliteration?
I hate to ever root against Patrick Ewing. I never did it when he played, but I'm doing it tomorrow. Obliteration, man. I mean, it's a early season heavyweight battle, but
the draw really helps Obliteration. Young horses being outside just allows for more room for error out there. But Ewing, on the other hand, has another opportunity to take another step forward in his second career start. So I'm going to ultimately side with Ewing, but they're both really good.
Yeah, if you didn't have a chance, you got to watch Obliteration's last race. The way he reached out in his movements.
Awesome.
Yeah.
2 exciting 2-year-olds going head-to-head. Saratoga Special. Race 3 kicks off the stakes racing on Whitney Saturday as we get set for the Friday nightcap in this $50,000 allowance optional claimer. Mile and a 16th, a near turf course, fillies and mares. Meet the field in a moment with Life Advice at 2-1, called to post. And we'll start with Twirly and Team Sovereignty, Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott.
I was impressed by her improvement last time out, and I think 5-1's a generous price on her.
2 is out. Saucy 6 is in. 1 for 23 lifetime.
Soon to be 1 for 24.
Ye have little faith. Life Advice and Mr. 1000, Joe Sharp.
This horse was supposed to win last time. It's hard for me to take it at another short price.
Jose Ortiz. Then number 5, Competitive Threat and heavy-hitting Connections.
While she angled out in the stretch last time, she spent about 80% of the race on the rail and just couldn't get it done. Not impossible, but not my cup of tea.
Love you, miss you, mean it. Dylan Davis in the saddle.
Yeah, horse ran okay last time. I just worry that the added distance helped quite a bit. This is a little bit shorter.
Now Leslie Starr, now the second choice, third choice, 7-2.
We made our case. Jonathan and I made our case for her, and I'm sticking with it.
Kentucky Shipper, Adrian and Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, this one has a nice race last time as well. The only problem is this horse was 50-1 last time, basically 45-1. I just don't trust.
Lucky for you, a last pair in the mud and in the slop.
Lucky for who?
Lucky for you.
Not for me.
Looking at lucky.
Jonathan,
Lucky
you're
for
sitting
you.
with the 3 of us. It's a lucky day for you. Who are you kidding?
Gate crew there, waiting these fillies and mares to arrive. Trite but true, we say it all the time because it is true, and the difference that they make and the safety of the riders and unsung heroes of the sport. Like I said, trite but true, but it is true. Unsung heroes in the game.
Yeah, and, I think something that, and I get it, we all get frustrated at the racetrack, we're betting our money, we lose, we're frustrated in different things, and I understand when people complain about things that happen at the racetrack, but something you got to remember, the number of moving parts at the racetrack, whether it's, the gate crew, the riders, the valets, putting the racing office, putting the race together. Sometimes I ask myself how we ever get through a single day without things happening. And it takes an incredible amount of hard work from a lot of different people doing their jobs, including these guys. And no, are they perfect? Nobody's perfect. But these guys have a very, very tough job, and they do it extremely well. And the number of things that go wrong, and things do go wrong, is very few considering how many could go wrong.
Richie said it the other day. Like he's had the life saved. And pulled out of so many dangerous, compromising situations. pulled to safety by a gate crew member.
You got to understand, they're in that tight spot with that 1,000-pound animal, too, as well. I'll tell you one thing. If you ever want to get in a ballroom fight, you want those guys, the gate crew guys, because they are big boys, they're strong, and they have to be strong to handle these animals.
Why do you think I'm so nice about that? I've been known to go out occasionally.
Can you imagine Andy in a fist fight with one of the guys from the gate crew?
No, you don't want to mess with those guys, man.
I love those guys. I do love those guys. They're the best. They really are. They're great guys. They work really hard. And the other thing is, you have to have an incredibly calm demeanor because, as people know, with horses, they will sense it if you don't.
Feed off energy,
and
absolutely.
so they're doing an incredibly tough job while keeping their cool. It takes a special person to do that. Maybe a bit of a crazy person to do it, but a special person.
I actually did a podcast one time with Jimmy Moore, one of the guys in the gate. I think he's currently standing inside the 4.
Big
and
man.
It was very, he's a very big man. But it's very interesting, just the questions that I was asking and the insight he was giving about that job and the ins and outs of it. It's a fascinating job.
We check in with Acacia.
Could not agree more. Some of the toughest individuals on the racetrack as well, and all essential to a safe and functioning racetrack too. As we'll check in with the number 7, Leslie Starr. I like her too. I am going to land her here. I prefer the trip that she had and the way that she ran out of that common race. And she's a horse that was claimed when switching to the turf 2 starts back. Clearly has shown that this is her preferred surface. She is one that's a little bit angular, typically in her hind end. Probably has an easier time on the grass for her. She looks like she's continued to strengthen, which I appreciate. And while she's started tossing her head a little bit there now, prior to that, she had a lovely warm-up and was moving beautifully out there on the track under Irad Ortiz. The number 6, Love You, Miss You, Mean It, I think is a little bit of an intriguing prospect. Maybe she's just not that good. She broke her maiden for $50,000 against fellow New York breds back in May, and then she ran in an off-the-turf race, which clearly was not her game. And then last time ran a mile in 3/16. She was wide early. She had a little bit of a run late. We did see the 3rd place finisher, North End Lady, come out of that race to win. And I just think this is a better distance for her as she does turn back. And Jamie Begg is 1 for 1 with his runners so far here at Saratoga this summer. But she will be running late this filly. Just thought she was a bit intriguing, cutting back a distance. Lafitte?
Share a similar opinion here, Paulie.
Yeah, listen, this horse, it was really wide last time and has a tendency to be wide. I'm hoping that Dylan just saves some ground, drops out of there. I know this horse is going to be out of it pretty far back, but you need him to save ground. His trips have been 5, 6, 7 wide.
That's the trainer, Jamie Begg.
And there is Jamie Begg. He already has a winner at the meet.
He assured me he was going to win at least 3 races at the meet. And after I stopped laughing, I asked him if he'd bet me. But I don't know if I'm happy about that. Because first of all, I don't want to root against him. He's already got to win at the meet.
Knocked down a second
He's
here.
got to win at the meet, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's already got 1. So maybe it'll be 2 here. And then he'll be the one laughing at me like most people.
Paul, you're alive in the late pick 4.
I can lose money, though. We don't need the 4.
But you're alive in the late pick 4.
We're alive. If the 6 gets home, that'd be nice. My top selection and the 6. Make a little money, 400 or change.
There you go.
Can only get what
Best
it pays,
of luck.
Paulie.
That's right. You only can pick the winners. You can't make the payouts.
Filing in. 10th and final on this Friday. On this first day of August at the August place to be. Frank Miramati with the call, race 10, live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Here at Saratoga Racecourse. Competitive Threat goes in the Klarovich stable colors. You see a lot of those silks this weekend. Luck for You. Walking up. Goes in under Jose Lescano. And they're off. And it is Life Advice and Competitive Threat. The 2 grays come out on top, and they're joined by Luck for You on the extreme outside. Leslie Starr, Twirly is down at the rail. 2 lengths clear of Adrian, who covers Love You, Miss You, Mean It. And then it's a gap of 4 to the trailer, Saucy 6. They move into the first turn. Life Advice, Competitive Threat has backed up to 3rd as Luck for You takes 2nd. The quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. So it is Life Advice and Jose Ortiz sailing along on the front end. Twirly is racing in 4th as they swing on to the backstretch, some 10 lengths off the lead. Leslie Starr is just behind her, followed by Love You, Miss You, Mean It. Adrian is 2nd to last and was just passed now by Saucy 6. the half in 48-1 for Life Advice, who's loose on the front end. It's suddenly a 6-length advantage. Competitive threat, head and head, with luck for you. 4 lengths back to Twirly, who races a length and a half clear of Leslie Starr. Saucy 6 on the outside. Love You, Miss You, Mean It. And Adrian is the trailer. Adrian called on now as they come through 6 furlongs. Life Advice, 1:12 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile. Competitive threat tries to close in from second on the extreme outside. Leslie Starr is getting going, but has a lot of ground to make up. Competitive threat eating up the ground now on Life Advice. Life Advice, competitive threat to the front. Life Advice second. Love You, Miss You, Mean It is on the scene late with big strides. Love You, Miss You, and she meant it. Running down competitive threat. Third went to Life Advice. And then it was Leslie Starr in 4th.
Yeah, that's 2.
I'm dead.
That's 2.
I'm dead. Jamie was right, and I was wrong.
This horse
I'm
needed to
conceding
save
defeat.
ground, and Dylan gave this
I think
horse
he said over.
a perfect ride. He finally, he had
Great
to
pick,
wait
Paulie.
the whole way
Well
around.
done.
And he was able, it just shows you, when you make that last run, and Life Advice again, you said, if Life Advice don't win today again,
She can't get it done. And frankly, the second place finisher had absolutely no excuse to not win this race. She had it won. And this, you're right, it's a great ride by Dylan. Looking to turn it around a little bit. He's been struggling a bit. It's a great ride here. And Paulie, a great call by you to close the day out.
They heard Acacia's comments pre-race about Love You, Miss You, Mean It, turning for home. Life Advice, Jose Ortiz is outside. Competitive threat right there with Flavia and Pratt. But Paulie, Love You, Miss You, Mean It is Miramati called it giant strides, runs them both down.
yeah, the 5 sat a really good trip, but Dylan just sat on the rail, and this horse finally was able to save some ground today. Was able to get the job done.
Laffy, let me just go ahead and get out here early because I got to do some homework. These 2 guys were on fire today, huh? Andy with a 7-1 shot, Paul with a 6-1 shot.
And a winning pick 4.
And a winning pick 4. Oh, I'm not going to get any sleep tonight.
Would that pick 4 pay?
I think you are.
Poor
I think
James,
you're
but
lying.
I don't want to retweet it
Sleep
because
like
when
a
you
baby.
retweet
You're
it on
lying
there,
too.
somebody hit it for $40. So I don't want to get anybody upset.
Well, let me say something. The horse that
I'm
finished
happy for
second the
Jimmy
last
Begg.
race wins the race. I'm not. I'm very annoyed. He's going to be right, and I'm going to be wrong.
Yeah,
so
but
I'm
the 4 would have
personally
won the
annoyed
last
at him
race.
right
What
now.
would it have paid?
1,500, 2,000.
Yeah. But Jamie Begg,
But he did.
2 for 2, now 2 for 3 at the racetrack, trainer, and he was pumped.
He should be.
Another win here, Saratoga. And Paulie, your ticket here.
Trucking along.
Seeing
Let's
is
go.
believing. 432 well. So yesterday the late pick 5 for 1,700 plus. Is that right? And now the late pick 4 today.
Not bad. We'll keep
Padding
going.
that bankroll. Padding that bankroll for
Keep
winning
churning.
day.
Keep churning. Keep churning.
I think I'm going to come tomorrow. How about you guys?
You show up?
Thinking the card looks pretty good, and I think I'm going to come.
What about that meeting with the stewards? You're told to bring your playbook.
That's
Just-
going to be
just
that's
don't
on
kill,
Wednesday.
Don't kill the messenger.
That's on Wednesday. And
Don't kill the messenger.
It's going to be on fire.
Some drama this afternoon in the Hall of Fame, and can't wait to see what Whitney Saturday has in store. Fox Saratoga Saturday. We get started bright and early with the program here before Grade 1 races. Noon we get started. That's what happened in the Hall of Fame. Luther sawed off, but whose fault was it? Because in the end, Luther wound up in the winner's circle, and Zulu Kingdom, deemed responsible, disqualified. That was in the Hall of Fame. Tomorrow in the Whitney Fierceness, former champion Travers winner, Sierra Leone, reigning 3-year-old champ, Breeders' Cup Classic winner. They collide in the Whitney tomorrow on Fox. Have a great night, everyone.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.